I was cheated by the school beauty, and the cold and beautiful teacher spoiled me alone at night. Shu-han was reborn. In his previous life, he was cheated by a school beauty and lost all his money. He helped her support her boyfriend and was abandoned. How naive and ridiculous. Before he died, the woman who rushed into the ambulance told him the truth. The school beauty had replaced her identity and he was kept in the dark. He regretted his cowardice. In his new life, he met a cold counselor. He decided to muster up his courage and not let regrets come back. Hello, Teacher Tang, I'm Shu-han. Chapter 1. I am his fiancé, can I sign for him? Bang! Squeak! The sound of a sudden brake sounded. Shu-han, who was crossing the road, was hit by a speeding car and flew dozens of meters away. Shu-han fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. His eyes were empty, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm going to be free. 10 minutes ago. The girlfriend who had been in love for 3 years broke up with him and turned to throw herself into the arms of someone else. The girlfriend's waist was hugged by the man, looking at him mockingly, with endless contempt and disdain in her eyes. A bright green hat was covered on his head. Don't be silly. I'm with you just to squeeze you dry. Do you really think I like you? You don't know, I used your money to support my boyfriend for 3 years. What an idiot. By the way, Moon Shadow 3 is not my online name. My name is Xiaoliuli. Brother, thank you for the copyright. Har har har. The fragments of breaking up kept flashing in Shu-han's mind. Ding. The piercing alarm sounded, and the ambulance stopped beside him. All the students at the school gate stopped to watch. Hurry up. Lift it up. 4 or 5 emergency personnel in white coats flashed by. I love to read free novels app with the fastest update, no ads, and Chinyan Laoshichun customer service will help you find the books you want to read. The smell of disinfectant filled the air. Close the door. Wait a minute. The sound of hurried footsteps. I'm his teacher. The voice sounded familiar, and Shu-han wanted to open his eyes to see who it was. Come up quickly. Bang. The car door closed and the ambulance whizzed away. Ventilator. Blood pressure is dropping, stop the bleeding quickly. In the blur, Shu-han felt a pair of warm hands holding his fist. Shu-han, hold on, don't fall asleep. We'll be at the hospital soon. Her voice was particularly gentle. You're fine. I'll be with you. The hand wrapped around his fist was trembling a little, and his emotions were on the verge of collapse. Stupid, big stupid. It's been 3 years, don't you know that I'm the real Moon Shadow Trio? A tear slid down the woman's cheek and dripped onto Shu-han's skin. She was breathing rapidly, her voice was choked, and her sobs entered Shu-han's ears. Shu-han, you idiot, wake up quickly. I won't let anything happen to you. Beep beep. The monitor screamed. A straight line appeared on the screen. Has their heart stopped beating? The nurse stared at the straight line that was flattened. She looked at the young man lying there with regret. Record it. The nurse mechanically took out a pen and paper and began to fill it out. Name. Shu-han. Gender. Male. Age. 21 years old. Cause of death. Car accident. Time. 10:08 a.m. on September 12, 2019. The ambulance did not stop at the emergency room and drove straight to the morgue. Impossible. Doctor, please save him. He is so talented, this shouldn't happen. The woman was extremely sad and trembling all over. She lay on Shu-han, unable to accept the fact. I have something else to say, but I didn't tell him that. The doctor and nurse shook their heads with regret. They tried their best. Is it her? Shu-han, who was about to leave, tried to open his eyes. Looking at the woman on his body, he was stunned. Tang. She is Shu-han's counselor. A cool goddess in the eyes of the boys of Haicheng University. In Shu-han's memory, their interactions were mostly in class. Occasionally they met privately, when my cousin returned to China. She seemed to be my cousin's junior sister. The two had a good relationship. Contact his family and come to sign. The nurse handed the form to Tang. He seemed at a loss. Can I sign for him? I need a direct relative, not a teacher. The nurse flatly rejected her request. A moment of silence. Tang Xian's lips moved, and she spoke weakly. I am his fiancé. Is it okay? Fiancé. Shu-han was stunned. When did the fiancé appear? I haven't heard of it. Did the family secretly arrange it? What kind of bloody and brainless drama is this? Wait, she said, she is the real Moon Shadow 3, she did say. The nurse was stung by her expression, took out a pen from her pocket and put it in her hand. Sign it. Tang Xuan's hands trembled, tears dripped on the notice, and the word death was completely soaked. Sizzle. A black and white snowflake danced in front of my eyes. The brain was dizzy, and the world was spinning. Shuhan knocked his head and felt that he was hit by someone, and then a woman's voice came. Catch the thief. Catch him, don't let him run away. Classmate, your mobile phone was stolen by him, why don't you chase him? Without waiting for Shuhan to react, the woman ran out. Mine. Shuhan stood there in a daze. Am I not dead? This scene in front of me has a sense of familiarity. 3 years ago, he was a freshman, and his mobile phone was stolen at the school gate. Could it be? I was reborn. Outrageous? It is easy to dream after reading too many novels. Shuhan stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh. It hurts. Not a dream. When passers-by saw him like this, they looked at him as if he was a fool. What kind of weirdo can go to university? I think he has become stupid from studying too much. The quality of students is getting worse and worse. Shuhan looked up, Haicheng University. For large gold-plated characters, right in front of him. That's the taste. Shuhan was reborn. Really? Reborn to the first day of university. The girl he chased out just now was Tang Xuan. In the previous life, it was she who helped him get his phone back. They met for the first time at the school gate. At that time, I just thought she was so beautiful. Later, I found out that she was the counselor of my class, so I didn't have any improper thoughts. After all, Tang Xuan was the goddess of the whole school, and he, a little transparent person, couldn't attract her attention. So this time, God gave me a chance to start over. Shuhan clenched his fists, his eyes full of stubbornness. I want to take back everything I lost. Classmate, your phone. A slender jade hand reached out to Shuhan. Shuhan, who was still in a daze, suddenly raised his head and looked into Tang Xuan's big watery eyes. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, he quickly looked away. Although he had been in love in his previous life, he was cheated for 3 years and didn't even hold hands. It's normal to see Tang Xuan's heartbeat speed up. She is tall, about 1.7 meters, with long legs, thin waist, and big everywhere. Her black hair hangs on her shoulders, white short-sleeved shirt, light blue jeans, and white shoes. Simple and beautiful. But her face is a little cold. Thank you. Shuhan reached out to take the phone, and the 2 fingertips touched, which made him feel like an electric shock, and his ears instantly became hot. Still as useless as ever? When he reacted, Tang Xuan had disappeared from his sight. In this life, be bolder. Chapter 2, I came for a haircut, seriously. Yao Yao, look, is that a new student? He's kind of handsome. A senior at the welcome desk nudged her friend with her elbow, staring at Shuhan. Yao Yao noticed Shuhan and, disregarding her friend's feelings, enthusiastically approached him. Junior, what major are you in? Let me carry your luggage. Yao Yao grabbed his suitcase and looked at his side profile. From the side, he looked like a celebrity. Who is he? I can't remember, but he's kind of handsome. Thank you. Shuhan was startled by the enthusiastic senior. Screenwriting major. Come with me. Yao Yao, full of energy, led Shuhan to the registration area. Shuhan had intended to refuse, but the other person was so eager that she didn't leave him a chance to speak. With Yao Yao leading, Shuhan arrived at the dormitory door. Room 520 in Building 3, his home for the past 3 years. Yao Yao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why does he seem more familiar with this place than I do? After a brief persuasion from senior Yao Yao, Shuhan added her on WeChat and bid her farewell. Shuhan entered the dormitory, and the familiar scene brought a sense of comfort. 3 big brothers, we can hang out again. At that moment, Shuhan was alone in the room. He put his luggage in the cupboard, tidied the bed, and sat down. Everything around him felt real but also somewhat surreal. Would he wake up and find it all just a dream? Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he thought, it's time for a haircut. Since he's starting anew, he might as well wash his hair and get a trim. With that thought, Shuhan walked out of the dorm. The cool breeze of the evening in Haicheng blew away the summer heat, leaving a refreshing atmosphere. Shuhan found a barbershop not far from the school on the commercial street. Looking up at the sign, dancing haircuts. Never been here before. Should I try it out? For someone his age, hair was like a second life. Visiting an unfamiliar barber required some courage. Hey, handsome. Need a shampoo? Come on in. Our skills are top notch. Guaranteed satisfaction. Before Shuhan could decide, the glass door was pushed open. A stylishly dressed woman stepped out and greeted him with enthusiasm. How much? Shuhan asked. It wasn't that he was cheap. The problem was, there were too many barber scams, with hidden charges everywhere. A simple haircut could easily cost hundreds, and that was just too risky. Oh, you're so handsome, as long as you want, I'll do it for free. Consider it as promotion. Her voice was sweet, her gaze seductive. She seemed like she was trying to charm him. Shuhan dared not look her in the eye. Something feels off. Before he realized it, he was already pulled inside the barbershop. The pink-themed decor made him tense up. No, something's definitely wrong. Screech. Just as Shuhan was about to flee, a screeching sound of brakes came from outside. Moments later, 5 or 6 uniformed uncles rushed inside. Get down. Everyone, get down. Someone jumped out of the window, block him at the back. The scene was chaotic. Cover your head, squat down. Didn't you hear me? Shuhan felt his collar grabbed, still trying to run. Officers, I'm just here for a shampoo. I haven't done anything wrong. Shuhan lowered his head, nearly face-palming. Everyone court says the same thing. The officer's expression was one of, I've seen it all before. Why don't you ask them? They sound even more sincere than you. This is just like someone in a mental hospital saying they're not crazy. It's over. Shuhan's mind went blank. He was like a mute person suffering in silence. How can I argue about this now? To the police station. Shuhan hung his head like a child caught misbehaving, not daring to look up at the officer. Are you a student of Haicheng University? Yes. Why aren't you focusing on your studies and running around in places like that? Do you think your parents worked hard to support you for this? I didn't do anything. Really, I just came for a haircut. Stubborn. The officer glared at him angrily. I'm calling your teacher. He needs to come pick you up. Shuhan froze. If the teacher came, their whole school would know. He hadn't even started the semester yet and was already caught entering a special place and was arrested by the officer. That would be embarrassing. How could he explain it? No one would believe he was innocent. I'm here for registration, and I don't know the teacher's phone number. Shuhan said the truth. He genuinely didn't know it. Then I'll notify the school leaders. Saying that, the officer headed toward the door to make a call. No, I'll call. Can my family come pick me up? Shuhan nervously asked, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's. It's better to die in front of family than at school. Okay, go ahead. Shuhan's cousin was a PhD student at Haicheng University. However, before he enrolled, she had told him she would go abroad with her advisor. Shuhan wasn't sure she had left yet, but he had to try. Thinking about his cousin's departure time, his mind went blank. Some things are forgotten over time. Shuhan took the phone, wiped the sweat off his palms, and dialed a number based on memory. A few seconds later, the call connected. A lazy voice came from the other side. Who is it? Second sister, it's Xiao Han. Huh. The voice on the other end sounded surprised. Xiao Han? Did you change your phone number? No, just listen to me first. Shuhan briefly explained the situation, especially emphasizing that he was just there for a haircut. Har har har. His second sister's laughter was so loud, even the officer heard it. Silly boy, I'm sorry to tell you, I've already landed in the beautiful country. What should I do now? Shuhan was about to cry. Was the school really going to send someone to pick him up? But, as long as you say something nice, your beautiful and kind-hearted second sister will help you out. His second sister, Shu Ruolan, was his uncle's daughter. Shuhan had been raised by his uncle, so they had grown up together. Shu Ruolan loved it when her younger brother complimented her. Second sister, you are the most beautiful princess in the world. Please help me, brother. Shuhan lowered his voice, trying to please his princess second sister on the phone. Since you're so sincere, wait for it. The call ended, and Shuhan finally relaxed. He had chosen Haicheng University to be close to his second sister, who could take care of him. But now, she had gone across the ocean. Not long after, an older officer walked in with a document and handed it to the officer in charge. It was the barbershop owner's statement. The statement said that Shuhan hadn't done anything wrong and was a good citizen. 10 minutes later, a graceful figure appeared at the police station entrance. As soon as she entered, she caught everyone's attention. "Hello, I'm here to pick up Shuhan." Chapter 3, Is this place legit? Shuhan, like a child caught doing something wrong, followed behind Tang. They walked at a leisurely pace, one in front and the other trailing behind. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a faint fragrance that settled on Shuhan. The scent wasn't overpowering, but it was refreshing, making him feel at ease. It must be the perfume the girl was wearing. Perfume is dangerous, don't touch it, some strange thoughts popped into his mind. For a moment, Shuhan's mind wandered far away. Suddenly, Tang, walking ahead, stopped in her tracks. Shuhan, not paying attention, bumped into her. "R." Shuhan felt something soft against his chest and quickly snapped back to reality. Their eyes met, and Tang quickly stepped back. "Sorry." Shuhan hurriedly explained, "I spaced out just now." He wasn't very expressive, and when facing girls, he often found it hard to speak. Tang looked at the big boy in front of her, her expression neutral. If it weren't for her good relationship with her senior sister, she wouldn't have come to the police station to pick him up. Glancing at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. The dorms must be closed by now. "Do you have a place to stay?" she asked politely, showing concern for her senior sister's younger brother. Shuhan checked the time and realized he couldn't return to the dorm. "I can stay at an internet cafe," he replied. "You're going to sleep at an internet cafe?" Tang raised her chin slightly, exposing her fair neck as she looked at him. Shuhan quickly averted his gaze, unable to hold eye contact. Her collarbone was delicate and tempting, and looking lower was hard to resist. Shuhan wanted to say he could stay at her place, but he didn't dare. "The chairs at the internet cafe are quite comfortable," he blurted out, and immediately regretted it after the words left his mouth. "Fine," she said curtly, turning and walking away. Shuhan stared at her graceful back, his mouth slightly open, but he didn't say anything. She was so distant. Tang returned to the teacher's dormitory and quickly texted senior sister Shu, "He's out now." Shu replied almost immediately, "My little brother, isn't he quite handsome?" Tang a bit silly. As soon as the message was sent, it was quickly retracted. After all, calling someone's younger brother silly in front of their sister didn't seem very polite. On the other end, Shu Ruolan, senior sister Shu, saw the message right away and then noticed it was retracted. She murmured to herself, "He really is a bit silly. Who goes to a barber and ends up getting caught by the police?" Meanwhile, Shuhan stood in front of an internet cafe, hesitating. The memory of being taken into the police station was still fresh in his mind. His heart was uneasy as the place didn't seem very legitimate. "Boss, is this place legit?" he asked, catching the boss off guard. "What kind of question is that? Are you looking for an illegitimate place?" The boss replied. "No, I'm just asking." Shuhan pulled out his ID and handed it to the boss. After finishing the registration process, he found a seat by the window. The boss shook his head helplessly as he watched Shuhan walk to his seat. What's going on with the younger generation these days? Shuhan logged into his account, not to play games like other young people, but to open a forum. On this forum, users could choose modules based on their preferences: essays, daily happenings, novels, short dramas, light stories, and more. He liked writing short scripts there, and based on the clicks, he could earn money. If the story was good enough and the copyright was sold for adaptation into a short drama, it could bring in a good income. Shuhan stared at the screen for several seconds, wondering where to start today's story. Rebirth. Being mistaken for a customer. Getting caught at the police station. Or something else. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tang Xuying's face appeared in his mind. He imagined crying in the ambulance and meeting her again at the school gate. Shuhan quickly clicked on the chat room, where the top contact was Moonlight Trio. They met on the forum because Shuhan had written a short script, and Moonlight Trio had pointed out some factual errors. Later, they became familiar, and the other person would voice Shuhan's works and upload them to an audiobook platform. Moonlight Trio's voice was popular because it was pleasant and versatile. What Shuhan didn't expect was that she was his counselor, a person he had barely spoken to in 3 years. He had been unknowingly freeloading on her identity all this time. The other person was online. Shuhan stared at the chat box for nearly 10 minutes, not knowing how to start the conversation. His emotional intelligence was low. Ding. As he was wondering what to say, she sent a message, a new starting point. A new starting point. Was she going to be a counselor? Shuhan remembered that during the first class meeting, Tang had mentioned that they were her first batch of students. Shuhan copied her words and added at the end, "Shall we work hard together?" She replied almost immediately with a good luck emoji. It started to rain outside the window, and Shuhan turned to look. Cold mountain solitude, it's raining. Moonlight Trio, yes, it's raining. Cold mountain solitude, are you in Haicheng? Moonlight Trio, are you here too? With a surprised emoji. Cold mountain solitude, Haicheng University. Tang stared at the screen, appreciating Shuhan's talent, but still not knowing much about him. Listening to the sound of rain outside the window, she suddenly had a thought, got up, and walked to the window. That little guy? It's raining. That little guy, isn't he really going to sleep on the sofa at the internet cafe, is he? In September, Haicheng's day was hot under the sun, but at night, the cold wind made it a bit chilly, especially with the rain. Thinking of his silly look, Tang was certain her guess was correct. Shushuajia had been good to her, so she should take care of her brother. With that thought, she grabbed a jacket from the cupboard and an umbrella, quickly heading out the door. Inside the internet cafe, Shuhan closed the chat box that had been silent for a while and shivered slightly. It was getting a bit cold. Boss, 1 instant noodles, add sausage and egg. Got it. 5 minutes later, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed in front of Shuhan. This long-lost feeling is really making me crave, he murmured, rubbing his hands before digging in. One hot bite of noodles activated all his cells, and for a moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. Shuhan was easily satisfied. A bowl of noodles was enough to win him over. A shadow loomed over his head, blocking the light. When he looked up, Tang seemed to be glowing. Are you an angel? Shuhan opened his mouth, his noodles still hanging from his lips. You didn't eat? She asked. Shuhan finally reacted. What are you doing here? Chapter 4, The Fairy Lives Next Door. Follow me. Tang spoke in a cold tone and walked ahead. Shuhan grabbed the phone on the table and followed her. The rain was still falling and there was already water flowing on the road. Tang opened the umbrella, stood there, looked at the little guy, didn't come over, but looked back. Are you planning to walk in the rain? Come in. Shuhan took a step forward and walked under the umbrella. Tang subconsciously took a half step to the side. Seeing her resistance, Shuhan also leaned towards him. Half of their shoulders were wet from the rain dripping from the umbrella. Please move in a little, your clothes are all wet. Shuhan couldn't help but speak, but didn't dare to look at the other person's expression. Why are you still so cowardly? Didn't you say you should be bolder? It only takes 5 minutes to get from the internet cafe to the teacher's apartment. Along the way, Shuhan kept stealing glances at the other person out of the corner of his eyes. Is this to take him home? Teacher's apartment, building 2, room 1101. He remembered that it was the house that Tang and her second sister Shu Ruolan rented together. In his previous life, he had been there once when he helped his second sister get something. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shuhan prepared himself mentally and finally spoke. Thank you for today. Still indifferent. Senior, what year are you in? Postgraduate. Although Shuhan knew the news, he still opened his mouth to make conversation. I can't just tell him that I'm his student right away. That would be considered a mental illness. Tang felt Shuhan's gaze and felt a little weird in her heart. Senior sister Shu Ruolan is the type of person who is very friendly with everyone. Why is it that his little brother is just the opposite? Is this what others call complementarity, a brother and sister, one is lively and the other is dull? But she didn't know that they were not biological siblings. If she knew, she probably wouldn't think so. After returning to the apartment, Tang went straight into the kitchen and poured a cup of hot water for Shuhan. There are only noodles at home. I'll go cook them for you. No, thank you. I'm not hungry. I've troubled you a lot. Shu Han quickly stopped him. He was not lying, he was indeed not hungry now, or perhaps he was too hungry. Are you sure? Tang Xuyin looked at him with questioning eyes. Yes, sure. Shu Han nodded. It was his first time in a girl's room, and he felt a little strange because he was alone with a girl. You live in your sister's room. Tang Xuyin pointed to Shu Ruolan's room. No, I'll just sleep on the sofa. Shu Han glanced at the sofa and thought about it again. If it's inconvenient for you, I can sleep on the floor in my room. Okay, clean it up then. After saying that, Tang Xuyin turned back to the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Shu Han heard the sound of the door being locked from the inside. He glanced at the layout of the apartment. It was a small apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room, a balcony, and a kitchen. It was quite comfortable with the sun shining in at noon. Shu Han walked into his second sister's room and looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. He sent a message to his second sister without hesitation. At this time, it should be daytime where she is. Sure enough, Shu Ruolan replied quickly, there are new sheets and quilt covers in the closet, you can just change into them and sleep on the bed. I want to be going back for the time being, and I don't dislike you. Following his second sister's request, Shu Han quickly made the bed and lay down. After a busy day, I was thinking about taking a shower, but it doesn't seem appropriate, so I'll just leave it that way for now. Bite. Just as Shu Han was about to put down his phone, a message popped up in the forum chat room. Yuying and the other 2, I am also at Haicheng University. Shu Han turned his head and looked at the wall. They were clearly separated by a wall, but they acted as if they didn't know each other. Han Sangaying, my senior schoolmate took me home. Next door, a reply message popped up on Tang Xiying's phone, my senior student took me home. She suddenly turned her head and looked, as if she wanted to see through the wall, with some disbelief in her eyes. No way. No way. Isn't it such a coincidence? No, it must not be pure coincidence. She was trying her best to suppress some of her crazy thoughts. Take a deep breath and reply, is the senior sister pretty? Love to read free novels up updates the fastest, no ads, Old Bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Shu Han lay on the bed, reading the messages, unable to sleep at all. I immediately replied she is super beautiful, just like a fairy. I can feel her fairy spirit even when I live next door to her. Tang Xuyin looked at the words, next door, and pondered for a long time. The world really is so small. The author of the script he dubbed is senior sister Shu's younger brother. They met twice today, and in the end, she brought him back personally. But, he is really a bit silly. The figure of Shu Han appeared in Tang Xuyin's mind. Is it really him? She finally chose to turn off her phone and go to sleep. After dawn, Shu Han walked out of the bedroom. There was no one in the living room and the senior sister's bedroom was also closed. It seemed impolite to knock on the door. Finally, he left a note and left quickly. Back to the dormitory. As Shu Han opened the door, a boy followed him in. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with delicate features and a bit of a bookish air. He is definitely a school idol. Forest. Shu Han smiled and hesitated to speak. After all, it was the first time they met, and it was too strange to call out the other person's name directly. Hello, my new roommate. My name is Shu Han, and I'm from Chizhou. Hello, Lin Jinghao, from Haicheng. The other party was also very enthusiastic and looked very dignified and generous, but in another week, he would be a big boy. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the other 2 roommates also checked in before noon. Wang Ziheng, from Qinggang, a sports student. He is about 183 centimeters tall, with muscular body and slightly dark skin, which may be due to long-term training outside. Zhao Lefen, from Kyoto. He is about 1.75 meters tall and speaks very straightforwardly and quickly. Don't be fooled by the fact that they all act serious now. Once they get familiar with the truth, they will all be a bunch of hypocrites. Shu Han looked at the 3 of them, with the corners of his mouth raised, as if he remembered something particularly funny. No, it should be embarrassing thing. 5:20 Tetradent, everyone assembled. The 4 of them packed their things, exchanged contact information, and then went around the campus together in the afternoon. So many beautiful trips. Zhao Lefen's eyes were almost glued to others. There is nothing bad in his eyes. You look like you have never seen the world. Wang Ziheng kept some distance from him, fearing that others would know that he knew this person. Looking at beautiful women can prolong your life. This is a painless way to maintain your health. Do you understand? Har har talented. Zhao Lefen's words made everyone laugh. A purebred living treasure. Look, is that girl looking at me? Don't be so narcissistic, she's just looking at Jinghao. That's right, Zhao Lefen was looking at the beauties, but the beauties were all looking at Lin Jinghao. He is so beautiful. Yes, it is beauty. Chapter 5, Encounter at Class Meeting. When Tang Xuyin returned to the apartment, it was already dark. There were too many things to deal with for the new students, and it was her first time as a counselor, so she was not very familiar with the job yet. The room was empty, as she expected. Little guy, you must have left long ago. There was a note on the table, sorry to bother you, I will treat you to a meal when I have time. Thank you. At the end, there was a smiley face drawn at the signature, and the two words, Shuhan, were written. The handwriting is so ugly, it doesn't look like the author has any talent. Achoo! Shuhan, who had just returned to the dormitory, sneezed for no reason, who is scolding me? What's wrong with you? Zhao Lefen asked curiously, you caught a cold after going out? Acclimated. Upon seeing this, Wang Ziheng immediately made up for it. I think it's too empty. The colorful world has just begun, brother, you must take care of yourself. Lin Jinghao patted Shuhan on the shoulder, acting like an experienced person. The four of them smiled at each other and began to look forward to their wonderful life in the next 3 years. The freshman group has been notified that there will be a class meeting tomorrow. Wang Ziheng was holding a mobile phone, a true information liaison. I heard that our instructor is a woman, and she's a graduate student. I've heard about it too. I wonder if she's pretty or not. A teacher-student romance wouldn't be bad. Zhao Lefen said, with a lewd expression on his face. Dude, you're a bit vulgar. Control it. Shuhan glanced at them, said nothing more, sat quietly in his seat, and turned on the computer. Although he was reborn, there were some things he didn't want to interfere with because they were all things they had to go through. If I clear the minefields for them, they will not be able to grow. 10,000 words are not as unforgettable as one thing. Next morning. When Shuhan woke up, the other three were still sleeping soundly. I looked at the time, it was a little after 9, so I still made it. The group notified us that the class meeting will start at 10 o'clock, and military training uniforms will be distributed afterwards. After getting up and washing up, I called my sons to get up and get ready to go to the classroom. The second floor of the teaching building. Academy of Film and Television, Screenwriting Class 2. Shuhan and his 3 roommates found an empty seat and sat down side by side. Zhao Lefen's eyes scanned all the girls in the class as if calling out their names. The needle doesn't poke, the quality is very high. What does it have to do with you? Wang Ziheng looked at him speechlessly. Please wipe your saliva. How many years have you not seen a woman? Lin Jinghao also felt a little disgusted. The 3 of them regretted sitting with this guy. Just watch it, at least you can keep a low profile. Just as the 3 of them were moving away from him, a beautiful figure walked in. Wow. Fuck, it's so beautiful. There was a commotion among the crowd, and Shuhan looked up. A beautiful girl who looks familiar yet unfamiliar is already standing on the podium. She wore light makeup and had a smile on her delicate face. Her expression was a little cold, but charming enough. A white shirt paired with black trousers is intellectual and generous, with a pure royal sister style. Her appearance attracted all the attention in the classroom. Some boys can no longer control themselves and want to show their charm. Beauty, are you here in the human world to survive? Tang Xuyin smiled calmly and signaled everyone to be quiet. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Xuyin. I am your counselor and also your senior. How can I bear to graduate when I have such a beautiful teacher? Teacher, what are you studying? Can we make friends? The hormones of the boys in the audience exploded and the booing continued. Quiet. Tang Xuyin's voice was not loud, but it was cold. Everyone fell silent instantly. We can be friends outside of class, but in class, I will be very strict. With just one word, no one dare to make trouble anymore. This is the person who decides whether they can graduate. If they really make her angry, they will suffer. Now, everyone, please introduce yourselves and get to know each other. At the same time, Those who want to run for class leaders can put forward their names. Let's start from here. Tang Shuyin pointed to the first row, and everyone began to introduce themselves in order. Lin Jinghao leaned towards Xu Han and whispered, "I saw her photo on the confession wall. I didn't expect her to be prettier in person than in the photo. But she felt a little cold. Cold and beautiful goddess. How can you not be cold?" Wang Ziheng immediately came over and added, "Whatever you say, I want to listen." Zhao Lefen came over and the three of them quickly shut up. Xu Han glanced at the podium. Tang Shuyin was holding the roster and listening to the freshmen's self-introductions. "Hello everyone, my name is Han Feifei." Hearing this name, Xu Han frowned. Hearing the name again reminded him of the 3 years he had been deceived. "What's wrong with you? You look a little sad." Lin Jinghao, who was standing aside, looked at Xu Han's trembling body and asked with concern. "I'm fine." Xu Han suppressed his anger. "Han Feifei, the school belle of our class." Wang Ziheng whispered. "I heard that someone confessed to him on his first day here. She looks innocent, she's my type." This was said by Zhao Lefen. "Anyway, they are all his vegetables, and they have grown into plastic greenhouses." Xu Han smiled and said nothing. If you knew that beneath her innocent appearance she had a face of a vampire, it would be too late to regret. Tang Shuyin glanced around and suddenly her eyes widened, as if she had discovered something incredible. "Is it him?" She saw the familiar little guy. Although she didn't see his whole face, a side view was enough. Looking through the list in my hand, I found the words Xu Han on the list. Tang Shuyin, who appeared calm on the surface, was trembling in her heart. "How come we meet here again? He's my student." At this time, it was Wang Ziheng's turn to introduce himself. He stood up very domineeringly. "My name is Wang Ziheng, a sports student." His voice was deep and powerful. "I see no one wants to run for class monitor yet, I want to give it a try." "Good. Par. After he finished speaking, Zhao Lefen took the lead in applauding to express his support for Wang Ziheng. Xu Han and Lin Jinghao also joined in immediately, vowing to help their brother ascend to the throne. "It's easier to get things done if you have someone in the court, and it will be much more convenient if my roommate is the class monitor." Seeing that others had no objection, Tang Shuyin also expressed her agreement. Next, Xu Han, from Chizhou. Tang Shuyin looked at Xu Han, who stood up. They looked at each other and quickly looked away, as if they had never met before. "Is it over?" The girl, who was full of expectations, was a little confused. "Isn't this introduction too short? Handsome guys just have personality, right? Look, this one is more handsome." As he spoke, Lin Jinghao stood up. Like Xu Han, he said his name and sat back. In terms of appearance, Lin Jinghao is better than Xu Han, he admits this. Chapter 6 Second Sister Calls. The class meeting process is over. As the class monitor, Wang Ziheng created a new group. All the freshmen in screenwriting class 2 joined the group, including their cool instructor. Tang Shuyin joined the group chat. After this message appeared, the boys started to add WeChat like crazy. The result was that all of them were rejected. "Tang Shuyin, if you have any questions, just find me in the group. If it's urgent, call me." One sentence dispelled everyone's thoughts. After all, things like teacher-student love are more common in movies, and in real life, it is inevitable that people will criticize it. As a teacher, I would definitely be on guard like this. Xu Han walked out of the classroom with his military training uniform. Suddenly, someone called him from behind, "Xu Han." Looking back, a girl appeared in front of him. "You called me?" "Yes, I'm from Chizhou 2, Chizhou number for middle school, Yi Xiaowen." Xu Han was stunned. It turned out to be his fellow villager. "Chizhou number for middle school, Xu Han. What a coincidence, we're from the same school." Yi Xiaowen was a little surprised. She had no other thoughts about Xu Han, she just felt that he was a fellow villager and wanted to get to know him. Unexpectedly, they went to the same high school. "We had never met before, but we were assigned to the same class after entering university." After exchanging contact information, the two went their separate ways. "Brother, is that okay? Can you introduce him to me?" Zhao Lefen stood behind Xu Han without him noticing. "Are you really not picky? Whatever you pick up in the basket is a vegetable." Zhao Lefen was quite frank. "This is a matter of probability. You see, the one I like may not necessarily like me, and the one who likes me may not be the one I like. Is there anything you don't like?" Lin Jinghao looked at him in shock, disbelief written all over his face. Do you really think I'm a beast? Zhao Lefen was not angry either, he was very open-minded. Expand your circle, and you'll have a better chance of meeting your true love. If you only know one or two girls, and neither of you is suitable, why would you force yourself to do that? After hearing this, Shu Han actually felt that there was some truth in it. What a logical genius this is, coming up with such a brilliant theory. Shu Han turned into the stairs without noticing that there was an eye not far away, staring at him. Even the fact that he added the little girl's microblog did not escape her eyes. Little guy, you are quite popular, right? On their way back, Lin Jinghao is like a walking harvester, with girls constantly coming to him to ask for micro forks. However, he refused them all, with the reason being, he has a girlfriend. This made Zhao Lefen extremely envious. No, I'm also very handsome, why doesn't anyone see how handsome I am? You are indeed a talent. I don't know whether you have a watch or not. Lin Jinghao ruthlessly poked at his wound, leaving no room for mercy. Tang Xuyin sat in the office, glancing at her cell phone from time to time. She rejected many friend requests in one go, but seemed to be expecting something. Could it be that I didn't see it and have already rejected him? In that case, based on his personality, he probably wouldn't add me. But I paid close attention and didn't see his name. Tang, are you going back to the dormitory? While she was lost in thought, her best friend Jiang Yanan came to her side. Jiang Yanan is Tang Xuyin's roommate and best friend. She is very beautiful, gentle and a soft girl. Tang Xuyin saw her best friend and immediately replied. I'll be back in a bit, I still have work to do. Want me to wait for you? You go back first. Okay, I'll go back and wait for you. Although Tang Xuyin rented a house outside, she still had some things in the dormitory and would occasionally go back to live there. Bite. The phone rings. Tang Xuyin quickly took a look. News push, a certain young actress was revealed to have a child out of wedlock. When she saw this news, there was an inexplicable sense of loss in her eyes. This silly boy, I'm not going to add him myself, am I? Bite. The phone rang again. Tang Xuyin was a little impatient and wanted to turn off the sound of the push message. Friend request, Han. A student who owes you a meal. Looking at this line of words, Tang Xuyin's mouth corners curled up. Just remember to owe me a meal. Opposite. As soon as Shu Han put down his phone, a reminder popped up. Tang Xuyin approved your friend request. You're so stupid, what are you laughing at? Zhao Lefen thought Shu Han was a little weird and didn't look like a normal person. I'm afraid he didn't escape from the mental hospital. Shu Han didn't say anything, but clicked on Tang Xuyin's circle of friends and took a look. Well, as he expected, there was nothing, just a dotted line. Would you like to have dinner together? Shu Han thought about it, feeling unsure. After all, he was not really familiar with her. In the end, I decided to wait until the military training is over. Look, the confession wall has been taken over by our goddess instructor. Zhao Lefen's eyes were as big as cow eggs, and he wished he could get into his cell phone. The number 1 post on the confession wall is Tang Xuyin standing on the podium. I don't know who took this photo and posted it online. Love, is it too late to change classes now? A cold and beautiful goddess. She can only be described as fairy. I'm so jealous. Screenwriting class 2, right? I want to go and take the class. Add me 1. +1. Judging from the situation, it looks like they are going to crowd out the second screenwriter team. Protect our instructors and never retreat. I will never retreat. All the boys in class 2 who received the news rushed in and started commenting crazily. I vow to protect the beautiful instructor. Shu Han looked at the comments on the screen and felt inexplicably stressed. There seemed to be quite a few competitors. Night. As usual, Shu Han opened the forum, logged into his account, and started writing short stories. The money from writing short plays was enough to support his college life. He remembered that after he went to college, he never received tuition from his uncle again. However, every month, my uncle still deposits the fees into his account. Everyone in the family understands his character and knows that he is not good at speaking up, so if he were to ask for something himself, it would be harder than climbing a mountain to get to the sky. It was also because of this that the second sister Shu Ruolan would embarrass him every time she called him, deliberately asking him to say something nice. Ding-a-ling. Shu Han looked at the phone. It was his second sister calling. At this time, it must be dawn over there. Second sister. Xiao Han, are you still living with me? No, I went back to the dormitory. I went there last night because the dormitory was closed. Have you seen my junior sister? Junior sister. It's the pretty girl who picked you up at the police station. When Shuhan heard the word police station, his whole body trembled. Can we please not mention this place from now on? Although it is sacred. Oh. I see. She's your instructor. She's not a bad person, it's just her personality. You should have seen it. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, that's it. If you have anything to say, send a message. Phone calls are expensive. Before Shuhan could reply, the other party hung up the phone. I glanced at the time. I have military training tomorrow, so I should go to bed early. Chapter 7. Don't be so pitiful. Everyone assemble. Line up according to your height. Hello everyone, my last name is Lee, and I am your instructor. For the next week, I will lead you in training. Par par par. After instructor Lee finished speaking, applause broke out to express his welcome. Use this classmate as the base point and spread out, one arm's length away from each other. Everyone moved upon hearing the sound. Basic training, military posture for half an hour. If anyone moves around, each person will have to spend 10 extra minutes. R. Everyone let out a cry of complaint to express their dissatisfaction. That's too little, right? Then at 20 minutes. Classmates, don't dare to say another word. Everyone knows that if you say one more word, you will be the one who suffers. The sun seems to be particularly excited these days, and it has baked these little guys so hard that they have lost their temper. Please let it rain. I need heavy rain to nourish my young seedling. Break time. A boy in the class drew a strange totem on the ground and muttered something, like a priest praying for rain. Shuhan took a look and raised the corners of his mouth. There is nothing wrong with saying that the end of science is metaphysics. Look, seniors and juniors are here to show us your warmth. No, it's a cold drink. The freshmen turned their heads and saw that there were indeed a dozen seniors walking towards them with carts carrying bottles of mineral water. The savior is here. You've worked hard, fellow students. Come and have some water. The freshmen took the water, but they didn't look very happy. Because the senior girl was eating ice cream and the senior boy was chewing watermelon, and they were walking around in front of them without any martial ethics. Xiao Han, I want to hit someone, don't stop me. Wang Ziheng grabbed Shu Han and pretended to fight him to the death. It was you who pulled me, okay. Shu Han pushed his hand away and looked at him. Go ahead, I won't stop you. After a moment of silence, he found a way out. Forget it, I have to maintain my demeanor as a class monitor. The main reason is that I'm afraid of hurting them. My lightning 5 whips have reached perfection, so I can't just use them casually. Behind them. A senior schoolmate walked up to Lin Jinghao, took out an ice cream and handed it to him. Junior, can you add me on WeChat? Sorry, I have a girlfriend. It's okay, just leave it to a friend. My girlfriend doesn't like me having female friends. After hearing this, the senior student no longer wanted to make herself bored and left on her own. So handsome, even when he rejects others, he's still so likable. So devoted. I love you. After seeing off the senior students, we welcomed the classmates. Lin Jinghao looked at Shu Han and the other two for help. I can't help you. Shu Han spread his hands. Wang Ziheng and Zhao Leffen gave him a kind smile. It turns out that handsome guys also have troubles. Zhao Leffen murmured in a low voice. I don't know whether to envy or pity. Everyone stand up. Instructor Li gave the order and everyone returned to their seats. Thump. At this moment, Zhao Leffen in front of Shu Han tilted his body and was about to fall to the ground. Shu Han was quick-witted and grabbed his arm. What's going on? Report. Someone fainted. Hearing the sound, everyone gathered around. Spread out, keep the air circulating. The instructor hurried over to check the situation. Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao also ran over when they saw it was Zhao Leffen. Send to the infirmary. Without thinking too much, Shu Han carried Zhao Leffen on his back and ran to the infirmary. Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao followed behind. After all, they are roommates, and they have accumulated a lot of affection during the few days they have been together. In the office, Tang heard that her student had fainted and rushed to the infirmary. Zhao Leffen was lying on the hospital bed and the doctor gave him a basic examination. Low blood sugar, maybe I was sitting for too long and got up suddenly. Upon hearing this result, Shuhan and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. After resting for a while, Zhao Lefen also woke up and looked at the three people with a confused face. What's going on? Am I not turning around? Is the bed turning around? Seeing him wake up, Wang Ziheng pinched Zhao Lefen's cheeks and said with a smile. My goodness, you scared your three fathers to death. There are three more fathers for no apparent reason. At this time, Tang Xuyin walked in. She tied her hair into a ponytail and wore a white t-shirt and wide leg pants, looking clean and refreshing. How's it going? Are you going to the hospital? When Shuhan heard the voice, he looked up suddenly. Their eyes met, and his heart began to beat wildly. Tang Xuyin's eyes flickered and her face remained calm. The doctor said it's hypoglycemia. I can't participate in the next military training. Wang Ziheng told the story very conscientiously. In this way, Zhao Lefen successfully escaped the subsequent training, which was a blessing in disguise. The last night of military training. All the freshmen sat together, leaving space in the middle for performances. All the students sang a song about strengthening the army, followed by a military boxing performance by the instructors. Brother soldier, my love. Watching the instructors' performances, the little fans couldn't help but become infatuated with them. The instructors finished their performance and left in an orderly manner. One more. One more. The shouts of lingering desire echoed throughout the playground. Instructor Wang picked up the microphone and walked to the center of the stage. At this moment, he put away his sternness and smiled. Next, it's your turn to perform. You can express yourself freely, or you can put on a show as a dormitory unit. Free play is basically impossible. After the instructor finished speaking, only one girl came up on stage with great spirit and performed a bit of street dance, but the audience quickly lost interest. In the end, there was no choice but to force every dormitory to put on a show to liven up the atmosphere. Which one of you will go up? Wang Ziheng looked at Shu Han and Lin Jinghao seriously and asked curiously. You are the squad leader, shouldn't you be in charge of this? Lin Jinghao has a flattering face. I second that. Shu Han quickly expressed his opinion, fearing that this shameful pot would fall on his head. Shit, what am I going to perform? Breaking rocks with my chest. Can that be broadcast? Yes, who says you can't? You can charm thousands of boys and girls. I support you. I second that. Lin Jinghao and Shu Han sang the same tune, ready to push the squad leader into the fire pit. Go ahead, man. He's handsome. He can even walk on the catwalk. The squad leader made a suggestion that even Shu Han couldn't refuse. This is good, this is good. You're such a fart. Lin Jinghao rolled his eyes at Shu Han. You are such a dog. You were just being so stubborn just now. How could you change now? Shu Han chuckled. The point is, I want to see it, too. It's your turn. Before the three of them had made a decision, their names were called. Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng exchanged glances and pushed Shu Han out. By the time Shu Han reacted, he was already standing in the center of the stage. You can't play it like this. Student, what kind of show are you going to perform? Chapter 8 Large-Scale Social Death Scene. In the audience, Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng, whose conspiracy had succeeded, looked at Shu Han with wicked smiles on their faces. Now that you're on that level, you can't be too socially retarded. Shu Han took the microphone and spoke softly. I'd like to dedicate a song called Serious Snow to everyone. Please forgive me if my singing is not good. Many freshmen have already taken out their mobile phones, pointed their cameras at the stage, and started looking forward to it. Shu Han closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. The snow is falling so deeply and so seriously. Reflecting my wounds lying in the snow. That's love in the dead of night. Secretly controlling my heart. I love you so seriously, but I still hear you say it's impossible. Shu Han sang softly, but it resonated with countless people. This video was quickly uploaded to the confession wall, Chibar. Finally, after the freshmen said goodbye to their instructors, it meant that the military training life was completely over. Teacher's apartment. After taking a shower, Tang Xuyin saw the message from Jiang Yanan. Jiang Yanan first posted a video, followed by a message. Is this boy from your class? Push his micro fork to me. She saw the video on the confession wall and saw the comments saying it was from the second class screenwriter team, so she sent it to Tang Xuyin. Tang Xuyin clicked on the video and saw Shu Han singing in his military training uniform. She sat on the sofa and listened quietly, with the corners of her lips raised. Really good, full of emotion, slightly magnetic. He said that he likes winter the most, and there is a word Han in his name. Tang Shuing typed a line in the dialogue box and sent it to Jiang Yanan. He seems to be in our class, what do you want him to do? The other party replied in seconds. Jiang Yanan, don't you think he is a little different? He has a melancholy temperament, but also a little handsome. Tang Shuing received a message from her bestie, but for a moment she didn't want to reply. Why am I so resistant when other girls ask for Shu Han's contact information? And after Shu Han added his Weibo, he never sent her a message. Tang Shuing clicked on Shu Han's Weibo, but there was not a single word in his circle of friends. I opened the avatar and took a look. It was a crystal clear snowflake. Do you like winter and snow? No wonder he's a bit silly. While she was thinking, her finger accidentally touched the phone. Buzz. The phone vibrated twice. You patted Han and said you wanted to call him for dinner. What the hell? Tang Shuing's body froze and she stared at the dialogue box. Withdraw. These two words flashed through my mind and I quickly tried the operation. The result is that once you take a photo, you can't take it back. This software is not designed properly. I want feedback. You said you were careless. The teacher asked the student to understand the situation, and this is a very good reason. Tang Shuing walked into the bedroom and closed the door. Such a stupid person might not be able to see at all. Although Shu Han is stupid, he is not blind. He was writing something on the forum when his phone vibrated. He opened it and saw more than a dozen unread messages. Among them was a friend request, Han Feifei. When he saw this name, Shu Han still felt angry. This time, he chose to refuse directly. The thought of Han Feifei's hypocritical face made him uncomfortable. One cannot fall in the same place twice. Shu Han saw the person who sent the message. Her profile picture was a girl's back. I opened the dialogue box and found that she patted herself and didn't say anything. Shu Han's mouth corners raised. Take the initiative to send the first message. I still owe you a meal. When are you free? After this sentence was sent, the other party did not respond yet. Shu Han put down his phone and went to wash up. The person opposite rolled his eyes. This straight ball is too straight. In the end, Tang Shuing didn't push the micro fork to her best friend. I glanced at the forum chat room and found that Han Sangaing was not online, so I went to sleep. The next day. After a week of military training, the freshmen finally have a day to rest. This is a great time to reconnect with your friends. At Wang Ziheng's suggestion, the 520 Tetradent is ready to go out for team building activities. It's called team building, which means singing and drinking. Whoever gets drunk at the end will get to watch the Big Daddy recognition scene. Shu Han was not interested in anything else, he just liked to watch them lying on the ground recognizing their father. He had already fully charged his mobile phone and prepared the memory to prevent his eldest sons from denying their deeds after sobering up. Boss, 1 box per person. No, I came up to drink from the box. What's wrong? Are you scared? Call me daddy now and I'll let you go. Whoever can't do it is a grandson. Obviously, Zhao Lefen is very good at talking. Shu Han watched silently, waiting for the final exciting moment. After one round, Zhao Lefen's eyes were blurry. He put his arms around Lin Jinghao's neck and was about to kiss him. Get lost. Don't get close to me. Lin Jinghao pushed his face away with disgust. Brother Hao, I found out that you are my true love. Zhao Lefen looked at Lin Jinghao with eyes full of affection, his eyes were almost tearing. Please let me go. If you love me, don't hurt me. When Wang Ziheng heard this and looked at the expressions of the two men, he almost drowned himself in a gulp of beer. Shu Han knew the opportunity, turned on the camera on his mobile phone and acted as a professional photographer. Drink this cup of wine, and follow me to travel the world. Dry. Li Lefen grabbed half a bottle of wine and stuffed it into his mouth. 3 seconds later, it turns into a human fountain. Half an hour later. The 4 of them staggered out of the hotel. Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao supported Zhao Lefen and walked in front, their feet moving as if they were stepping on cotton, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. How about we become sworn brothers? Wang Ziheng suddenly had an idea and fell to his knees on the street. Shu Han saw this scene from behind and covered his face. The life and death scene reappeared. I'm Wang Ziheng, Lin Jinghao. Me, and I, Zhao Lefen. Together. No, there's one person missing. Where's Shu Han? The three of them knelt on the ground before Shuhan woke up and turned around to look for him. The lights from passing vehicles shone on the three of them, but they thought they were spotlights. Shuhan, come quickly, you are the only one missing. Shuhan had no choice but to stand in front of them with his phone. Follow my command and start now, the father recognition meeting. What the hell? It's a sworn brotherhood meeting. You must have drunk too much. Wang Ziheng spoke with a lisp and immediately corrected Shuhan's words, appearing to be very sober. For brothers, become brothers, pick up girls together, sleep in the same bed together. Big Daddy. Second brother. For some unknown reason, he went from being a brother to being the eldest son. Finish the ceremony. Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng held Zhao Lefen in the middle and continued walking towards the dormitory. Shuhan followed behind in a servile manner. He checked his phone and saw no messages from the pinned contact. Am I too direct and scare people away? He has never been in a serious relationship and his experience in this area is basically zero. Shuhan sighed. When he looked up, a figure at the bus stop caught his attention. Chapter 9: The boy passing by the kitchen. Tang Xuyin squatted on the side of the road. She was too busy at noon to have time to eat, and in the evening she took the bus for more than an hour. At this moment, she felt dizzy, her stomach was churning, and she was sweating all over. Teacher Tang, are you feeling unwell? Some familiar voices came into my ears, and a figure appeared in front of me. Tang Xuyin looked up and saw Shuhan's handsome face. Shuhan looked at her pale cheek with tenderness in his eyes. I'll take you to the hospital. As he spoke, Shuhan stood on the side of the road and started hailing a taxi. Tang Xuyin's eyes fell on his back and she waved her hand. No need to go to the hospital, I'm just car sick, just take a rest for a while. Shuhan returned to her, lifted her hair, and reached out to test the temperature of her forehead. No fever, but a lot of sweat. His action scared Tang Xuyin. No boy has ever been so close to her, and the key is that this little guy actually dared to touch her forehead. This counts as physical contact. Tang Xuyin has always been disgusted by physical contact, especially from boys, but this time she didn't resist. No, it should be that he moved too fast and I didn't react in time, so he succeeded. Shuhan didn't notice her reaction. Instead, he squatted down and motioned for her to get on his back. Shall I take you back? Tang Xuyin was stunned and stood there, not knowing what to do. Seeing that she didn't respond, Shuhan turned his head and looked at her. What's wrong? Their eyes met, and Tang Xuyin was the first to look away, her face flushed. What to do? Does this little guy know what he is doing? I'll be numb from squatting soon. Shuhan said in a low voice. It seems like I feel pity for him, and it seems like I feel sorry for him. As if possessed by some mysterious force, Tang Xuyin gently lay on his back. A pair of slender, snow-white arms rested on his shoulders. Shuhan felt the soft warmth on his back and stretched his hands behind his back. Avoiding sensitive areas with his hands, he held her long legs and stood up with her on his back. Very light, the subtle scent on the body is very nice. Have you been drinking? The person on my back suddenly spoke. Their voice was gentle and there was no blaming in it. Shuhan nodded. We had a dinner party in the dormitory tonight, so I drank a little. He thought for a moment and continued, I'm sorry it smells bad. Shuhan regretted that he shouldn't have drunk alcohol. She must have disliked the smell of alcohol on him. We are already halfway there, we can't abandon her and go on by ourselves. As he thought about it, Shuhan's pace quickened significantly. Send her back quickly so that the smell of alcohol won't be there. Tang Xuyin felt his stride increase and naturally understood what he was thinking, but she did not say anything to stop him. There are always students and teachers passing by on the road, and if someone sees you being carried on their back by a student, it can easily cause misunderstanding. It's okay for me, but it would be bad for this little guy if he was misunderstood. Tang Xuyin secretly glanced at the little guy and was surprised to find that Shuhan's ears were red. Are you shy? Can you not be shy? When Shuhan squatted down to carry her on his back, two villains were fighting each other in his heart. Are you too brave? What if I get rejected? It will be awkward to meet in the future. Although he appears to be nonchalant on the surface, his heart is already devastated. It took 5 minutes to get from the bus stop to the apartment. Shuhan gently placed Tang Xuyin on the sofa, turned to the door and changed into slippers. Tang Xuyin leaned on the sofa with her eyes half closed. I feel a little weak, but other aspects are much better. Teacher Tang, let me help you change your shoes. Shuhan walked over with slippers in his hand and half knelt in front of Tang Xuyin. The person on the sofa pinched the sofa, feeling a little overwhelmed. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Shuhan took it as her consent. He held Tang Xueying's ankle with one hand, gently took off her sneakers, and helped her put on comfortable home slippers. The whole action is smooth and done in one go. Shuhan didn't have time to appreciate the beauty of it and walked away with his changed shoes. He was afraid that if he was a second slower, he would be kicked away by the other party. Before Tang Xueying could react, she felt her feet become relaxed. He raised his head, a blush appeared on his calm face, and he saw the back of a big boy, holding his worn shoes and walking towards the door. Doesn't he dislike it? Tang Xueying touched her face and felt like she had a fever. Little guy, what did you do? Why not refuse? Tang Xueying didn't know whether she was feeling regretful or shy. She felt that she couldn't go on any longer, otherwise. I have to say something. What time does the dormitory close? Shuhan glanced at the time. It was already 9:40 in the evening. Is she driving herself back? Sure enough, it's too big a deal. Shuhan didn't dare to look at the person on the sofa, and replied in a low voice. Oh. I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Just as he reached the door, he turned back. I'll boil some hot water for you. 10 minutes is enough. It won't take 10 minutes to get back. Without waiting for Tang Xueying to speak, he quickly went into the kitchen. Tang Xueying sat on the sofa with the corners of her lips hooked. Little guy, you're so cute. She raised her cell phone, quietly took a photo, and sent it to Xu Ruolan. The photo shows Shuhan S back in the kitchen. Xu Ruolan? What do you mean? My little brother went there to live. Tang Xueying suddenly regretted sending the photos. How to reply? He said he brought it back by himself. Absolutely not. Tang Xueying thought for a few seconds and replied, just passing by. Xu Ruolan on the opposite side saw these two words and smiled slightly. It should be around 10 o'clock in the evening now. That normal person would pass by someone else's kitchen at 10 o'clock at night. No, her younger brother is a normal person. Finally, Xu Ruolan sent out 5 words, don't bully him. Tang Xueying saw the message and glanced at the kitchen. Shuhan just came out with hot water. It's a little hot, drink it later. Seeing his serious look, Tang Xueying couldn't help but tease him. Then he pointed to the wall clock. Shuhan looked over there. 5 minutes left before the dormitory closes. I'm leaving first. When he finished speaking, he had already rushed out the door. Shuhan ran back to the dormitory in one breath and landed safely at the last second before the dormitory manager closed the door. As an outstanding college student, how can you stay out all night just after school starts? Absolutely not. Shuhan returned to 520 in a bad mood, and the 3 drunkards were already snoring. I quickly washed up and went to bed, but tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. As soon as I closed my eyes, teacher Tang's figure appeared before my eyes. I turned my phone on and off again, repeating this process countless times before I fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up, Lin Jinghao was already packing up. Wake up, where did you go last night? Didn't you come back to sleep? Shuhan pretended that he knew nothing. Seeing this, Lin Jinghao didn't ask any more questions. He was drunk and might not remember anything. Get up, it's time to go to class. A university without skipping classes is incomplete. Zhao Leffen said in confusion. The instructor's class meeting. I love going to class. It makes me happy. Chapter 10 I choose you, okay? Teacher's apartment. Tang Xueying was about to change her shoes and go out. She accidentally discovered a pair of men's shoes that did not belong to her on the shoe rack. Recall how Shuhan ran out last night. No doubt, it's definitely that little guy's. The men's shoes are placed together with the shoes I took off last night. Thinking of the scene last night when Shuhan slipped off his shoes, his heart was beating fast. He likes silly ones. In the classroom. Naturally, no one would miss the class taught by the beautiful instructor. Even if it's just to take a look at the cool goddess on the podium, this class is worth it. You know, it would be great to take the instructor's class every day. Zhao Leffen stared at the podium seriously. No one in the dormitory paid any attention to him. This guy is definitely not awake yet, he is still dreaming. Tang Xueying has only one class a week, which is a class meeting. If this really happens every day, students won't be happy about it. Not daring to skip classes is also a pain for them. Throughout the class, Shuhan's gaze always accidentally collided with Tang Xueying's. The latter will quickly dodge and appear calm on the surface. Before the class ended, Tang Xuyin stopped teaching and informed everyone that the school would hold a welcome party and each class would need to perform a program. She hoped that everyone would sign up. The Love Reading free novels app has the fastest update and no ads. The old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. People are not interested in this kind of activity. Finally, with the strong recommendation of squad leader Wang Ziheng, Shuhan was brought in to fill the gap. The reason is that he sang well at the military training party and was very popular. Shuhan glared at Wang Ziheng and repeatedly expressed his refusal, but the latter acted as if he didn't see anything. "Brother, please help me. If you don't go, I will have to perform the stone-breaking performance with my chest." Wang Ziheng pleaded in a low voice. "Whatever conditions you have, just mention them. As long as I can satisfy them, I don't mind warming the bed." Shuhan softened his heart. After all, he was his eldest son, so he could only pamper him. Washing a semester's worth of socks. Wang Ziheng nodded without thinking. "Make a deal." Shuhan gave a wicked smile. "Don't worry, I have another request. Besides." The look of Wang Ziheng gritting his teeth made the other people in the dormitory enjoy it very much. "Explain." "Pick a girl from the class to sing with me." As the two were whispering, Tang Xuyin's voice rang out. "Have you discussed it?" Wang Ziheng looked up and instantly betrayed Shuhan, who was his good brother just a second ago. Shuhan said that if he picked a girl from the class to sing with him, he would go. After hearing this, their whole class fell silent. Large-scale social death scene. Shuhan covered his head and lowered his head, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "It is my blessing to have such a son." Han Feifei turned her head and looked over with a smug smile on her face. She thought Shuhan's target was her. Did he want to have a chance to be alone with me? As the new school belle, she is still confident about her looks. The last time I added Shuhanwei's fork, he didn't pass it. Maybe it was just to play hard to get. Boys love this. In her mind, she seemed to have imagined the two of them singing hand in hand on the stage. Tang Xuyin's eyelids twitched. Didn't she realize that this little guy was quite cunning? Okay. I have no objection. I wonder, classmate Shuhan, which girl in the class are you going to let sing on the same stage with you? All the girls' eyes were focused on him, full of expectation and curiosity. Feeling the fiery gaze, Shuhan gritted his teeth and looked up at the podium. "I want to choose you, Mr. Tang, is that okay?" Looking into each other's eyes, Tang Xuyin saw hope, determination and courage in his eyes. He must have mustered up the courage to say this. She would have refused instinctively, but she didn't say anything this time. The other students in the class opened their mouths in surprise. No one expected that Shuhan would choose Tang Xuyin. Everyone thought Han Feifei was the most likely candidate. When Shuhan said to choose teacher Tang, Han Feifei's face instantly turned ugly. "Brother Han, it has to be you." "I kneel down and surrender." The three roommates whispered. "If the instructor agrees, I'll take care of breakfast. I'll wash your pants for you." Everyone's eyes fell on Tang Xuyin, waiting for her answer. Tang Xuyin stood on the podium with an expressionless face. "For the sake of collective honor, it seems I can only agree to you." Shuhan let out a long sigh and nodded slightly. "Thank you very much. I'm worried that I will be too nervous. With the teacher here, I can perform better." Shuhan realized that he had been too reckless just now and almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, Tang Xuyin gave him a way out on the grounds of collective honor. The bell rang for the end of get out of class and Tang Xuyin quickly escaped. That's right, escape. The little guy's behavior just now was too bold, and he was teased unconsciously. Shuhan looked at his three roommates and said with a smile, "Don't forget what you said." Lin Jinghao quickly put his arm around his shoulders. "How about we talk about this? Washing pants is not really in line with my status. You have no identity, otherwise, you would have washed your socks with them." Wang Ziheng spoke angrily. Shuhan looked at him angrily. "How dare you say that? You sold out your brother right away. I'll drive a train for you when I get back." "Yes. Drive his train." Shuhan's words aroused strong support from Zhao Lefen and Lin Jinghao. "Shuhan, I have something to tell you." Han Feifei suddenly appeared in front of the four people. Seeing that she was looking for Shuhan, the other three tactfully slipped away. "Where is the loyalty you promised?" Shuhan sighed and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Han Feifei looked up at him and suddenly asked, "Why didn't you choose me?" At this time, everyone in the classroom had left, and there was basically no one in the corridor. Shu Han was speechless. The person he didn't want to meet finally showed up. Why should I choose you? Han Feifei was speechless for a moment. She couldn't say that she was beautiful and the school belle. With tears in her eyes, she stared at Shu Han as if she had suffered a great injustice. Why did you reject my friend request? Shu Han was too familiar with her style. No one was more familiar with it than him, this expression, tone, and movements. It's exactly the same as what I experienced in my previous life. Shu Han exhaled and said in a cold tone, Sister, why can't I refuse? Who are you? He was ruthless and didn't even take into account a girl's self-esteem. There was no way out. The bloody lesson was right in front of him and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. I like you. Han Feifei said confidently with red eyes. Shu Han said helplessly, if I remember correctly, this is the first time we met alone. Your love is too cheap. His words were very hurtful, and would probably be a huge blow to any girl. Tang Shiying, who was standing in the corridor, was shocked when she heard this. Heartless. She wanted to find Shu Han in the office, but she accidentally saw this scene. She admitted that she definitely did not eavesdrop on purpose. Chapter 11. Want to sing me to you? Han Feifei looks like a good girl, but she is actually aloof and arrogant at heart. Her strong sense of superiority made her mistakenly believe that the world would give her what she wanted. Only she can refuse others, and others must agree to him unconditionally. This confidence comes from her beautiful appearance and has nothing to do with her family background. Han Feifei's heart was hurt by Shu Han's blunt rejection. She left crying with tears in her eyes. Shu Han took a deep breath to relieve the suppressed emotions in his heart. Thinking of the freshman opening party I will be attending, all the unhappiness disappears in an instant. I can sing on the same stage with Tang Shiying. It makes me happy just thinking about it. When the time comes, she will look absolutely the most beautiful in the dress. What are you thinking about? A soft voice floated by. Tang Shiying appeared at the door and looked at him with a cold expression. Shu Han heard the voice and blurted out subconsciously. I miss you. Shu Han's voice was not loud, but it reached her ears. Tang Shiying deliberately took a step forward, as if she hadn't heard anything. What did you say? Shu Han hesitated for a moment, then looked up and met her gaze. I'm thinking of a song to sing. Have you thought about it? This time, neither of them looked away, they looked at each other with you and me and me and you. Shu Han kept encouraging himself in his heart. Be bold, be bold. There's a song called, I Want to Sing Me to You. What do you think of it? Tang Shiying's eyes widened and her face turned a little red. This silly little guy is really brave. Is this the explosive power of a shy boy? Seeing that she didn't respond, Shu Han quickly tried to make amends. If you don't like it, why not change it? Anyway, I'm fine as long as I can go on stage with you and sing anything together. Calabash Brothers is also fine. Let's do as you say. After saying this, Tang Shiying quickly left. I was teased by this little guy twice in this morning. Did he do it on purpose? Or maybe I'm just too sensitive. Maybe a coincidence. Back in the office, Jiang Yanan was sitting in her seat. Tang, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? The I Read Free Novels app has the fastest updates, no ads, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Jiang Yanan stood up nervously, and her slender fingers climbed up Tang Shiying's cheek. Tang Shiying pushed her hand away and began to argue. No, it's too hot. Is it hot? Jiang Yanan looked at her curiously, always feeling that something was wrong but couldn't put his finger on it. The air conditioning is quite strong, but I still feel a little cold. Jiang Yanan no longer bothered about these things. She sat next to Tang Shiying with a smile and held her arm. What? As soon as she saw this action, Tang Shiying knew that she had something to say. Most likely he still needs her help. Jiang Yanan didn't shy away and said with a smile. You haven't given me the handsome boy's WeChat yet. Tang Shiying was stunned. There are quite a few people who care about the little guy, right? 3 minutes later, a new member appeared in the group of Screenwriter Class 2. Jiang Yanan joined the group chat. Tang Shiying told her that she didn't have the studentess WeChat, but she could add her to the group and let her find it herself. Jiang Yanan happily accepted it. In the evening, preparations for the welcome party are in full swing. All the freshmen have taken their seats in the audience. I heard that the cool goddess Tang Shiying will be on stage to sing. That's right, otherwise who would come to such a boring and embarrassing party? No wonder there are more people coming to the party this year than in previous years. Wang Ziheng and his classmates from screenwriting class 2 sat in the front row. His roommates and counselor are on stage together, so he has to be there to support them. He also prepared light boards and glow sticks at his own expense, but they were confiscated when he entered the door. The reason is that it is unsafe. Backstage, Shuhan changed into the suit provided by the school. The costume designer looked her up and down and couldn't help but admire her. What a clothes rack! The suit, which is one size larger, does not look out of place on Shuhan. Instead, it makes him look more elegant and like a domineering boss. He was wearing a straight black suit, a white shirt underneath, and a brown bow tie around his neck, making him look exceptionally energetic. The actors leaving the stage couldn't help but take a second look at him when they passed by him. So handsome! He looks like a celebrity. The door opened and Tang Xueying, who had finished putting on makeup, walked out. Shuhan turned his head to look, his eyes unwilling to leave her. He had never seen such a cold and beautiful woman before. She wore a long white gown with lace trim across her chest and a slightly nipped waist, showing off her perfect curves. At this moment, all the words in the world to describe beauty seemed to be appropriate for her. What are you looking at? Shuhan stared blankly, not knowing when Tang Xueying had come to his side. She felt aggression in the little guy's eyes, but she didn't feel disgusted. He looks quite handsome in a suit. Teacher Tang, you are so beautiful. Shuhan suddenly spoke, his eyes full of tenderness. He didn't find anything wrong with what he said, it was his truest expression. Hearing such straightforward praise, Tang Xueying blushed slightly and turned to face the stage. It's our turn. Shuhan followed behind Tang Xueying, helped her hold the hem of her skirt, and slowly walked onto the stage. Their host's voice rang out at the party. Please enjoy the male and female chorus performed by the second screenwriter class. The song is I Want to Sing Me to You. Performers, Shuhan, Tang Xueying. As their host finished speaking, thunderous noises rang out from the audience. Under the focus of the lights, the two stood in the center of the stage. The prelude of the song slowly sounded, and everyone in the audience took out their mobile phones and fell silent. Shuhan turned his head and glanced at Tang Xueying with a gentle expression. The latter met his gaze with a look full of tenderness, a tenderness that Shuhan had never seen before. The boy spoke first. I want to sing myself to you while you are still young and beautiful. Flowers, bloom as much as you can, decorate your ears, my branches. The journey is long, let's stay together. The two sang affectionately. Tang Xueying's face was calm, but she felt Shuhan was slowly approaching her. Her heart moved slightly, and she couldn't help but look at him. Those eyes were so gentle that they seemed to melt her into them. When singing the last line, let's be together, Shuhan reached out to hold Tang Xueying's hand, moved it twice, and then let it go. Others might not be able to see his subtle movements, but Tang Xueying saw them all. I laughed in my heart, what a little fool. After finishing the singing, Shuhan let out a long sigh, he was already sweating profusely. He was really nervous, but luckily it turned out well. Applause broke out again from the audience. The students in screenwriting class 2 even stood up and cheered. At the same time, their singing videos were also synchronized to the online platform. Get off the stage. A boy, also wearing a performance costume, stood at the actor's exit. Seeing Tang Xueying appear, the boy quickly stepped forward to support her. Senior, you sang so well, it was like the sound of nature. Tang Xueying gently dodged the boy's outstretched hand and leaned towards Shuhan. The boys didn't give up. Senior, it's inconvenient for you to wear high heels, let me help you walk. Chapter 12 I'm not a bad person. The boy's name is Chiao Song, he is a senior student and has been successfully admitted to graduate school. It is said that he has been a loyal pursuer of Tang Xueying since his freshman year. Just as Chiao Song was about to put his hand on Tang Xueying's arm, she pushed it away. She has always been resistant to physical contact with others, especially boys. In order to avoid him, Tang Xueying slipped and a cracking sound was heard, accompanied by a low groan of pain. I sprained my ankle. Shuhan hugged her slender waist and pulled her into his arms to prevent her from falling to the ground. Tang Xueying's whole body softened, and a big hand fell on her waist, making her feel solid and safe, leaving her no reason to refuse. There is no time to resist. Chiao Song was shocked and rushed forward to help. But she was pushed away by the boy next to her. Shuhan half knelt, held her long legs with his left hand, and hugged her back with his right hand, then picked her up in a standard princess hug and held Tang Xueying in his arms. Their boyfriend is super strong. I'll take you to the hospital. His voice was urgent and his face was full of worry. Xiao Song followed behind and caught up. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'll take you to the hospital. Shu Han suddenly stopped and looked at him with cold eyes, completely different from the gentle one just now. You'd better stay away from her, and don't force me to slap you in the face. His tone was so cold and domineering that Xiao Song didn't dare to say another word. Tang Shuing in his arms felt a chill she had never felt before. The little guy is quite domineering, like a kid guarding his food. Tang Shuing shyly lowered her head and let him hold her, occasionally glancing at his profile without saying a word. Along the way, he attracted the attention of many students. Who wouldn't be envious of someone holding such a beautiful girl? When they arrived at the infirmary, the doctor treated Tang Xian's sprain and reminded her not to wear high heels for the time being. Shu Han asked the doctor several times. Are you sure everything is okay? What should I pay attention to? Can it get wet? The doctor handed him the medicine helplessly and told him that he could leave. Only then did he carry Tang Xian back to the apartment. Before he knew it, he seemed to be coming to this apartment more and more often. Without the awkwardness I felt at the beginning, I felt much more familiar with it. Shu Han skillfully took the slippers and half squatted down. Tang Xian's white, tender and delicate feet were exposed in front of him. She just came back with high heels, and now she is only wearing a pair of transparent socks on her feet. Compared with last time, Shu Han could clearly see the shape of her feet. Tang Xian was a little at a loss. She looked down at him and moved her uninjured right foot. I'll do it myself. Shu Han acted as if he didn't hear it. He held her ankle with his left hand and slowly lifted it up, then put the slippers on her feet. The movements are very gentle, like touching a precious work of art. Tang Xian's breathing was a little heavy. She had never observed a boy so carefully. Creak. The door suddenly opened, and a weak girl strode in. Tang, I heard. Jiang Yanan was halfway through her words when she saw the scene in the room and froze in place. What's going on? Tang, why are there boys here? What is he doing? Half squatting at Tang's feet, intending to do something bad. You, who are you? Let go of Tang's feet. Jiang Yanan took out her cell phone and pretended to call the police. I called the police. I'm telling you, I know everyone here, so don't even think about doing anything bad. Jiang Yanan looked at the boy on the ground warily, raised the bag in her hand and was about to throw it at him. Shu Han stood up immediately, his face turned red, as if he was caught having an affair. I'm not a bad person. He wanted to explain, but he became nervous and his mouth became clumsy. Tang Xian raised her eyes and saw his embarrassed look. She blinked her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips. Little guy, aren't you very brave? It's all fake. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yanan and explained. This is a student from our class. I sprained my ankle and he brought me back. Jiang Yanan then put down the thing in his hand, sat down on the sofa, patted his chest and gasped. I was so scared, I thought it was a pervert. Huh? Her eyes fell on the boy, curious as if she had discovered a treasure. Aren't you the handsome boy who sang? Tang Xian lowered her head, as if she had done something wrong, and stopped looking at Jiang Yanan. Shu Han was a little shy and asked confusedly. Do you know me? I don't know you, but I saw your singing video on the confession wall and added you as a friend, but you didn't seem to agree. Speaking of the latter part, Jiang Yanan lowered her voice and suddenly looked at Tang Xian again, with a fierce and aggressive look. Didn't you say you didn't know him? Why did I appear in your house? Don't tell me it was a coincidence. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Tang Xian felt the sharp gaze, her face remained calm, and she introduced herself seriously. My best friend, Jiang Yanan. A student in my class, Shu Han. Oh, and his also senior sister Shu's younger brother. When introducing Shu Han, the last sentence was added with emphasis. What this means is that senior sister Shu also rents here, so it's normal for her brother to come over. Hearing that it was Tang Xian's best friend, Shu Han greeted her politely. I love reading free novels. App has the fastest updates, no ads, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Senior Jiang, hello, you want to add me as a friend, right? I'll add you. I'll scan you. It is very important to establish a good relationship with the goddess best friends. I learned all this from watching TV dramas. Tang Xian saw the two of them fighting passionately, and an indescribable feeling weighed on her heart. Feeling jealous? How is that possible? She thought about it and spoke to Shu Han in a teacher's tone. You go back first. Thank you. Shu Han was stunned, the tone seemed not right. That. She just takes care of me. Tang Shuing seemed to know what Shu Han was going to say and interrupted him directly. Of course she is my good friend Jiang Yanan. Goodbye, junior brother, microlink. Jiang Yanan enthusiastically sent Shu Han to the door. Wait until he gets on the elevator before closing the door. I kept muttering to myself, my little brother is so gentle. Shu Han returned to the dormitory. Lin Jinghao and Zhao Lefen were playing games. As the class monitor, Wang Ziheng was helping to deal with matters related to the party and had not returned yet. Xiao Han, come quickly. Let's play together. Seeing him come back, Zhao Lefen called him and wanted to recruit him into the team. Playing games is Shu Han's weakness. He is just a newbie anyway, so he simply does T-play. If you are not afraid of being reported, I can give up my account to play with you. Forget it then. Knowing his weaknesses, as long as he doesn't take the initiative, others won't force him. Brother, have you seen the confession wall? You've been flooded with messages tonight. But the most beautiful one is our cool instructor. Zhao Lefen stared at the game screen and muttered to himself. You've made all the boys in the school envious. I'm afraid it will only make people hate you more. Shu Han smiled without saying anything. He skillfully turned on the computer, logged into his own forum, and continued writing his own little script. The other side. Tang Shuyin lay quietly on the bed, looking at the ceiling, recalling the scenes that happened during the day. Chapter 13. Good morning, Mr. Tang. Shu Han, who had no classes in the morning, came to the teacher's apartment carrying a variety of breakfasts. Not knowing what Tang Shuyin liked to eat, he brought some of everything. When he stood at the door, he didn't have the courage to knock. After hesitating for a long time and taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. After knocking 3 times politely, he waited quietly. Tang Shuyin has an injury on his foot, so he definitely won't come to open the door so quickly, and he also has enough time to prepare himself mentally. He didn't know what he was preparing for, he just felt inexplicably nervous. Maybe it was because he had been afraid of teachers since he was a child. He waited for about a minute, and the door slowly opened from the inside. Tang Shuyin appeared in a blue silk pajamas, with her long black hair naturally draped over her shoulders. In Shu Han's opinion, her bare-faced appearance is stunning enough. Even without makeup, she is still mouth-watering. Morning, Teacher Tang. Shu Han greeted with a smile, trying not to look nervous. I brought you breakfast, do you want to try it? As he said that, he shook the bag in his hand. Tang Shuyin's eyes fell on the bags in his hands, for big bags. Are you sure you're not here to feed the pigs? People who don't know me think how much I can eat? Tang Shuyin looked at the little fool in front of her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Are you going to stand at the door all the time? My foot is so tired. Shu Han paused, put all the bags in his right hand, and stepped into the room. Holding her arm with his left hand, he hooked the door with his foot and brought her back to the sofa. What do you want to eat? Milk, bread, buns. Shu Han repeated the breakfast he brought as if he was reading out the names of the dishes. Tang Shuyin smiled faintly, and seeing his serious look, she suddenly wanted to tease him. Are you going to open a breakfast shop? Shu Han shook his head and whispered, I don't know, what do you like to eat? Just a little more variety. His silly look made Tang Shuyin unable to bear teasing him anymore. I'm not picky about food, anything is fine. But thank you for bringing me breakfast, I'll pass it on to you later. Shu Han wanted to refuse, but in the end, he didn't say it out loud. Tang Shuyin has her own principles. As a teacher, how can she take advantage of her students? If I don't want it, it will make her unhappy. Is your injury better? It's not a big deal, come eat with us. Tang Shuyin pushed the buns and eggs in front of Shu Han and motioned him to sit down. He had actually already eaten it, but it was also nice to be able to eat it with Teacher Tang. Shu Han sat opposite Tang Shuyin, stealing glances at her from time to time. He didn't know how the breakfast tasted, but he felt a little full. Shu Han put the remaining things into the refrigerator and boiled some hot water and placed it in front of Tang Shuyin. Left the apartment early before Jiang Yanan came. Tang Shuyin picked up the water cup on the table, held it in her palm, her eyes a little dazed. The little guy seemed very nervous in front of her, but sometimes he was very brave. Why is this happening? Was I too harsh on him, or? She herself didn't realize that, unknowingly, Shu Han appeared in her mind more and more often. Just as I was lost in thought, Jiang Yanan opened the door and walked in. I brought some fruit, I'll wash it for you to eat. She walked straight into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and saw an entire layer filled with various breakfasts. Tang, did you cut over the breakfast stand? Or is it having a big sale? The iRead free novels app has the fastest updates, no ads, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. With a puzzled look on her face, Jiang Yanan washed the fruit and sat next to Tang Shiying. Take out a fresh grape and feed it into her mouth with your own hands. Has the junior brother been here? That junior? Humph. If you don't tell me, I'll ask myself. Jiang Yanan angrily took out her cell phone and sent a message to Shuhan. Shuhan walked downstairs to the dormitory building and found Wang Ziheng talking and laughing with a girl. He remembered that the girl was also a student in the second screenwriting class and her name was Lu Shanqing. When the two saw Shuhan, they greeted him enthusiastically. Xiaohan, are you going back to the dormitory? Let's go together. Wang Ziheng took 2 quick steps, put his arm around Shuhan's shoulders and walked into the dormitory building. Squad leader, is there something wrong with you? Shuhan looked at Wang Ziheng with a smile on his face, full of satisfaction, like an old father who is optimistic about his eldest son. Wang Ziheng tried hard to suppress the smile on his lips and pretended to be calm. No problem, we just met on the road, just chatting. He would never tell Shuhan that he deliberately went to wait for someone downstairs of the teaching building in order to create a chance encounter. Wang Ziheng thought about it. After all, he was his brother. It would be bad to hide it from him. Besides, telling him about it could help him come up with ideas. He lowered his voice and asked, do you think there's a chance? You were saying you encountered it just a second ago, and now you're asking for my opinion. You're worthy of it. Shuhan looked at his serious expression and thought for a moment. You have to take control of your own happiness. That makes sense. I don't know if Wang Ziheng understood what I said, but he reacted quite quickly. Shuhan returned to the dormitory and found that Lin Jinghao was looking at him with a strange look and didn't say anything, which made him feel uncomfortable. Boss, what are you looking at me like that? I have no desire for you. Lin Jinghao showed an evil smile. Where have you been so early in the morning, kid? Have breakfast. Bullshit, I saw you carrying for big bags and leaving the school. Lin Jinghao shook his head in disappointment. I almost lost my voice from shouting, and you didn't even look back at me. Is there? Maybe the wind was too loud and blew away your heavenly music. Shuhan did hear his voice when he was at the door, and he deliberately quickened his pace because he was afraid that he couldn't explain it clearly. You kid, are you cheating on someone outside? Cheating someone? Is it that exciting? Zhao Lefen, who was sleeping, suddenly got up, and the fire of gossip in his eyes began to burn. Senior sister or senior, widow or sister-in-law. The other 3 looked at this funny guy as if he were a fool. Shuhan took the opportunity to turn on the computer, put on headphones, and block Lin Jinghao's questioning. The phone screen flickered, he clicked it and took a look. It was a message from Jiang Yanan. Junior, did you come to Tantan's place this morning? Shuhan stared at the screen for a long time and decisively chose to pretend he didn't see it. I definitely can't say I've been there, but I'm not good at lying. Jiang Yanan in the apartment didn't wait for Shuhan's reply. She put her phone aside and started watching TV series out of boredom. Just when she was feeling aroused by the guy she liked, the phone suddenly rang with a message. When I opened it, I saw that it was not from my junior brother, but from Chiao Song. Jiang Yanan handed the phone to Tang Shiying. Chiao Song said that he wanted to apologize to you in person and come to see you. Do you want me to tell him the address? Tang Shiying was too lazy to watch and directly refused. It's not that she holds a grudge, but Chiao Song is too hypocritical. He gives people the impression of being a gentleman in front of others, but in fact, he is good at using conspiracies and tricks in secret. That's how he got the place in graduate school. Chapter 14 Candid Whores or Cotton Candy. After class, Shuhan did not return to the dormitory, but took a taxi away at the school gate. No one knows what he did. Until he appeared in room 1101 of the teacher's apartment, pushing a wheelchair. He came here only after he was sure that Jiang Yanan was not there. Tang Shiying looked down at the wheelchair, then raised her eyes to look at Shuhan, who had a serious expression on his face. Little guy, do you have to be so exaggerated? Student Shu, I don't think you're at the stage where you need a wheelchair yet. My injury will heal in 2 days. It's such a waste. Shuhan followed her gaze and saw that the swelling on his feet had indeed subsided a lot, but he still didn't dare to use force. Tang Shiying's face turned slightly red. He was looking at her feet again. The previous 2 contacts were still vivid in her mind. Although my feet are pretty nice, I feel a little uncomfortable being looked at like this by a boy. Shuhan unfolded the wheelchair and motioned for her to sit down. This is for rent, you can just return it when the time comes. After hearing what he said, Tang Xuing no longer insisted and sat obediently in the wheelchair. Without waiting, it feels quite comfortable, much better than hopping on one foot. Jiang Yanin usually takes care of herself here, but she also has to go to class. It is really inconvenient for her to move around when she is the only one in the room. The little one can't be with him all the time. If Shuhan heard this idea, he would be extremely happy. He would wish to stay by Tang Xuing's side all the time. I'll push you downstairs for a walk later. It must be boring to stay at home all the time. Shuhan pushed Tang Xuing to sit at the dining table and placed the bone soup he brought on the table. He took a small bowl and a spoon from the kitchen and poured a large bowl. It's just right to drink now, it's not too hot. Shuhan tested the temperature with his hand and placed it in front of Tang Xuing. Tang Xuing didn't move, just looked at him, not knowing what she was thinking. Shuhan tilted his head. Is it too greasy? Don't you like drinking it? I wanted to buy some and cook it, but I can't cook. I'll go. No, I like drinking. Tang Xuing interrupted him and smiled faintly. Her cold face looked very gentle. It's too much. I can't finish it. Let's drink it together. Shuhan didn't hesitate to go to the kitchen to get tableware, sat opposite Tang Xuing, and started eating. He carefully tore the meat off the big bone with chopsticks, put it in the bowl next to him, and pushed it to the other side. Tang Xuing observed his movements out of the corner of her eye. He looks very brave, but becomes cautious when approaching me. However, he seems serious, just a little silly. The two of them sat at the same dining table and drank the bone soup face to face. Shuhan also decided in his heart that he wanted to learn how to cook. He thought the boys who could cook on TV were quite likable. Night is falling. Tang Xuing let Shuhan push her and walked to the small park downstairs. After she sprained her ankle, she stayed at home for a while and wanted to get some fresh air. The evening breeze blew by, ruffling her hair, and a slender finger ruffled her messy hair. Little guy, you are getting more and more courageous, it's time to teach you a lesson. Shuhan was enjoying the gentle evening breeze, a faint fragrance entering his nostrils. It was the scent of Tang Xuing's shampoo, so nice. Do you know how old I am? The person in the wheelchair suddenly asked. Shuhan was stunned. You mean age? Or what? I really don't know if this little guy is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. 18 years old. Shuhan added another explanation, aren't girls always 18 years old? Tang Xuing smiled secretly in her heart, the little guy has a very sweet mouth. It seems that you are very good at making girls happy. I won't. Shuhan shook his head and looked down, but he couldn't see Tang Xuing's expression. My second sister told me this. She said I was too dumb with my mouth. I should say this when I see a pretty girl. The corners of Tang Xuing's lips curled up. As expected, he was naive. Senior sister Shu really understood her younger brother. You've said that to a lot of girls. Without. Why? There are so many pretty girls in the class. No one is as pretty as you. As soon as Shuhan finished speaking, Tang Xuing blushed instantly. What girl doesn't he like to be praised by the opposite sex? The little guy hit the ball straight without any warning, who can stand it? In the park, a boy is pushing a girl in a wheelchair, walking slowly. They look like a couple who stay together forever. Occasionally, when they meet passers-by, they will look at them more. It's a very warm and romantic circle. In this fast-paced era, Shuhan prefers this kind of slow-paced relationship. It takes a long way for two people to go from knowing each other to knowing each other. Some people fall in love at first sight, while others are attracted by beauty. He prefers long-term companionship. Love is impulsive, but good love lasts forever. In the previous life, Shuhan and Tang Xuing had basically no intersection, and he knew very little about her, so take it slow, there will be better results. When the two were ready to go back, I met an uncle at the exit of the park. He was selling candied haws and cotton candy. The shouting attracted Shuhan's attention. Teacher Tang, do you want to eat candied haws or cotton candy? In his impression, girls should all like this kind of food. Tang Xuing took a look and said nothing. She was actually struggling, wanting to eat. But I'm obviously a teacher, and these are things that only little girls like. Besides, her students were right beside her, so she still wanted to maintain some composure. Before she could decide, Shuhan had already walked up to the uncle. Candied haws and marshmallows, the same thing. I want a big marshmallow. Okay. The uncle was also very enthusiastic when he saw someone coming to take care of his business. He picked out the biggest marshmallow, put the candied horse into the bag, and handed it to Shuhan. Here you go. Come back after you've finished eating. Shuhan said thank you, walked back to Tang, and placed one in each hand in front of her. Only children make choices, we all want them. Tang blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, like a spoiled child. It feels like being coaxed. In the outside world's impression, she seems to be cold towards everyone, which makes people think that she is difficult to get along with. There are many boys who like her, but she rejects most of them, so few people approach her anymore. Just like that, with a marshmallow in her left hand and a candied horse in her right hand, she was pushed back to the apartment by Shuhan. When they opened the door, their eyes met, or should be six eyes met. Jiang Yanan was here too. Looking at Tang, who was sitting in a wheelchair holding candied horse and marshmallows, he looked up and stared at Shuhan. Finally her eyes fell on the candied horse. Tang, did you buy this specifically for me? Yes. I knew you were coming, so I prepared this for you in advance. Tang reluctantly gave away the candied horse in her hand. He turned to look at Shuhan again. You go back first. I was abandoned again. Chapter 15. It's not a story, it's an accident. When Jiang Yanan saw Shuhan was about to leave, she walked to the door and grabbed his arm. Little brother, tomorrow is Saturday, how about I treat you to a meal? I know a new hot pot restaurant that tastes great. Shuhan felt that the two were too close, so he subconsciously took a half step back and turned his head to look at Tang. She was pushing her wheelchair into the living room, as if she heard nothing. Shuhan scratched his head awkwardly, and a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Senior Jiang, how about I bring the ingredients tomorrow and have hot pot at Teacher Tang's apartment? Good idea. Jiang Yanan hugged Shuhan's arms with both hands and rocked them back and forth. He felt a soft feeling and he didn't dare to look down. Then I'll go shopping with you tomorrow. It's a happy decision. As she said that, she turned to look at Tang. Tang, you have no objection, right? Tang didn't say anything, indicating her agreement. The next day, it was past 9 o'clock. Shuhan received a voice call from Jiang Yanan. I'm downstairs in your dormitory, come down quickly. Jiang Yanan rode her red electric scooter and took Shuhan straight to the nearby supermarket. The two of them walked around for an hour and a half. Shuhan wanted to ask Tang what she liked to eat, and Jiang Yanan told him. Tang likes everything she likes to eat. The two of them bought all kinds of ingredients before returning to the apartment. Tang foot injury made it inconvenient for her to sit on the sofa, looking at the script in her hand seriously. Shuhan and Jiang Yanan are washing ingredients in the kitchen. For a family hot pot, there is no need to arrange the dishes. Just wash the vegetables and you can serve them. Jiang Yanan looked at the table full of food and couldn't wait. Little brother, do you want me to help you make the sauce? I can do it myself. The three of them sat down, and the steaming hot pot was boiling on the table. In a short while, the beef and mutton in Shuhan's bowl piled up. Little brother, eat more. Jiang Yanan picked up the freshly cooked meat slices from the pot and put them back into his bowl. Tang, who didn't get any meat, glared at her best friend. It's like saying, I value women over friendship. Jiang Yanan pretended not to see it and stared at Shuhan's profile with a smile. Little brother, are you 19 years old? Shuhan stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and nodded obediently. So do you like the senior or the junior? Hearing this, Tang, who was picking up food, was stunned for a moment. Her face remained calm, but she had pricked up her ears. Shuhan swallowed the food in his mouth and answered in a low voice. I like senpai. After saying that, he looked up at Tang, but the latter's expression did not change at all. Jiang Yanan smiled happily and immediately added some meat to his bowl. So do you like gentle or cold people? Perhaps it was because of the hot pot, Shuhan's face turned red all the way to his ears. He didn't know how to answer. If she directly said that she liked cool and aloof guys, Jiang Yanan would definitely think of Tang. But she is a teacher now and she is a student. Would a student pursue a teacher? He was very happy to do so, but what about her? She would definitely have to pay attention to the impact. Seeing Shuhan didn't say anything, Jiang Yanan continued, do you still like them all? Tang picked up the vegetables and put them into Jiang Yanan's bowl. Eat it quickly. It will get cold if you don't eat it now. Oh. Jiang Yanan just remembered to continue eating. She lowered her head to look at the vegetables in the bowl and glared at Tang Xueying. You feed the rabbits, I want to eat meat. When did you become a bad person? With his attention diverted, Shuhan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had escaped a disaster. Was she just trying to help herself out? Not caring about so much, Shuhan just focused on eating. For a foodie, chasing goddesses is important, but eating is equally indispensable. Tang Xueying saw him finish the meat in the bowl, and then added a bowl of cooked vegetables. The corners of her mouth raised, revealing a curious look. The little guy doesn't he look fat, but he has a big appetite. Watching him eat, Tang Xueying was a little absent-minded, and an impulse surged in her heart. What are you doing there? Jiang Yanan stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, and she looked away. He quickly explained. I think my junior is almost done eating, give him some more. Immediately afterwards, a bowl full of cooked vegetables and meat slices appeared in front of Shuhan. When he looked up and saw that it was the dish that Tang Xueying had added for him, Shuhan, who was almost unable to finish his meal, still ate it happily. This was added by teacher Tang personally. That's not right. Why does this feel like being a bootlicker? After the hot pot meal, they still had a lot of ingredients left, so they put them all in the refrigerator. While packing up, Jiang Yanan took a photo with Shuhan and Tang Xueying. The name is, to commemorate the first hot pot meal with my junior brother. She also posted the photos and text on our moments. Of course, the ones who can see it are her closest friends. Go give me a thumbs up. Jiang Yanan was holding her cell phone and smiling happily. Unlike Tang Xueying, she is a girl who shows her emotions on her face and has a very good personality. Not long after she finished packing, she received a call and left. Before leaving, he asked Shuhan to take care of Tang Xueying. Shuhan naturally accepted it with pleasure. This was a request from others, so he had to do his best. Tang Xueying sat on the sofa, looking at the photos in Jiang Yanan's circle of friends, and saved them silently. Just when I was about to put down my phone, I received a message reminder. It was a photo sent by Xu Ruolan, they're one of 3 of them. Xu Ruolan, my little brother actually ate with you guys. Did you bully him? Tang Xueying looked at the message, glanced at Shuhan who was washing fruit in the kitchen, and replied calmly. Why isn't he the one bullying me? It was obviously that little guy, he was the first to start. Xu Ruolan, will he bully you? What happened between you two? Story? Looking at these 2 words, Tang Xueying's face felt hot. It seemed like nothing happened, but... Tang Xueying thought for a moment and replied, it could also be an accident. This time, Xu Ruolan did not reply immediately. Shuhan came out with the fruits in his hand. Looking at the cut fruits, Tang Xueying's eyes lit up. No wonder it took so long to wash, it turns out he was cutting fruit, the little guy was really attentive. She should be able to imagine how clumsy Shuhan was in cutting the fruit. It seemed like he had never done such a thing before. Sit down. Tang Xueying patted the seat next to her, motioning him to come over and sit down, then she picked up the script on the table and handed it to him. Take a look. Shuhan took the script. He studied this major and he could probably understand the contents. Tang Xueying didn't disturb him. She picked up the fruit and ate it herself, waiting silently. After 3 or 4 minutes, when he finished reading the first article, he slowly spoke. What do you think? Shuhan looked focused, his eyes slightly narrowed, completely different from his state in real life. At this moment, he was thinking seriously. It would be better if the heroine's emotional line was a little more delicate. Chapter 16, If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you up. Tang Xueying listened quietly to Shuhan's story. He was really careful. Unexpectedly, the little guy was quite handsome when he was serious. Shuhan finished speaking his thoughts in one breath, turned his head, and happened to meet Tang Xueying's bright eyes. After looking at each other for 2 seconds, Tang Xueying's pretty face turned slightly red and she was the first to look away. Shuhan didn't seem to notice her change. He put down the script in his hand and spoke in a low voice. You wrote this? Tang Xueying shook her head. It's a schoolmate, let me help her take a look. But you're right, some places are even more exciting than I thought. Tang Xueying was generous with her praise, which made Shuhan very happy. Boys need compliments too. The phone on the table vibrated, and Tang Xueying clicked on the message from Xu Ruolan. My little brother has a good personality and is thoughtful, but he lacks a sense of security. This is related to his upbringing. Although we have tried our best to help him, some things are difficult to change overnight, as you know. The fact that he can come to your house to have dinner with you shows that he trusts you very much. He never goes to other people's houses to eat, so I was a little shocked to see him having dinner with you and Yanan at home. Please take good care of him for me. He should like girls like you. She read the message, digested it for a while, then turned to look at the boy walking towards the kitchen. It turned out that he did muster up the courage when he approached her. Thinking of how cautious he was, I suddenly felt a little sorry for him. For Shu Han, this was a pleasant weekend. He went to the apartment for 2 days. Of course, Jiang Yanan was there most of the time. After a few days of rest, Tang Xian's feet have basically recovered and she can walk normally. In order to welcome the National Day, the school specially prepared a basketball game. Shu Han was not very interested in this kind of game, even though he was a pretty good player. However, Wang Ziheng, a sports student and class monitor, was excited. He plays basketball well and even played for the school in high school. He is an indispensable main force in this game. Xiao Han, do you want to go for a morning run too? Wang Ziheng changed into sports gear and looked up to see Shu Han wearing running shoes. He didn't have the habit of morning jogging before, but after his rebirth, he set goals for himself, and morning jogging was one of them. Shu Han and Wang Ziheng went downstairs together and walked towards the playground. There are still many people who get up early to exercise. As soon as they walked into the playground, a familiar figure came over and greeted Wang Ziheng. Lu Shanqing is the girl who Shu Han met walking with Wang Ziheng last time. She tied her hair into a ponytail and wore a slim sports suit, which perfectly outlined her figure, with a curvy figure, and attracted the attention of other boys who were jogging in the morning. Seeing that the squad leader had a companion, Shu Han didn't want to be a light bulb, so he distanced himself from the two of them and ran slowly by himself. Not far behind him, there were 3 boys in black sportswear. When they saw Shu Han, they slowed down. Brother Qiao, look at that kid in front, is he the one who wanted to slap you last time? The free novel app of Love Reading has the fastest updates and no ads. The old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. The man in the middle looked at the figure in front of him and instantly became angry. This figure really left a deep impression on him, how could he forget it? That's him. I've been looking for him for so long, but I didn't expect to meet him here. Xiao Song waved his hand, signaling his companions to go with him. We have to give this kid some eye drops. The 3 of them quickened their pace and ran behind Shu Han, with no intention of slowing down or dodging. The 3 of them walked side by side and suddenly bumped into Shu Han. Shu Han was knocked to the ground by the sudden force from behind. Before he could speak, the boy next to Xiao Song spoke first. Are you blind? Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the road? The 3 of them just stood there, watching Shu Han fall to the ground, with no intention of lending a hand to help. The commotion here quickly attracted everyone's attention. The corner of Shu Han's mouth twitched, and when he looked up and saw Xiao Song pinching his waist, he understood everything. This is because of what happened at the last welcome party, and I'm here to take revenge. You are the ones who bumped into me, so if anyone is going to go blind, it's you who are going to go blind. He has a gentle personality, but that doesn't mean he is a soft persimmon. If others deliberately make trouble for him, he will never show mercy. Shu Han ignored the scratches on his arms and knees, standing in front of the 3 men, not losing in momentum at all. What? Are you still not convinced, kid? Xiao Song put his finger on Shu Han's chest and whispered in his ear, mockingly. I did it on purpose. What can you do to me? Aren't you having an affair with Tang Xian? If you have the guts, you can. Bang! Before Xiao Song could finish his words, a fist as big as a sandbag hit him in the face, leaving him no time to react. How dare you hit me? What's there to be afraid of? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you so hard that you won't even recognize your own mother. Shu Han was really angry and said that he didn't care about anything, but he would never allow anyone to slander Tang Xian. What are you standing there for? Beat him up. Xiao Song growled, grabbed Shu Han and punched him in the face. The 2 companions rushed forward. Shu Han knew that they had more people and he was not at an advantage, so he simply threw Xiao Song to the ground, pinned him under him, and beat him with all his strength. The 2 people behind him punched him, but he ignored them. The noise was heard and all the students who were jogging in the morning gathered here. Wang Ziheng, who was behind the crowd, saw that it was Shu Han who was fighting, and he pushed the crowd aside like crazy and rushed in. Fuck you, you touched my brother. He was a sports student, with muscles all over his body. He threw Xiao Song's 2 companions out with 1 hand each. The 2 of them squatted on the ground, and neither of them knew how they flew over. Shu Han pinned down Xiao Song and beat him so hard that he curled up on the ground, holding his head and struggling wildly. The arrogance just now has long disappeared into the sky. At this time, a girl also came in and grabbed Shu Han. Stop fighting. If something goes wrong, it will be hard to handle. The person who came was his fellow villager, Yi Xiaowen. She also came for a morning run. Shu Han stood up in time, turned over Chia Song who was pressed under him, looked at his bruised face and glared at him. Wang Ziheng stood beside him, looking him up and down. Are you okay? Why is it still bleeding? Shu Han glanced at the wound and shook his head slowly. It's okay. It's just the blood from the fall. It's all healed now. Yi Xiaowen looked at his wound and walked forward and said with concern, let's go to the infirmary. Man, this injury is nothing. Shu Han glanced at Chia Song and the other two, and seeing that Chia Song looked bruised and swollen, he didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. You fell down just now. Did they hit you on purpose? Wang Ziheng asked indignantly. He just saw someone fall down, but he didn't expect it was Shu Han, otherwise, he would not let his brother be bullied. Shu Han nodded, looking calm and composed. Go back and change your clothes, it's time for class. Only then did he remember that there seemed to be a class meeting in the first period. Chapter 17 The Distance of a Cotton Swab. Shu Han went back to the dormitory and put on his baseball cap before going to the classroom for class. The four people in the dormitory sat in the corner. Zhao Lefen was still blaming Wang Ziheng for not taking good care of Shu Han and getting beaten when he went out. Calling for revenge. I felt ashamed because my son was beaten. The news of the fight on the playground soon spread among the students, but they didn't know who was fighting. As the bell rang, Tang appeared in the classroom with a meeting notebook. She glanced around the classroom and finally her eyes fell on the classmate wearing a baseball cap in the corner. As soon as she entered the school gate, she heard about a fight on the playground. In the office, Jiang Yanin told her that Chia Song was beaten. This immediately made her think of Shu Han. Shu Han would not initiate a fight, but he knew Chia Song's temper. He must be looking for trouble because of the welcome party. During the entire class, Shu Han did not even look up at the podium. He was afraid that Tang Xuyin would see his face being hit. Tang Xuyin was also a little absent-minded, and repeated several things twice. Looking at Shu Han's expression, she knew that the little guy was also beaten. Finally the get out of class is over. Tang Xuyin directly called Shu Han's name. Shu Han, come to my office. When Shu Han heard this, he sighed softly, it seems I can't escape it. Lin Jinghao patted his shoulder, we'll wait for you at the door. Wang Ziheng and Zhao Lefen also nodded. They were afraid that Chia Song would cause trouble again. This is the relationship between dormitory brothers. They treat each other as fathers in normal times, and become brothers for life at critical moments. Before Shu Han could go out, there was a commotion in the corridor and more than a dozen students gathered at the door of screenwriting class 2. The leader was Chia Song, who was also wearing a baseball cap. Seeing this, all the boys in Shu Han's class surrounded him. What are you doing? Looking for trouble? Zhao Lefen just sat back in his seat. After hearing Wang Ziheng say that it was the guy wearing the hat who hit Shu Han, he stepped on the table and jumped out. He grabbed Chia Song by the collar and roared. You're the one who beat up my brother, right? What's the point of bringing so many people here? Do you want to fight? Zhao Lefen has a strong sense of chivalry and is loyal to his friends. He always protects Shu Han behind him. Wang Ziheng squeezed to the front, pointed at Chia Song's nose and cursed, you three beat up my brother, suffered a loss, and you still have the nerve to come and settle the score. After these words were spoken, all the friends who came with Chia Song felt ashamed. They only knew that Chia Song was beaten, but they didn't expect that he lost even though he was outnumbered. How embarrassing. Seeing this, many people sneaked away and didn't want to play with him anymore. Chia Song was so angry that he wanted to get back at his enemies, but he got slapped in the face again. Let that kid come out. Now that you're out, what can you do? Shu Han walked forward as he spoke, but Lin Jinghao grabbed his arm and stopped him from moving forward. Don't be impulsive. Chia Song, what are you doing? Tang Xuyin's cold voice rang out in the corridor, and the messy corridor suddenly fell silent. Her cold aura made people dare not look directly at her. When she took a step forward, the people around her quickly stepped back. Her low-pressure temperament made people stay away. It was not until now that Shu Han realized that the title of cold and beautiful goddess was not given for nothing. He exudes a chill all over his body and is intimidating without even being angry. Tang Xuyin walked up to Chia Song and looked at him coldly, causing him to take a step back. Did he provoke you first, or did you deliberately pick a fight? Her voice was low, but it was unquestionable. Che Sung looked up at Tang Xueying and felt uneasy. He was indeed in the wrong in this matter, but with so many people watching, he also had to save face. I was beaten by him. Che Sung pointed at the wound on his face. His whole face was swollen like a pig's head. The other students who saw this scene almost laughed out loud. They usually don't laugh unless they can't hold it back. Then you three, did you beat him up? I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Ziheng glared at him, looking like he wanted to beat him up again. I definitely won T lose. Che Sung knew he was in the wrong, and most of the classmates who came with him had left, so he left in shame after saying some harsh words. If you have the guts, let's meet at the basketball game and solve the problem the manly way. I'm afraid of you. Wang Ziheng sneered, I have never been afraid of playing basketball. Everyone dispersed, and Shu Han followed Tang Xueying to the office. Hat off. Tang Xueying's voice was very soft, even gentle, completely different from the coldness just now. Shu Han took off his hat obediently, revealing the purple scars on the corners of his mouth and eyes. He pulled the corner of his mouth and accidentally pulled the wound, causing him to grimace in pain. You can still laugh. Tang Xueying looked at his silly appearance, and her original anger disappeared in an instant. Little guy, you're so silly that you're a little cute. Come on. Come back with me and I'll take care of it for you. Shu Han followed Tang Xueying silently and walked towards the apartment. This scene is a bit familiar, just like the night when Tang Xueying picked up Shu Han from the police station. It's just daytime now. Tang Xueying took out a household medicine box from the bedroom, which was equipped with iodine and cotton swabs. Hold on. Shu Han did not reply, but just looked at Tang Xueying quietly. It seemed like he had never seen her so closely before. She was really beautiful, with her long eyelashes fluttering up and down, making Shu Han forget the pain. The two people were only separated by the length of a cotton swab. Tang Xueying felt his fiery gaze and carefully wiped the wound with the cotton swab in her hand. She felt her heart beating so fast, and the clear sound came into her ears. Shu Han's profile is very handsome, with a high nose bridge and warm eyes. He does look a bit like the boys in idol dramas. The cotton swab moved upwards and touched the blue corner of the eye. The warm breath from Tang Xueying blew onto Shu Han's face, instantly making his ears turn red. Shu Han closed his eyes, not daring to look directly at Tang Xueying's delicate face. The more he tried not to look at her, the more restless he became. I'll do it myself. He couldn't hold on any longer and was afraid that he would explode if he stayed for another second. Shu Han stretched out his hand and accidentally touched Tang Xueying's white and slender fingers, and he quickly retracted his hand. I can see it on my arms and legs, I wipe it myself. Shu Han blushed and didn't dare to look into Tang Xueying's eyes, like a child who had done something bad. Tang Xueying saw his red cheeks all the way to his ears and knew that he was really shy. It seems that he really has never had much contact with girls. Did I hurt you? No. Shu Han quickly denied it. She was really gentle to him just now, so gentle that he couldn't stand it. If other boys knew what he was thinking, they would probably scold him. The cold goddess was gentle to him, but he was unwilling to do so. With just one word. Chapter 18. Seeing you is the most important thing. Shu Han treated his wound in the apartment and went back to class. It's just a little skin abrasion, it won't affect his normal activities at all, he's not that delicate. After class, Wang Ziheng organized the boys who participated in the basketball game to go to the court for practice. Shu Han didn't want to participate at first, but because of Che Song's matter, he suddenly became interested. The desire to win among boys sometimes seems childish, especially when it's because of a girl they like, it becomes even stronger. After signing up for the competition, Shu Han would drag Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao to practice whenever he had time. Zhao Leffen became a cheerleader and worked part-time as a water seller. Brothers, why do I feel more nervous watching you guys compete than when I'm the one playing? Zhao Leffen stood in the middle, and the four people from dormitory 520 were walking towards the basketball court. The official competition has begun. Wang Ziheng patted Zhao Leffen on the shoulder, full of confidence. Don't worry, with me here, we will definitely win. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he added with a wry smile, I heard that Xiao Song's class had been eliminated. I thought they were so amazing, but they just talked nonsense for half an hour. Wang Ziheng is the class monitor and attaches great importance to this basketball game. He is always trying to get information from all sides. It is not surprising for him to know that Xiao Song and his team were eliminated. This surprised Shu Han. He prepared carefully for the game, and also hoped to teach Xiao Song a lesson when they met again on the field. It seems it is of no use. But it is reasonable for them to be eliminated. Xiao Song is a senior. Many people have gone out for internships and only a few people stay in school. I'm afraid no one is willing to waste time on this. After the last conflict, Xu Han and Tang Xin haven't seen each other for a few days. He is preparing for the basketball game. Tang Xin is a counselor and does not need to attend classes every day, so she does not need to come to school. Even though Xu Han knew where her apartment was, he couldn't just run to find her without any reason. Ask him why he came. How do you answer? The two of them were in contact too frequently. If others knew about it, they might start to talk nonsense, which would not look good on her as a counselor. As soon as Xu Han and his four companions walked into the basketball court, they saw many players already warming up, and there were also quite a few students who came to watch the game. They took a quick look, found the location of the second screenwriter team and walked straight over. Lin Jinghao poked Xu Han and asked him to look forward. Look at Wang Yi, he is chatting enthusiastically with the instructor. Xu Han followed his gaze and saw Wang Yi wearing the number 24 jersey, standing in front of Tang Xin and saying something. He looked very happy. Tang Xin's face was calm, with no change in expression. She was wearing a loose casual sportswear in black, which suited her temperament very well. The beautiful ponytail tied up high shows off her delicate facial features. She is a beautiful sight throughout the entire competition field. Many boys will unconsciously turn their heads to look at her. Tang Xin looked calm, but she was not very happy in her heart. As the class counselor, when a boy pursued her and was rejected by her, he was tactful and stopped bothering her. After all, she is a teacher. There is an unbridgeable gap between students and teachers, and they also have their limits. However, Wang Yi is obviously a person who does not know his limits. After Tang Xin rejected him many times, the other party acted as if nothing had happened and continued to do as he pleased. He is really shameless. Teacher Tang, if I win the competition, can I add you on WeChat? We can even have dinner together. Wang Yi looked at Tang Xin with a smile. He is tall, handsome and a bit tough. Many girls like him. Many girls not far away have their eyes on him. Tang Xin's serious face showed displeasure, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. If you have something to say it in the group, I can see it. As for eating, the school does not allow teachers and students to eat alone. The school didn't forbid it, this was just an excuse she made up. Tang Xin turned her head and looked at the stadium, friendship first. Wang Yi's eyes never left Tang Xin, and he still kept smiling. I will definitely bring the trophy back to you. He probably felt that girls all like winners, but Tang Xin really didn't care about this kind of competition. She came to watch the game because their class was going to participate, and as a counselor it was her responsibility to come and watch. Of course, if there were other reasons, only she herself knew. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she saw Xu Han walking towards her. The two of them looked at each other, neither looking away. Xu Han took in all the changes in her expression, the helplessness she showed when facing Wang Yi just now, and the light that flashed in her eyes when she looked at him now. Xu Han took 2 quick steps and was about to go to her side. Lin Jinghao next to him muttered, "Let's stay here. I'll go say hello. I haven't thanked Teacher Tang last time." Xu Han glanced at Lin Jinghao. Lin Jinghao wanted to give a reminder, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't say anything. Xu Han put down what he was holding and strode over. Wang Ziheng and Zhao Lefen looked at his back and had no idea what he wanted to do. As Xu Han approached, he heard Wang Yi's dog-licking voice, "Teacher Tang, the competition is about to start, can you help me look after my things?" Tang Xin looked at Xu Han coming towards her face was calm but her heart was relaxed. The little guy finally showed up. What is so precious? You even need Teacher Tang to look after it for you personally. Xu Han's voice was a little cold, completely different from the gentleness he showed when he looked at Tang Xin. The flattering smile on Wang Yi's face disappeared instantly. He turned his head and saw Xu Han. "I'm talking to Teacher Tang, why are you butting in?" "I have something important to discuss with Teacher Tang." Xu Han looked at him expressionlessly. "It's more important than this pile of clothes of yours." Wang Yi looked at Xu Han's somewhat cold face, and his expression also turned grim. He had heard people say that Xu Han carried Tang Xin to the infirmary. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it is definitely not groundless. All the boys in the class knew that Wang Yi wanted to pursue Tang Xin. He acted so obviously that even a fool could see it. But Xu Han, this fool, might not know it yet. Wang Yi looked at Xu Han unhappily and left angrily. Before leaving, he turned around and smiled at Tang Xin, thinking he was very handsome. Are you disgusted? You are so greasy at such a young age. Tang Xuyin frowned slightly and looked at Shu Han in front of her. What important matter do you want to talk to me about? R. Shu Han scratched his head, completely losing his previous coldness. He looked at her helplessly. Important thing. Meeting you is the important thing. Tang Xuyin blushed, again. Why are you suddenly hitting the ball straight again? She originally wanted to tease him, but a straight shot made her unable to do it. Chapter 19. Something is wrong with you, tell the truth. Shu Han looked up at Tang Xuyin with a smile on his face, and asked in a low voice, now that we've won the game, can we have dinner together? A barely perceptible smile flashed across Tang Xuyin's eyes. Do you want to bring your senior sister Jiang? Senior Jiang? She shouldn't be free. Shu Han gave the answer without even asking, and this time he reacted quickly because he wanted to have dinner alone with Tang Xuyin. As for senior sister Jiang, let us talk about it next time we meet. Jiang Yanan, who was lying in the dormitory, didn't know that she, the light bulb, had been abandoned. Wang Ziheng came over from behind and said, Xiao Han, it's about to begin. Come on. A smile appeared on Tang Xuyin's lips. Shu Han nodded heavily and turned back to change his clothes. Tang Xuyin found an empty seat and sat down, and the girls from her class also came over. Teacher Tang. The one who greeted her was Han Feifei, and next to her was Lu Shanqing. Both of them were students in the class. Tang Xuyin smiled and nodded. Are you guys coming to watch the game too? Han Feifei's face didn't look very good. She just saw Shu Han and Tang Xuyin standing together and talking a lot. And now she has even added Shu Han on WeChat. Obviously there are many boys who like her, but what makes people curious is that she just keeps chasing after Shu Han. No one knows what's going on in her mind. The whistle sounded on the field, and the surroundings instantly became quiet, with all eyes focused on the court. Shu Han is a pretty good player, and after several days of training, he is definitely not just here to make up the numbers. He seldom appears on the court, and his classmates who often play basketball don't recognize him. I have to say that Wang Ziheng is still very good. He made 3 consecutive shots and attracted screams from countless girls in the audience. When someone who is too powerful is discovered by his opponents, their defense will be strengthened. When he was unable to get rid of the ball, he threw it to Shu Han. This caused dissatisfaction in Wang Yi, who complained that he didn't pass it to him and that he would lose a scoring goal. Shu Han just stepped into the 3-point line, received the pass, and broke through directly, avoiding 2 defenders and coming to the basket. Bang! The basketball lands safely in the pocket. In. Wang Yi was stunned standing on the outside. He didn't expect Shu Han to have such strong explosive power. Good shot. Wang Ziheng was more excited when he saw his brother score a goal than when he scored himself. Tang Xuyin stared at Shu Han. Every move he made just now was clearly seen by him. The girls around me also let out shrill screams. I didn't expect Shu Han to be so handsome when playing basketball. I was originally going to watch Lin Jinghao, but unfortunately he went to the bench. However, Shu Han was a real surprise. Listening to the conversation of the girls around her, Tang Xuyin nodded silently. The little guy really surprised her, always bringing some unexpected surprises. Shu Han ran on the court, making jump shots and 3-pointers, all of which hit the target. The defensive players around him also began to pay attention to his actions. Being double-teamed by 3 people, he was forced to the ground and slid out. Seeing this scene, Tang Xuyin's heart tightened and she prayed that he would not get hurt. She realized that her reaction was a little strange, as if she was a little too excited. I quickly comforted myself, this is the teacher's love for his students. On the court, Wang Yi pulled Shu Han up and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Wang Yi is also good at playing basketball, his level is higher than Shu Han, which Shu Han himself admits. In the following time, Shu Han, Wang Yi and Wang Ziheng played on 3 lines at the same time, attacking from multiple points, making it difficult for the opponent to cope. After one game, they won by 18 points and finally won the victory with great difficulty. The cheers of the girls resounded throughout the basketball hall. Love to Read free novels app has the fastest update, no ads, and the Old Bookworm customer service can help you find the books you want to read. After the game, Shu Han sat in the rest area, and Zhao Leffen opened a bottle of water and put it in his hand. Shu Han glanced at him and teased, "You're becoming more and more like a butler." "Yes, I agree." Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng also came over and sat down, expressing their support for Shu Han's words. While the 4 were talking, Wang Yi strode over and called Shu Han's name directly. Shu Han looked up and met his puzzled eyes. "I didn't expect that you can play basketball too." Shu Han smiled and said nothing. Didn't you just see it? Will you fight? It's unnecessary to ask this. Seeing that he was silent, Wang Yi smiled and sat beside him, and whispered, "Are you familiar with Teacher Tang?" Shuhan turned his head and looked at him, not understanding what he meant. "We all know our instructor." Wang Yi knew that he was deliberately trying to smooth things over and answering questions that were not asked. He had just clearly seen Tang Xueying and Shuhan talking a lot. According to his experience, Tang Xueying treated Shuhan differently. She didn't treat him like a teacher to a student. She treated him like a familiar friend. Or maybe Tang Xueying had never shown this kind of attitude towards him before, which made him feel unhappy. When he stared at Shuhan, and seeing that he was indifferent, he decided to get straight to the point. "I want to pursue the instructor, you know it." Shuhan shook his head and looked at him as if he were a fool. "What does this have to do with me?" Wang Yi was speechless. He even suspected that Shuhan was mentally ill. His meaning was so obvious, but he still didn't understand. Really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? He turned around and thought for a moment, maybe he was stupid and was competing with a fool. Looking at Wang Yi's leaving back, Shuhan showed a strange smile, hoping that he wouldn't go too far, otherwise, he would be in trouble. As soon as Wang Yi left, the girls who were watching the game in the audience also gathered around. They handed the water to several people. Wang Ziheng took the water handed to him by Lu Shanqing and took a big gulp. Most people brought water to Lin Jinghao, and he was also helpless because he didn't even play on the court, so what was the point of drinking? Han Feifei handed her water to Shuhan, who shook his head apologetically, got up and went to the changing room. Tang Xueying sat in the crowd, watching everything that happened silently. The little guy seemed to be very popular. It seems like boys like him too. Her idea is indeed correct. Shuhan is trying hard to learn to integrate with everyone. As Xu Ruolan said, changing some psychological things is difficult, requires a process, and is painful. After rebirth, Shuhan also realized that many of the mistakes he made in his previous life were caused by character flaws, so he wanted to change. Shuhan changed his clothes, took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Tang Xueying. "I won." There's also a grimacing expression at the end. Tang Xueying received this message as soon as she returned to the office. Looking at this somewhat childish message, she smiled without even noticing it. Like a kid who takes credit after finishing his housework. When Jiang Yanan walked in, she saw Tang Xueying grinning at her phone and was stunned for a moment. This is not right. Tang, what's wrong with you?" Tang Xueying immediately regained her composure and looked up at Jiang Yanan. "What's wrong? You're actually smiling at your phone. Is there something wrong with you?" Jiang Yanan knows her best friend too well. She has never been in a relationship in college. The expression just now made her feel that something was going to happen. Girls understand girls best. She quickly rushed in front of Tang Xueying and stared at her. "Tell the truth. I just watched a funny video." Chapter 20 Beautiful Sister. Tang Xueying used her own method to dispel Jiang Yanan's wild thoughts. After declining her invitation to dinner, he went straight back to his apartment. Tomorrow is a day off. She promised the little one to have dinner together and wanted to go back to prepare something, but she didn't know what to prepare. Tang Xueying walked into the bedroom, opened the closet, and muttered inexplicably, "What should I wear tomorrow?" She took out a piece of clothing, tried it on her body twice, and put it back. When she tried the third piece, her fingers suddenly stopped in mid-air. "This isn't right. It's just a meal, why do you suddenly care so much?" Even though he was thinking this in his mind, the corners of his lips couldn't help but rise, as if he didn't dislike this feeling. Tang Xueying didn't dwell on it any longer, but closed the wardrobe and went to take a shower. She still had work to do at night, and the professional recording equipment in her bedroom was the beginning of her relationship with Han Sangying. After Shuhan returned to the dormitory, he quickly washed up and went to the barber shop to get a haircut. This barber shop is very serious. He sat in front of the computer, opened the forum and wrote his own short play story. After finishing one article, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the Moon Shadow Trio were also online. In the dialog box, enter the text and click send. Han Sangying, what should you pay attention to when eating alone with a girl for the first time? The person on the other side looked at this question and thought about it for a long time. It seemed that he had no experience either. Yuying 3, the girl you like. Shuhan raised his lips and replied immediately. A beautiful sister whom I like very much. The Moon Shadow Trio in the apartment stared at these words and touched their hot faces. The two chatted for about half an hour and then went offline. The moon was dark and deep, and the world suddenly became quiet. At dawn, Shuhan woke up to the sound of snoring in the dormitory. He checked the time and decided to take a shower and leave quickly while the three older kids in the dormitory were still asleep. When he showed up at the apartment, Tang had already prepared 2 servings of breakfast, as if she had anticipated his arrival. Shuhan looked at the breakfast on the table, then looked at the breakfast he brought in his hand, and the breakfast in his hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. It smells so good. Sit down and eat. Tang pointed to the stool next to her, placed a bowl of hot 8 treasure porridge in front of him, and pulled the stool over and sat down. The hot steam of the porridge floats slowly. A man and a woman sit face to face at the dining table, eating breakfast quietly, warm and peaceful. After dinner, Shuhan took the initiative to wash the dishes. Tang still had work to do, so she went back to the bedroom. In the living room, Shuhan packed up his things, sat on the sofa, picked up the book on the table and started reading. The book tells a story of unrequited love, similar to the Liangzhu drama. I don't know how long he watched, but he fell asleep. In the bedroom, Tang finished her work, changed into the clothes she had selected, and walked out. Shuhan was lying on the sofa, covering his face with a book, and fell asleep. She quietly walked to the sofa, lifted the book covering her face, and looked at him carefully. Little guy. Shuhan frowned, his eyes were tightly closed, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he kept muttering, "Help me. Don't go." It seemed like he had encountered something terrible. A nightmare. Tang stretched out her hand and shook him. Shuhan suddenly grabbed her hand and opened his eyes suddenly. When the beautiful sister's pretty face appeared in front of him, he sat up immediately. Tang looked at him tenderly, took out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A nightmare. Her voice was soft and contained worry. Shuhan paused for a moment before speaking slowly. "I'm sorry, I scared you. I didn't mean to." His eyes were full of guilt, blaming himself for falling asleep. Tang shook her head and touched his hair subconsciously. "You didn't do anything wrong, why are you apologizing?" Shuhan was startled by her action, and all the negative emotions just now disappeared, replaced by happiness and incomparable excitement. Only then did he realize that teacher Tang had changed her clothes. She was wearing a yellow ink-printed shirt and light blue jeans, which completely exposed her long legs in front of him. The queen's style directly touched Shuhan's heart and made him a little dazed. "Does it look good?" "It's good," Shuhan said unconsciously, and his eyes could hardly move away. Love to read free novels updates the fastest, has no ads, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Then how long will you hold on? Shuhan was stunned, then he realized that he was still holding her hand. Reluctantly letting go of her soft and slippery palm, Shuhan realized that he was a little rude. "No. I'm sorry." Shuhan quickly stood up, not daring to look at her face. "Can I use the bathroom?" He just had sweat on his face, and now he really feels uncomfortable. Tang looked at his silly look and nodded. "I'll get you a towel." Then she pushed the door open and walked back to the bedroom, took out a new pink towel and handed it to Shuhan. He took the towel and smelled a faint scent of lavender, which should be the smell of laundry detergent. "Thanks." Shuhan walked into the bathroom, turned on the cold water, and washed his face vigorously. As the cold water flowed across his cheeks, he realized that what had just happened was real. Tang sat on the sofa, listening to the sound of flowing water and recalling Shuhan's painful expression in her dream just now. She seemed to understand what Shu Ruolan had said to her. Now it seemed that the little girl was also working hard to break through herself. Shuhan opened the door and walked out of the bathroom. He was completely back to his previous state. He looked at Tang with a smile. "Shall we set off now?" "Let's go." The two of them changed their shoes at the door and waited for the elevator to go downstairs. Shuhan couldn't help but take a peek. "Teacher Tang, what do you want to eat?" Tang raised her eyes and stared at him without saying a word. This made Shuhan a little nervous. Did he say something wrong, or was there something stuck on his face? He touched his face, and it seemed like there was nothing. "Do you think the title of teacher is a bit old-fashioned?" Tang looked at him seriously, wanting to know what kind of answer the little guy would give her. "So what do you want me to call you?" Shuhan became smart this time and pushed the problem back. After he finished speaking, he stared at Tang The distance between them was inexplicably close, and they stood side by side at the elevator entrance. "What do you call Jiang Yanan?" "Senior." Shuhan actually doesn't like this title, but things must always proceed step by step, and calling her senior sister is already a small step forward. The elevator door opened and two people walked in one after the other. When they walked out of the community, the car they called just stopped and they got in and left. Chapter 21. He pounced on me first. The two of them came all the way to the mall. Various children's amusement equipment are placed in the small square at the entrance of the shopping mall, and many children have gathered here. The girl in the pink skirt is jumping on the trampoline with a childish smile on her face. Shuhan turned his head and saw that Tang Xueying was looking in the same direction as him. I looked down at the time and realized it was still a bit early for lunch since I was quite full after having breakfast. "Senior, follow me." Shuhan said this and walked ahead. Tang Xueying was stunned, looking at the little guy's back, wondering where he was going. Seeing her standing still, Shuhan reached out and pulled her arm, then quickly let go. "Come on." Tang Xueying felt the warmth from his firm palm, which made her heart beat faster. Shuhan walked to the ticket-selling aunt and whispered a few words. The other party glanced at Tang Xueying and shook her head regretfully. Shuhan pointed to the carousel in the distance again, and the aunt nodded happily. The two seemed to have made some kind of deal. After a while, Shuhan returned to Tang Xueying and met her somewhat puzzled gaze. "I can't jump on the trampoline anymore, but I can ride the merry-go-round." He pointed to the carousel that was open not far away, and the ticket seller had already walked over and opened the door. Tang Xueying was stunned and looked at the little guy curiously. "Isn't that for children? There's no rule that adults can't play, right?" Shuhan looked at her innocently, took her arm and walked over. The ticket seller saw the two people coming and left very consciously. Tang Xueying was pulled by Shuhan to sit on the wooden horse. As the cheerful music sounded, the wooden horse began to rotate slowly. She had seen other girls sitting on the wooden horse before and thought they were a bit childish. But when she sat on it herself, she seemed to experience their happiness. It turns out that it wasn't that she didn't like it, but that no one was willing to play these things that looked a bit childish with her. In the eyes of others, she is cold and boring. Apart from work, it seems that nothing else can arouse her interest. But, after all, she is still a girl. Snap! A crisp shutter sound was heard, and when she turned around, she saw Shuhan holding up his phone to take a picture of her. Tang Xueying's pretty face began to turn red. After looking away, she didn't know where to look for a moment. The little guy is getting bolder and bolder, and even dares to take pictures without permission. Thinking of this, I didn't feel angry at all, but rather very happy. If Jiang Yanan saw her current appearance, she would be shocked. How could she still be the recognized cool goddess of Haicheng University? She clearly looks like a little girl. As the music ended, the carousel slowly stopped. Shuhan held his cell phone in his hand and lay on the wooden horse next to him, with no intention of getting down at all. Tang Xueying looked at his silly look with a calm expression. "Let's go." Shuhan didn't say anything and followed her into the mall. "Senior, how about grilled fish?" Shuhan pointed to the grilled fish shop in front of him and asked. He did his homework last night, and learned all of it indirectly from senior sister Jiang. He had a pretty good idea of what Tang Xueying liked to eat and drink. "Sure. I'm fine." The two found an empty seat in the store, sat down, ordered their food, and waited quietly. "Senior sister, where are you from?" Shuhan suddenly asked. "Jiangcheng." Tang Xueying replied, "Not far from Haicheng." Shuhan nodded. Jiangcheng and Haicheng are two neighboring cities, about 200 kilometers apart. "Why are you asking this suddenly?" Tang Xueying looked at him and asked curiously. "No, I want to know more." Shuhan smiled. Tang Xueying laughed in her heart and wanted to tease him. "Do you want to know more about Teacher Tang, or do you want to know more about me?" Shuhan raised his eyes to look at her and met her gaze. "Aren't you alone?" After thinking for a while, he said, "I want to know everything." "Then do you know how old I am?" Tang Xueying blinked and looked at him with a faint smile. "I know." Shuhan looked at him sincerely, and neither of them avoided his gaze. "Yes." Tang Xueying nodded. "That's good." Tang Xueying had already seen Shuhan's detailed information a long time ago. This can be considered a benefit of being a counselor. While the two were talking, the steaming grilled fish was served on the table. Only then did Tang Xueying realize that the dishes served were all her favorite flavors. When ordering food just now, she deliberately asked Shuhan to order, wanting him to have some of his favorite food. After all, senior sister Shu asked her to take care of him. I don't know where the little guy got this information from. Both Jiang Yanan and senior sister Shu are possible, but the former is more likely. When the two were almost done eating, Tang Xueying's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the incoming call and made a gesture to Shuhan to keep quiet. Junior sister Tang, I have something to trouble you. When a voice came from the receiver, Shuhan was startled. This voice was too familiar to him. Who else could it be but his second sister Shu Ruolan? I was so scared that I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was caught doing something bad secretly. Tang Shuyin held the phone with a calm expression as she listened to the other party speak. Yes. I need it urgently, so you may not have seen the message I sent you just now. After the conversation between the two ended, Tang Shuyin started to operate something on her mobile phone, as if she was retrieving some information. It took me about 5 or 6 minutes before I put my phone down. Is it my second sister? Shuhan asked in a low voice. Yes. She needs some information, let me pass it to her. Tang Shuyin picked up a piece of fish and put it into Shuhan's bowl. Eat more. Shuhan hummed and started eating. Tang Shuyin looked at him eating happily and felt a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. The phone lit up, and it was an emoticon of thanks sent by Shu Ruolan. Tang Shuyin took a photo without leaving any trace and sent it to her. In the photo, Shuhan was eating quietly. Caption: I was eating just now and didn't see your message. Shu Ruolan replied immediately. No way. That's my little brother. Did you two secretly date? Seeing the word date, Tang Shuyin's lips twitched slightly. Date? Probably not. It's okay for teachers and students to eat together. Absolutely fine, not a date. Tang Shuyin replied, didn't you ask me to take care of him? Put it this way, it seems perfect and there is nothing wrong with it. I'm helping my senior sister take care of my brother. It's a legitimate reason. Shu Ruolan quickly replied, I feel like you have ulterior motives. I treat you as my junior sister, you don't want to be my younger brother's sister. Tang Shuyin was speechless when she saw this unreliable statement. She really wanted to tell her that it was obviously his younger brother who pounced on her. Self-defense. When she put down her phone and looked up, she met Shuhan's gentle eyes, staring at her. Chapter 22. Watch a movie. What's wrong? Tang Shuyin felt a little flustered when she was stared at, as if her little thoughts had been discovered. It's so beautiful, I want to watch it for a while longer. Shuhan spoke bluntly, not caring at all whether anyone around could hear him. Tang Shuyin was speechless after being teased by this little guy. She used to dislike such explicit words. If other boys said that to her, she would be disgusted. However, the little guy in front of me didn't seem to be disgusted when he said similar words. Look at me, so you won't eat anymore. Shuhan nodded obediently, I'm full. He was telling the truth. He ate it all in one go. The grilled fish here tastes really good. Tang Shuyin took out a wet tissue from her bag and handed it to Shuhan. Let's go. The two walked out of the grilled fish restaurant side by side. When passing by the milk tea shop, Shuhan bought 2 cups of fruit tea. Jiang Yanin said that her senior likes fruit tea, which is the same taste as Shuhan. Tang Shuyin looked at the fruit tea in her hand and felt more and more that she was betrayed by her best friend. Little guy, it was premeditated. Senior, do you want to watch a movie? Shuhan saw the movie theater on the 5th floor. Tang Shuyin followed his gaze and saw that there were indeed quite a few couples preparing to enter the upstairs. Watching a movie. Wouldn't that really make it a date? She was a little conflicted, but couldn't bear to refuse. Can. I don't want to do it in my heart, but I am honest with my words. At the ticket window, Shuhan wanted to buy tickets for action movies, but unfortunately there were only romance movies available. I had to settle for the second best and choose one. It doesn't matter what movie you watch, but who you watch it with is the key. Since it is a romance film, popcorn and coke are naturally indispensable, and the atmosphere must be there. The movie is a very niche subject, with a bit of literary style, and not many people watch it. Shuhan took a quick look and saw about 5 or 6 couples scattered in different locations. Shuhan followed Tang Shuyin and found an empty seat and sat down. The lights went out, and the surroundings became quiet. The other couples sat in the back corner. Shuhan was silent for a while before speaking. It probably won't look good. Yeah. Tang Shuyin nodded, but wanted to laugh in her heart. I don't know if the little guy did it on purpose. How about we change seats? Shuhan sighed, turned his head to look at the darkness behind him, and lowered his voice, or let's change the movie. It started. Tang Shuyin didn't answer, but gestured for him to look ahead. Shuhan didn't say anything else. He looked at her face from the side. The dim light fell on her. Her eyelashes fluttered and her cheeks were smooth and tender. She looked like a fairy walking out of a painting. Especially her moist lips, which made him feel restless. Shu Han swallowed silently and quickly looked away. If we continue watching this atmosphere, I don't know what will happen. The movie officially began. Shu Han breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. Tang Xuyin glanced at Shu Han from the corner of her eye. His eyes were bright, and from the side, he really looked like a movie star, especially his thin lips. It looks delicious. Tang Xuyin blushed. What a sinful thought. She criticized herself harshly for having such thoughts. Hurry up and get some popcorn to cover up your thoughts. As soon as she put her hand in, she touched Shu Han's hand, and their hands stuck together in the popcorn bucket. For a moment, Tang Xuyin's calm face became a little hot, and the previous contact between them came to her mind all at once. Carry her on your back, change her shoes, and hug her like a princess. Shu Han felt Tang Xuyin's hot hand, quickly took it back, and pretended to look over unintentionally. She seemed to have not changed, her eyes were always on the movie screen. For a student majoring in screenwriting, such a movie seemed too bland. At some point, in the darkness of the theater, there were some rustling movements, accompanied by indescribable sounds. After hearing this, Tang Xuyin's expression remained calm. Shu Han turned his head in the direction where the voice came from, his face slightly red. Tang Xuyin reached out and pressed his face, pulling him back. Just watch the movie. Shu Han blinked and looked at her, his eyes full of curiosity. Tang Xuyin suddenly leaned forward and stared at him with wide eyes. Don't look around. A refreshing and pleasant smell came, and Shu Han felt like he was about to faint and forgot to respond. He felt his ears were burning. They were too close to each other, and if he lowered his head slightly, he would touch that softness. They listened to each other's heartbeat and are moving towards the same frequency. Shu Han's Adam's apple moved, and he suppressed his instinctive impulse and spoke with difficulty. Senior, let's go. The words came out with a fiery breath, sprinkling on Tang Xuyin's delicate face and dyeing her fair cheeks red. Tang Xuyin stood up, grabbed Shu Han's wrist and walked out. Shu Han's ears turned red, and he let Tang Xuyin pull him. He only hated that he didn't have the ability to freeze time. I just hope that this road can be longer and longer, and that we can walk slowly on it. Tang Xuyin has no experience of watching movies with the opposite sex, so she needs to calm down in such an ambiguous atmosphere. No matter how cold she was still a mortal girl, and her action of getting close to Shu Han just now seemed too intimate. After watching the movie, the two of them blushed so many times. After walking out of the cinema, the two fell into a brief silence. Are you going home during the National Day holiday? Tang Xuyin suddenly asked. Shu Han didn't know why she suddenly cared about this, so he shook his head and said truthfully, no. When he went back, he would go to his uncle's house, but his uncle was too busy, so if he went there, he would only be able to stay in an empty house. I used to have my second sister to accompany me, but she is also abroad and definitely can't come back. During the National Day holiday, there will be a seminar on short plays in Jiancheng. Are you interested? As soon as Tang Xuyin mentioned serious matters, her expression turned serious. Shu Han didn't expect that she would think of him in this matter, which surprised him a little. I'm not qualified enough. To participate in this kind of seminar, you need to have some achievements or be recommended by someone to be eligible to enter. He is still a freshman now and has no outstanding academic performance. He is definitely an unknown person. I can take you there. Although I can't enter the high-level seminar hall, it is still rewarding to communicate with everyone. Tang Xuyin decided to invite him to go with her simply because he did have talent in this area. She had read the short play written by Shu Han, and combined with his idea this time, she was indeed a little surprised. Of course Shu Han accepted it with pleasure. Communicating with other authors was one thing, but the most important thing was that he could go out with a beautiful sister. Naturally, he would not refuse such a good job. The holiday lasts 7 days, and the seminar is on the 6th day. He can also take a trip to Jiancheng for fun. Chapter 23 Holidays are coming. As soon as Shu Han stepped into the dormitory, he saw Lin Jinghao and Zhao Lefen staring at him with ill intentions. Zhao Lefen also showed an extremely obscene smile. Tell me the truth, where did you go without telling your fathers? A day trip to the library. Shu Han quickly covered up. I don't trust you. Zhao Lefen stood up, hugged his neck, and grinned. Is there something wrong? Tell me, I'll give you some advice. Yes. The holiday is coming soon. Are you planning to go home? Shu Han quickly changed the subject. There was nothing that made them more excited than having a holiday. Zhao Lefen sniffed, and leaned directly against Shu Han, looking at him in shock. No. This smell. Fuck, you smell like perfume. Is it the smell of a woman? Zhao Lefen looked at Shu Han in disbelief, his brain working at full speed. This grown-up boy had gone out to do something bad behind their backs. Who is it? Is it Han Feifei? I was wondering why you were so mysterious and never came home. It turns out you have been secretly. Shu Han was completely speechless. How did this involve Han Feifei? When talking about girls, Zhao Lefen became excited. Thinking of the last time Han Feifei blocked Shu Han, he had already imagined a drama between a man and a woman. Didn't you say last time that you didn't like her? I was planning to pursue her. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have done it. Zhao Lefen looked serious, as if he could catch up. I don't know who gave him the confidence. With Zhao Lefen's IQ, a girl like Han Feifei is not good enough to play with. I just went out for a meal, I guess I bumped into him by accident. Did this happen by accident? Zhao Lefen pulled a strand of hair from Shu Han's shoulder and held it in front of him. An attitude that says I'm waiting for you to make excuses. Their hair is very long. Standard woman's hair. Lin Jinghao, who was standing by, was interested in watching the fun. He walked forward to take a look and nodded seriously. Based on my experience, this is 100% a woman's hair, and it wasn't an accidental touch. Lin Jinghao's exaggeration ignited Zhao Lefen's gossip fire. He took their hair and smelled it. Yes, it smells the same as you. If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for giving you a big slap. Thinking about what happened last time, Shu Han subconsciously clamped his legs together. But, we can't tell the truth. Not to mention that nothing has happened between him and Tang Xian now. Even if something happens in the future, he still has to think seriously about whether to tell them or not. I'm back. Just then, the door opened and the squad leader walked in with a beaming face. Shu Han felt relieved, the savior has come. He now needs to quickly divert the blame to Wang Ziheng. Hey! Class monitor, you changed into new clothes. The girls must have chosen them for you. You figured this out. Wang Ziheng answered with a smile, his face filled with sweetness. Zhao Lefen instantly shifted his gaze and reached out to touch Wang Ziheng's clothes. That doesn't make sense. Who would want you to eat their cabbage? What he meant was that he had cast so many nets but didn't see any fish fry, and yet the two big guys in his dormitory had quietly found out something was wrong. He refused to accept it and rolled on the ground to teach them a lesson. Wang Ziheng was so excited that his mouth almost reached his heels from smiling. My eldest sons. Come and kneel down. I am going to suffer the pain of love. You'll suffer so much. Forget it. Zhao Lefen's envy and jealousy were all written on his face. The hair on Shu Han's body just now only made him suspicious, but he could still accept it in his heart. As a result, the squad leader came back and made the official announcement, which completely broke his young heart. My love brain. Just let him sink into the endless abyss and die on his own. Lin Jinghao, who was standing by, so that the time was right and heated up the topic with a smile. Squad leader, whose flowers are stuck on you. The free novel app of love reading has the fastest updates and no ads. The old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. You've all seen it. Lu Shangqing. The three of them spoke in unison. This made Wang Ziheng embarrassed and his face turned red. By the way, were you talking about the holiday again? Wang Ziheng changed the subject in a timely manner. What are your plans? Go out and play or go home? My friends and I have made an appointment to go to Dali. Are you guys coming with us? That's a great place to meet by chance. When talking about travel plans, Zhao Lefen became excited again. He has this kind of personality, carefree and loyal, and is a lively guy in dormitory 520. I want to go back to Qinggang. My family asked me to go back. Wang Ziheng replied. I probably can't go either. Lin Jinghao sat on the stool and whispered, but my home is in Haicheng, you can come to me if you have any problems. Xiao Han. What about you? When the three saw that Shu Han didn't say anything, all their eyes fell on him. I should be in school, or maybe I'll go to Jiancheng for a few days. Okay. Then we'll keep in touch anytime. Zhao Lefen shook his hair handsomely. Who knows, I may get something unexpected this time. Protect your kidneys. Wang Ziheng joked, and then looked in the direction of his stomach. Shu Han and Lin Jinghao looked at the same time, expressing the same worry. This is for my future wife. No one should think of taking it. We still don't know which mother-in-law's belly your daughter-in-law is in. If you say this, I won't argue with you. Maybe it's true. The holiday season has arrived and the sound of suitcases rolling in the corridors is endless. In the empty dormitory, only Shu Han was left alone. Parting is always a sad word, however, some partings mean never seeing each other again, but fortunately, they can get together again after the holidays. If I could do it again, I would naturally cherish these times more. Shu Han turned on his phone and sent a message to Tang Xin, asking her what time she would be home. The other party sent me a photo, which was a photo of the scenery outside on the high-speed rail. She is already on the high-speed train back to Jiangcheng. Seeing this scene, Shu Han ran straight to the high-speed railway station. Looking at the crowded crowds in the station, he was glad that he had grabbed the ticket in advance. In the waiting room, Shu Han saw a familiar figure, and at the same time, the other party also saw him. "Little brother, do you want to go home?" Jiang Yanan saw Shu Han, dragging a white suitcase, and walked straight towards him. Shu Han smiled politely and greeted her, "Senior Jiang, are you going home?" "Yeah." "Where are you going?" "Maybe we're on the same route." Jiang Yanan stood in front of Shu Han, staring at him with a smile. "I'm going to Jiangcheng to play." "Where is Senior Jiang going?" "You are going to Jiangcheng." "I will also go to Jiangcheng in a few days, but I have to go back to Kyoto first." Jiang Yanan seemed very happy when she heard that Shu Han was going to Jiangcheng, but she felt a little disappointed when she thought that she had to go back to Kyoto first. "Have fun. I'm getting in the car." "Senior Jiang, have a safe trip." Chapter 24: His Coming. Shu Han booked a hotel in the car and also received a call from his uncle. His uncle asked him if he wanted to go back. He said he was not in Chizhou anymore. If he wanted to go back, he should ask someone to pick him up at the station. Shu Han told his uncle that he would not go back and asked him not to worry about him. The conversation between the uncle and nephew was very simple. He grew up in his uncle's home. Later, his uncle's career became busier and busier, and the two had fewer opportunities to meet. However, his uncle would come to see him whenever he had the chance, or call to show his concern. The conversations between men were very direct, but they were all sincere. It was already afternoon when Shu Han arrived in Jiangcheng. He took a taxi directly to the booked hotel. Jiangcheng is also a tourist city. While people from other cities are leaving, this city is filled with tourists pouring in. The journey that was supposed to take 40 minutes took an hour and a half, and it was already dark. Shu Han returned to their hotel, relieved himself of his fatigue, took a nice shower, lay on the bed, and turned on his mobile phone. There are already 99 plus messages in the dormitory group, and these people start to have fun as soon as the holiday starts. Zhao Lefen, guys, I tell you, there are no girls in Dali, only guys. Wang Ziheng, I'll bring you seafood when I go back. It's definitely not contaminated. If I poison you to death, I'll be dead. Lin Jinghao, Xiao Han, have you landed in Jiangcheng? Shu Han took a glance, raised the corner of his mouth, and replied, landed safely. Looking at the pinned chat box, Shu Han clicked it and typed 3 words, are you home? Tang Xueying had just finished dinner with her parents and returned to her room, sitting listlessly on the bed. As soon as I entered the house, I encountered a fierce battle of pressure to get married. The boy is a natural, has a stable job, and his family situation is not bad. Mom has arranged everything for you. Go meet him tomorrow. Mom, I haven't graduated yet. Can't we talk about it after I graduate? Other people get married in college, it's too late for you to get married as a graduate student. Mom always has her own reasons. Although Tang Xueying repeatedly refused, unfortunately she ended up in failure. I don't know why, but when I rejected the blind date just now, the image of that little guy kept appearing in my mind. Just as I was lost in thought, my cell phone rang. Are you home yet? When I saw these 3 words, all the messy thoughts were thrown behind my head. I'm full. Tang Xueying herself couldn't remember when she started chatting with this little guy so frequently. On her chat interface, apart from the work group, there is the chat box of her besties, and the only boy is the little guy. Shu Han was lying on the bed, looking at the chat box and grinning like a fool. He quickly replied, what delicious food is there in Jiangju? Please recommend. The other party did not reply quickly this time, as if he was thinking about this question seriously. About a minute later, a message came from Shu Han's cell phone. For me, the best food is what my mother cooks. Shu Han smiled. What Tang Xueying said was absolutely right. Nowadays, the snacks sold at every tourist spot are the same. Everywhere you go, you can find stinky tofu and grilled squid. One street brings together delicacies from all over the country. Shuhan hesitated for a long time in front of the phone screen, mustered up the courage to type a line of words, and clicked send with gritted teeth. Just a few words seemed to have exhausted all his strength. After sending the message, he immediately turned off his phone, not daring to read the replies. Can I have a chance to taste the food Auntie cooks? Tang Xuyin looked at the message with a smile on her face. Little guy, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You can't eat my mother's cooking for now. After seeing this message, Shuhan was disappointed. It's over. Buzz. The phone rang again. Shuhan took a reluctant look and jumped up from the bed after just one look. The couple in the next room almost called the security guard when they heard the noise. What an idiot. The message content is: come to the apartment when you get back, and I can do it for you. Shuhan specially took screenshots and saved them. These are all evidences, so that he won't deny his mistakes later. Just one sentence made him happy until midnight, when he fell into a deep sleep. I don't know if it was because of the fatigue from the journey or because he was too excited, but he slept very soundly and woke up at dawn. Shuhan went to an ancient town as planned. He looked up information online and found that this place is relatively niche and only locals come here, so commercialization is not too obvious. He wore a baseball cap and carried a shoulder bag as he walked on the ancient path with small bridges and flowing water. There were only a few people walking by, so it wasn't too noisy. The water in the river is crystal clear, and koi of different colors are swimming freely. The three boys walking in front of him were dressed similarly to him. When they saw the wooden boat parked on the shore, they couldn't help but want to find out what was going on. I'm standing at the bow, take a picture for me. The boy walking in the middle handed his cell phone to his companion and stretched out his feet to get on the boat. As soon as he put one foot on the boat tilted sideways and fell into the water. If his friend on the shore hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed him, he would have fallen in. The boy was startled and shook off the water stains on his shoes. With lingering fear, he gave up the idea of getting on the boat. Shuhan smiled indifferently. He actually wanted to tell them that it was a boat used to clean up garbage in the river. However, when you go out for fun, you always have to leave some memories behind to make it memorable, right? Shuhan raised his cell phone, and the strange stone statue in front of a coffee shop not far away attracted his attention. When he got closer, the scene in the coffee shop surprised and delighted him. In the coffee shop, Tang Xuyin was sitting face to face with a gentleman-looking boy wearing glasses. The boy was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He looked very serious and occasionally pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Ms. Tang, you are even more beautiful than in the photo. The boy's face was as smiling as a flower, and he looked at Tang Xuyin greedily, completely attracted by her beauty. When he saw Tang Xuyin's photo for the first time, he felt that he fell in love with her. Before coming, he even went to get his hair done. He is very confident about his identity. Being a public official, a job that many people dream of, this is just icing on the cake for him. Tang Xuyin had a cold expression and thanked him politely in a neutral tone. Thank you. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. If her mother hadn't forced her to come, she would definitely not be here. The man in front of me seemed to have a strong sense of superiority and kept showing off his work. If we can be together, I hope. Just as he continued to talk, he noticed that the girl opposite him was looking at the street outside. There was a little boy across the street, sitting on a stool and staring at them. The man with glasses didn't recognize him, but judging by his appearance, he should be a tourist. Tang Xuyin recognized the other person at a glance. Even through the thick glass and the wide street, she could see the confusion in the little guy's eyes. His coming. Chapter 25 Blind Date. Shuhan sat on a bench on the street, his arms resting on his legs, his head supported by his hands, staring at the two people in the coffee shop through the glass. The beautiful sister is drinking coffee with another man? Want a date? Who is that man to her? I felt jealous, but I had no right to be jealous. She was the teacher and I was the student. It is also her freedom to date other boys. But I was still unhappy, so what should I do? Go up and fight her, that would be too childish, and she wouldn't like it. When I looked up, I met Tang Xuyin's gaze. Did she see me? When Tang Xuyin saw the little guy outside, the corners of her lips lifted up slightly. This smile made the man with glasses opposite her heart beat fast. Is she smiling to herself? Just as he was about to speak, he found that Tang Xuyin had already stood up. Sorry, I still have something to deal with. As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for the man with glasses to react, she quickly walked out of the coffee shop. The man with glasses had a look of disappointment on his face. He drank the coffee in front of him in one gulp angrily. The bitter taste made him unable to help but blurt out, "It's unpalatable." Turning around, I saw Tang Xueying standing in front of the little boy on the street. "Why are you here?" Tang Xueying looked down at Shu Han, her face calm, but her heart filled with inexplicable joy. Shu Han tilted his head and looked up at her, so beautiful. I couldn't bear to be angry, but I was still a little angry. "Teacher Tang, what a coincidence. Are you here for the trip too?" Tang Xueying couldn't help laughing when she heard these sour words. Now she's a teacher again. Is the little guy jealous? It's quite a coincidence indeed. Have fun. After saying that, he turned around and left. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shu Han quickly stood up and took 2 quick steps to catch up with her. Just forgive her for the fact that she came out. "Senior, I haven't eaten yet." Tang Xueying was secretly delighted. The little guy was also a master of face changing. It would be a shame if he didn't learn it. She had never expected Shu Han to appear here. In fact, Shu Han didn't know that he would meet Tang Xueying here. This might be fate. It's so wonderful and hard to explain. He didn't ask about the relationship between Tang Xueying and the man with glasses. If she wanted to talk about it, she should tell him. If he asked, it would be too rude. "What do you want to eat?" Tang Xueying slowed down her pace, and the two of them walked side by side, like a couple going out for fun. Shu Han's sudden appearance made Tang Xueying's originally depressed mood suddenly brighten up, and all the unhappiness after returning to Jiangcheng disappeared. "It's your territory, you have the final say." Shu Han was not actually hungry. When he came out, he had eaten a meal and even ate 2 extra eggs. "When I met actress Tangsha, I said I wanted to go out for dinner, but actually I just wanted to stay with her for a while. I was going to look for her anyway, even though it's earlier than expected, but I have to grab her if I meet her." "Then eat this." Tang Xueying stood in front of a noodle shop and pointed, and Shu Han also stopped. The noodle shop doesn't have a big entrance and no sign, but it's very clean. It's not even dinner time yet, but the shop is already full of customers who come to eat noodles. Don't underestimate it, it tastes amazing. As they walked into the store, a plump auntie came up to greet them warmly. Seeing the actress Tangsha, she greeted them enthusiastically. Tang, are you here? Are you back to see your mother?" "Yes, it's the National Day holiday, I'll come back and take a look." Tang Xueying seems to be very familiar with the auntie in the shop. She must come here to eat often. Want to keep it the same as before. Same old. Tang Xueying said, then turned to look at Shu Han and asked softly, "Look, what do you want to eat?" Shu Han said without hesitation, "Same." The shop aunt looked at Shu Han, then glanced at Tang Xueying and smiled. "It's with Tang." Shu Han nodded. "Okay. Sit down for a while, it will be ready soon." With that, auntie went into the kitchen. The two found a corner and sat down, and Tang Xueying stared at Shu Han's face. "Why did you come to Jiangcheng?" Shu Han looked up at her and smiled innocently. "Didn't you say you were going to attend a seminar? Come and travel at the same time." I feel a bit guilty saying this, as the seminar starts on the second to last day of the holiday, which is still 4 days away. The people coming now are the organizers, not the participants. How could Tang Xueying not see what he was thinking? "Eat this for lunch, and I'll take you out for something delicious in the evening." Shu Han smiled even more, which meant that he could be with her at night. After a while, the noodles were served, accompanied by various side dishes. The taste was delicious and the soup was fresh, and it really tasted extraordinary. When Shu Han was eating, the aunt in the shop would look at him twice every time he passed by. The way he ate really made people hungry. Not only the shop auntie, but also Tang Xueying sitting opposite felt satisfied when watching him eat. Tang Xueying took out a tissue from the table, handed it to Shu Han, and motioned him to wipe the oil stains off his mouth. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, a familiar figure walked in. Tang Xueying was stunned when she saw the person. The visitor saw Tang Xueying at the same time. From his perspective, Tang Xueying was helping the other person wipe his mouth. The figure walked up to them in 2 steps. Tang Xueying quickly pulled her hand back, stood up, and called out in a low voice, "Mom." Shu Han still didn't know what was going on. He looked up at Tang Xueying with a confused look on his face, then tilted his head to look to the side. An auntie who looked somewhat similar to Tang Xueying was standing there with a serious expression, which was a bit scary. Shu Han quickly swallowed the food in his mouth. He swallowed the noodles whole without even having time to chew them. He almost saw his grandmother on the spot. If I heard correctly just now, the beautiful sister called her Mom. No wonder they looked so similar. The moment Shu Han saw Tang Xueying's mother, he knew that the beautiful sister had completely inherited excellent genes. Her mother has beautiful facial features and is shorter than Tang Xueying, but she has a very good temperament. No wonder she could raise such an outstanding daughter like her beautiful sister. Shuhan stood up immediately, and Tang's mother's eyes fell on him, looking him up carefully. Shuhan felt very upset. Why did this sharp look seem so familiar? Suddenly I remembered that this feeling was exactly the same as the look Tang Xueying gave me when I first met her. Is this my mother? Tang Xueying quickly introduced. Mom, oh. No. Auntie. Shuhan was so nervous that his speech was completely incoherent, and his mouth followed his feet. Hello, Auntie? My name is Shuhan. Shuhan raised his head and his red face met Tang Mar's gaze. He kept telling himself in his heart that he must not be timid, because the first impression is very important. Tang Xueying beside him looked at him and smiled. Little guy, let us see how you perform. Chapter 26 Tang Mar's Invitation. Tang's mother quickly caught Tang Xueying's smile, and her daughter's reaction made her secretly happy. It seems that this little boy has a special relationship with his daughter. She knew her daughter too well. This seemed to be the first boy who could make her smile. When she first entered the room, Tang's mother thought that the boy sitting opposite Tang Xueying was the boy she was going on a blind date with. When she got closer, she realized that she had never seen this little boy before. The boy has a handsome face and a sunny smile. His eyes are full of tenderness when he looks at Tang Xueying. Xiaoshu, right? Tang's mother immediately changed her expression, showing a motherly smile, and looked at Shuhan gently. Hello, I'm Tang's mother. Shuhan was still nervous, but he felt relieved when he saw Tang Mar's kind attitude. Things happened too suddenly. He didn't expect to meet his beautiful sister's mother here. Met the parents. Don't stand, come sit down. Tang's mother looked at Shuhan with joy and pointed at the noodles that she had not finished eating. Continue eating. How could Shuhan dare to eat it? I don't even dare to digest what I have eaten, but I still keep eating. Auntie. I'm full. Shuhan nodded obediently, looking a little shy, which made Tang's mother like him particularly. It seems that they will not bully their own sweethearts, which looks good. Are you also from Haicheng University? Auntie. I'm from Haicheng University too. So how long have you known my Tang? I've known him for a while. Shuhan answered every question asked by Tang's mother seriously, fearing that he might say something wrong and make her unhappy. Mom. Seeing that her mother was checking her household registration, Tang Xueying quickly spoke out to stop her from asking the next question. Mother Tang turned to look at her daughter, then glanced at the surroundings and realized that it was not polite to ask these questions here. Xiaoshu. How long have you been in Jiancheng? Shuhan glanced at Tang Xueying and immediately replied, Go back after the holiday. How could his little action escape Tang's mother's eyes? As a teacher, Tang's mother has eyes as a ruler and no small details escape her. In her opinion, Shuhan's look was asking for Tang Xueying's opinion. Then, my daughter must often bully Xiaoshu. Okay. Then come to your aunt's house for dinner tonight. R. Tang's mother was very enthusiastic and didn't even look at her daughter's expression. After thinking about it, he changed his mind and said, Today is too rushed, let's do it tomorrow. How about tomorrow? I'll prepare well. If a boy comes to your house for dinner, you must treat him well, especially if he has a special relationship with the girl. Tang Xueying next to her stood there in a daze. Is this still her biological mother? He asked the little guy to go to his house for dinner right away without asking for his opinion or caring about Shuhan's identity. She made the decision so happily on her own, and it seems like she takes it very seriously. Tang Xueying glanced at Shuhan. The little guy's wish had come true. He should be happy now. Of course Shuhan would love nothing more than to have that happen. I agreed without even thinking about it. I will be there tomorrow. Thank you for your help, Auntie. Hearing Shuhan's agreement, Tang's mother smiled even brighter and said, Okay, repeatedly. Okay. No trouble, remember to come. I'll go back and get ready first. Mother Tang said this and walked out, forgetting what she came here for. When he reached the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned back. He looked up at Tang Xueying and instructed. Just have fun with Xiaoshu. You don't have to go home to accompany me. Okay, that's it. Before leaving, Tang's mother smiled and waved at Shuhan. Have fun. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Shuhan said politely, watching Tang's mother walk to the door. Auntie, please go slowly. Tang Xueying choked up, and for a moment she couldn't tell whether she was a biological child or not. My own mother is so enthusiastic towards the little one, but lukewarm towards me. Looking at Shuhan's smiling expression, I suddenly felt a little jealous. At this moment, Shuhan felt both happy and worried. I am happy that I can go to my beautiful sister's house, but I am worried that I don't know whether my aunt likes me or not. What if she doesn't like me? Judging from the aunt's attitude towards me just now, I don't think she hates me. What are you thinking about? Tang Xuan's voice interrupted Shuhan's thoughts. Shuhan blinked his bright eyes and replied with a smile, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just a little nervous. Tang Xuan is becoming less and less resistant to his silly look. Still eating. Shuhan shook his head, took his phone and went to pay the bill. Tang Xuan stopped him, this is my territory, listen to me. The shop aunt looked at the two young people with a smile and said, neither of you need to get married, Tang's mother has already done it. My mother? Tang Xuan was a little surprised. This wasn't like her mother's style. Haven't you always supported your own independence? Tang's mom said this is for Xiexu. The shop aunt added some additional advice, making Tang Xuan certain of one thing, Shuhan was her mother's biological son, and she was adopted. It may also be given as a gift for recharging your phone bill. As they walked out of the noodle shop, Tang Xuan received a message from her mother, asks Xiaoshu what he likes to eat. I forgot just now. Tang Xuan glanced at Shuhan next to her, lowered her head and replied, why don't you ask me what I like to eat? You can eat anything you want. Is this what a mother says to her daughter? Tang Xuan knew that she had fallen out of favor, and it was this little guy in front of her that took it away. My mom asked me to ask you, what do you like to eat? She will make it for you tomorrow. Shuhan's eyes turned, I can eat anything. Whatever you like, I like it too. Tang Xuan snorted lightly, you are quite sensible little guy. Shuhan was stunned, as if he heard some incredible sound. Was that the sound made by the beautiful sister just now? Tang Xuan didn't notice the change in Shuhan's expression and just lowered her head to reply to the message. Type a list of your favorite foods in the dialogue box and send it directly. Tang's mother replied immediately, aren't these all the things you like to eat? He said he likes to eat these. Tang Xuan responded confidently, it was the little guy's request in the first place, and she didn't lie. When they passed by a handicraft stall, they saw a pair of hand-woven bunny pendants, which looked very cute. When Shuhan saw Tang Xuan take a look at it, he quietly bought it after she left. Shuhan walked behind Tang Xuan and asked in a low voice, Senior sister, is your bag heavy? Can I help you carry it? Tang Xuan shook her head in confusion, it's not heavy, I can carry it myself. Would you mind adding some weight? Shuhan took 2 quick steps, caught up to her, took out the little rabbit pendant and placed it in his palm. It's not actually that heavy, just keep it. Chapter 27 Passing by. Tang Xuan looked at Shuhan's palm, the little white rabbit's eyes narrowed into a line, and the corners of his mouth were raised towards her. It looks a bit ugly, but still cute. Tang Xuan didn't ask whether she wanted it or not, but handed the bag over, you take it. Shuhan understood immediately, reached out to take the bag, skillfully tied the pendant on it, and even shook it in front of his eyes twice, nodding with satisfaction. Along the way, Tang Xuan was very responsible as a tour guide and would explain to Shuhan the history of some ancient buildings from time to time. These were things he had never heard of before, but Tang Xuan knew them very well, perhaps because she was a local. However, her voice was very nice. This was the first time Shuhan heard her speak so many words in private, and right next to his ear, and he felt like he remembered it all instantly. You seem to be very interested in history. Seeing Shuhan's serious look, Tang Xuan suddenly felt like she was giving him a lesson, a private tutoring lesson. Yes. Shuhan nodded. Don't you think history is fascinating? Brick by brick, it has gone through vicissitudes and great changes, but it still stands perfectly in front of you. It is very shocking. After several generations of inheritance, only traces of human beings have been left, and the history books are too thin to record everyone's experience. A line of words that seems inadvertent is a record of the great changes and changes of the times in the past 100 years. When talking about history, Shuhan suddenly started to talk freely without any restraint or shyness. Tang Xuan did not interrupt him and just acted as a listener. For a moment, she felt that this little guy was very dazzling and more profound than what some scholars on the stage said. Have I talked too much? After Shuhan finished speaking, he realized that he had forgotten himself just now and scratched his head embarrassedly. Tang Xuan gave an encouraging smile, what you said is great, that's how it should be. Hearing the praise, Shuhan's face turned red, which was a reaction to the teacher praising the students. You like history, why do you want to study screenwriting? Tang Xuyin asked. Shu Han was silent for a moment, and replied calmly. History is so grand, and I am so small, there is so much I can't learn. Being a screenwriter is different, I can write my own interpretation of history, which is also very interesting. Tang Xuyin agreed that the little guy had his own ideas and there was a reason why the skits he wrote on the forum were so popular. Before they knew it, they had been strolling around the ancient city until evening. The dim street lights lit up, lengthening the two people's backs, the small bar on the street played soothing music, and the bustling crowd also slowed down. Tang Xuyin took Shu Han into a music restaurant. This restaurant is far away from the main street, hidden deep in a not-so-crowded alley. Two glowing words are hung on the door, passing by. The lights in the restaurant were dim. An old man holding a guitar sat quietly on the stage, singing folk songs. There were 3 or 4 tables of guests below the stage, some were singing along, some were tapping to the beat, and they all looked relaxed. Tang Xuyin and Shu Han sat in an empty seat in the corner and waited for 5 or 6 minutes, but no one came to greet them. Just when Shu Han was puzzled, Tang Xuyin explained, the rule here is that we eat whatever they cook. Can it be like this? Shu Han muttered in a low voice. He had never encountered such a place before, but it was quite interesting and a blessing for people who have difficulty making decisions. But, think about it, how many customers will come if they do this? Just like opening a blind box, it might arouse the interest of many people. Thinking of this, Shu Han became even more excited. When the uncle on the stage finished singing a song, the audience applauded in unison. Then an elegant woman walked to the microphone, adjusted her height, and whispered, "Next, the stage is handed over to you." After the woman finished speaking, she walked off the stage with a bright smile on her face. At this time, the boy sitting at the door stood up. Opposite him sat a girl. Judging from their attire, they should be a couple traveling together. Love to Read free novels app has the fastest update, no ads, and the old bookworm customer service can help you find the books you want to read. The boy glanced at the girl in front of him and walked straight to the stage. The girl turned around, her eyes always on the boy's back, her face full of anticipation. The boy stood on the stage. Instead of picking up his guitar, he looked at the girl in the audience with deep affection. He whispered, "I want to sing a song for the girl I love the most, telling her that no matter what you become in the future, I will always be with you." After the boy finished speaking, he connected his phone to the speakers, played the accompaniment, and began to sing along. "Look at the city in the south, because that's where the person I love is." Shu Han listened quietly. The boy was very emotional and it could be heard that he had prepared carefully, though he might not be very proficient yet. At this time, the woman who had just spoken on the stage walked up to them with a tray. Tang, you haven't been here for a long time." "Yeah. Sister Liu, long time no see." Tang Xuyin responded with a smile and took the plate from Sister Liu. Sister Liu's eyes quickly fell on Shu Han, and she smiled warmly. "This time, you brought your boyfriend back. Your mother should be happy then." Without waiting for Tang Xuyin to explain, Sister Liu turned around and left. "You guys take your time eating, I'll go get busy first, we'll talk later." "Okay. You go ahead and do your thing." Tang Xuyin responded politely. There was no usual coldness on her face, but more gentleness. "Is it your boyfriend?" It seemed that the senior sister didn't explain just now, or maybe she didn't have time to explain. Shu Han paused and looked down at the food on the table, 2 steaks, a bowl of pasta, a vegetable salad, and 2 glasses of drinks he had never drunk before. He stared at the steak in front of him in a daze. His second sister often took him to eat Western food before, but he was not used to using a knife and fork. "Can you eat this thing with chopsticks?" "Actually, you can eat it with chopsticks." I looked up at the beautiful sister opposite me. She was already cutting steak, and I didn't have the heart to disturb her. Tang Xuyin held the fork in her left hand and the knife in her right hand, carefully cutting the steaks on the plate into regular shapes. Shu Han's eyes fell on her fair and tender hands. Maybe because of the force, a layer of light pink covered her fair skin. It looked very beautiful. He wanted to hold it. Tang Xuyin noticed his gaze but did not react. Until she finished cutting all the steaks in front of her and pushed them in front of Shu Han. "Eat this." Shu Han immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the steak pushed over by the senior sister. Then he found that she brought his untouched steak in front of him and continued to cut it. "Senior, I can do it myself." Shu Han spoke awkwardly. "How can I let my senior sister cut the steak for me? This is something I should do." Didn't you say that I have the final say on my territory? Tang Xuyin looked up and spoke with a very natural expression, giving people the feeling of a big sister next door. Chapter 28. I'm here. People were coming and going in the restaurant, and by the time they finished eating, there were still 2 other tables of guests. On the stage, a girl was playing and singing by herself, and Sister Liu came over with some fruits in her hand. She sat with Tang Xuyin, her eyes fell on Shu Han, and she said with a smile, "Have you met Tang's mother?" Shu Han was sitting opposite, feeling a little reserved, and answered truthfully, "I saw you at noon." He suddenly felt like he was meeting his girlfriend's relatives, as if he was surrounded by all the aunts and uncles who wanted to know about his past and present life. Tang Xuyin noticed his embarrassment, reached out and took Sister Liu's arm, and leaned her head on her shoulder. "Is the store busy recently?" Sister Liu reached out and touched Tang Xuyin's hair, and replied lovingly, "It's still the same as before. It's neither good nor bad, just right." He glanced at Shu Han, then looked at her and asked, "Are you coming back with any big plans this time?" What she meant was that she brought her boyfriend back this time with the intention of planning to get married. Tang Xuyin's pretty face turned red, and she whispered back, "No, he's a student in my class. He came here to participate in an event and we just happened to meet." "Student?" Sister Liu stared at Tang Xuyin in surprise, then looked at Shu Han. In her experience, the eye contact between the 2 people definitely did not indicate a teacher-student relationship. "I have something to give you, come with me." As she spoke, Sister Liu pulled Tang Xuyin and walked towards the back of the stage. Shu Han didn't know why, but he suddenly became nervous. When he said that he was a student just now, Sister Liu's expression made him feel uneasy. There are still some taboos between teachers and students. Shu Han could tell that Tang Xuyin and Sister Liu had a special relationship. On the stage, the girl's singing voice was melodious and beautiful, but the lyrics seemed a little sad, as if to highlight Shu Han's mood at the moment. At the backstage stairs, Sister Liu stared at Tang Xuyin intently, with a smile in her eyes. "That boy looks at you differently." Tang Xuyin did not hide it and nodded calmly, "I know." "So what do you think?" Sister Liu asked anxiously. This question seemed to stump her. She didn't seem to have any idea what she was thinking. She felt at peace seeing the little guy. No one had ever given her this feeling. Seeing that Tang Xuyin didn't answer, Sister Liu smiled knowingly. "I think I already know the answer." "What?" Tang Xuyin didn't understand what Sister Liu meant. She clearly didn't say anything. What does she know? Is there really such a special ability as mind reading? Go back. Sister Liu didn't ask any more questions, as she knew Tang Xuyin's character. There are not many boys who can eat with her, and the one she brought here today is the only one. In the front hall, the singer on the stage was replaced by a middle-aged man. He had a low and hoarse voice, and when he sang, there was a sense of tearing. "What the hell are you singing? Get off the stage. You're ruining your appetite." A discordant voice came. The music stopped abruptly and everyone's eyes fell on the person who was speaking. As long as you are on the stage, everyone has the right to express their own voice, no matter good or bad, and listen carefully to other people's stories. This is the minimum respect. The uncle's singing is also very nice, with a unique style. Anyway, Shu Han likes it very much. The sudden sound obviously caused discomfort to everyone present. Seeing everyone looking at him unkindly, the man acted as if nothing had happened and waved his hands impatiently at the stage. Shu Han found the man somewhat familiar, but he was not impressed. "Maybe you've seen it on the road." Hearing the noise, a staff member walked over and politely explained the rules of their store. The man adjusted his glasses and looked at the staff with a frown. "I come here to spend money to give you face. The customer is God. Don't you understand? I'm sorry, sir, if you're not satisfied, I can help you get rid of the bill." "What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford it?" The man stood up with a roar as if his tail was stepped on, and the staff were so scared that they quickly stepped back. At this time, Tang Xuyin and Sister Liu came out one after another, and Sister Liu hurried over to check the situation. Tang Xuyin sat back down opposite Shu Han and blinked her beautiful eyes calmly. "Shall we go?" She doesn't need to care about what happens to others, Sister Liu will take care of it naturally. This is not the first time this has happened in this restaurant, and it will definitely not be the last. Sister Liu is very experienced. Shu Han met her eyes with joy. Her long eyelashes still made his heart beat faster. "Walk." Shu Han naturally picked up her bag, stood up and prepared to leave. Tang Xuyin watched his movements, and her hand, which was about to take the bag, stopped in mid-air. It's like having a little follower. Just as they took 2 steps, a figure blocked their way. The pungent smell of alcohol made Tang Xuyin step back quickly. "Hello, Miss Tang, I didn't expect we would meet again." The person who came was the customer who had just quarreled with the staff. Xu Han also remembered it. He is the man with glasses sitting opposite Tang Xuyin in the coffee shop. Tang Xuyin covered her nose, frowned slightly, and moved a step to the right, trying to bypass him and leave. The man with glasses stood in front of Tang Xuyin without any manners and said, "Meeting is fate. How about singing a song together?" As he said that, he reached out to pull Tang Xuyin's wrist. Just when he was about to touch Tang Xuyin's sleeve, a pair of large hands suddenly appeared and clamped his wrists tightly. Xu Han looked at him with a cold expression. "What do you want to sing?" "I'll sing with you." His tone was cold and emotionless. He lifted the other person's wrist and twisted it hard. As the intense pain hit him, the man with glasses' face twisted, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he screamed in pain. Let go quickly. Let go of my hand." Xu Han stared at him, gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you sober? Wake up. Wake up." The man with glasses hunched his body and didn't even dare to look into Xu Han's eyes. "I'm glad you're awake. No need to thank me. If you want to sing, you can always find me." Xu Han reminded him considerately and slowly loosened his wrist. The man with glasses escaped from Xu Han's clutches, took several steps back, pushed the door open and left without looking back. Sister Liu, who was witnessing everything nearby, was startled by the sudden outburst of coldness from Xu Han. Is this still the little boy who looked a little shy just now? Just now, the man with glasses was about to leave after receiving Sister Liu's solution, but he unexpectedly turned around and saw Tang Xuyin. After meeting in the morning, he was still thinking about this girl. When they met again, he felt that they were destined to be together and wanted her contact information. The result was so inappropriate that it was simply disgusting. Xu Han looked at Tang Xuyin with eyes full of heartache. She seemed frightened. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed Tang Xuyin's wrist, comforting her, "It's okay. I've got you." Chapter 29. Good night. Xu Han took Tang Xuyin's wrist and walked out of the restaurant. Sister Liu at the door looked at the two people's backs as they walked away, smiled brightly, and took out her cell phone to record this moment. Teacher-student romance. I think they're a good match. After walking past the corner, Xu Han let go of her hand, and the two walked side by side on the street. Tang Xuyin lowered her eyes and looked at the wrist that had been held just now, and felt her face getting a little hot. I glanced at the little guy and saw that his ears were almost ripe. Thinking of Xu Han's fierce look just now, it seemed like this was the second time she had seen him. The last time, it was because Che Song made her sprain her foot, and the little girl even slapped him in the face. Later, they really had a fight and he was beaten black and blue. The image of his swollen cheeks came to my mind, and I suddenly wanted to laugh. He looked so silly and cute. Senior, what are you laughing at? Xu Han widened his eyes and looked at Tang Xuyin infatuatedly. She smiled so sweetly just now. It's an expression I've never seen before, unlocking a new skill. Did I laugh? Tang Xuyin turned her head and met Xu Han's curious gaze. Did I not control myself and laughed out loud just now? As long as he doesn't admit it, the little guy won't know that he is the one laughing. Then you must have seen it wrong. Xu Han smiled and said nothing, but he was very happy in his heart. Various kinds of music float over the ancient city at night, releasing characters of freedom and joy. Xu Han's gaze fell on the little girl who was playing guitar and singing not far away. The little girl looked about 14 or 15 years old. She was holding a guitar, standing in front of a homestay, plucking the strings skillfully. In the violin case in front of her, there was a QR code and a few scattered banknotes. The amount was not large. Senior sister, do you want to listen to some music? Xu Han suddenly asked. Tang Xuyin looked at him in confusion, and without waiting for her answer, she walked to the little girl holding the guitar. Xu Han whispered a few words to the little girl and stuffed a few bills into her pocket. The little girl looked up at Tang Xuyin, a light flashed in her eyes. Her sister is very beautiful, the most beautiful sister she has ever seen. The little girl happily handed the guitar to Xu Han, walked to Tang Xuyin, took her hand and walked closer. Sister, you are so beautiful. Tang Xuyin smiled gently, touched the little girl's face and said, "Thank you." Xu Han plucked the strings of the guitar, got familiar with the feeling, showed his signature smile, and looked at Tang Xuyin. My pretty sister, there must be a reward for listening to the song. Otherwise the kids will be unhappy. Tang Xuyin looked at him with teasing eyes, just waiting to see what he was up to. Shuhan cleared his throat, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them. Ding da da. The melodious and crisp sound of the guitar emerges. Tang Xuyin looked at him in surprise. She thought he was just joking, but it seems he really is capable. In a northern village, lived a southern girl. She always likes to wear a flowery dress and stand on the side of the road. She doesn't talk much. Shuhan's soft singing also attracted the attention of many passers-by. His eyes were always on the girl in front of him, gentle, warm, and never left. Tang Xuyin pursed her lips slightly, and the light deep in her eyes was focused on the boy in front of her. He gave her so many surprises. After the song ended, Shuhan put the guitar back into the little girl's hands and considerately adjusted the microphone back to its original height. After expressing gratitude to the little girl, he returned to Tang Xuyin. Tang Xuyin saw that he was seeking praise and was as childish as a little kid. "You sang well, keep it up." Shuhan raised his head slightly proudly. It seemed that being praised by the girl he liked was a very happy thing. The two of them walked slowly along the streets of the ancient city. Even though no one spoke, the initial awkwardness was gone just by walking together. "I should go back." Tang Xuyin stopped and pointed to a courtyard in the alley. He took the bag from Shuhan and whispered, "You should go back to the hotel too." Shuhan glanced at the alley and nodded, "I'll see you go in, then I'll go back." Tang Xuyin didn't say anything else. She turned and walked into the alley. When she stood at the door and looked back, the little guy was still standing there. She walked into the yard, took out her cell phone and sent a message. Shuhan's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and took a look. "I'm home." After seeing the news, he returned to the hotel satisfied. Spending the whole day with Tang Xuyin made him feel like he had drunk honey, and he even forgot to look at his phone. After washing up and lying on the bed, I saw countless messages on my phone. The most common ones were group messages in the dormitory, and Zhao Leffen shared a lot of photos. Shuhan just stroked it casually, but couldn't see the end at all, so he didn't pay any attention to it. The latest message came from his second sister, asking him what he did during the holidays. Shuhan told him truthfully that he was out having fun. The other party didn't reply either. He must be busy. Clicking on the pinned dialog box, Shuhan carefully typed in 2 words and clicked send. "Good night." When Tang Xuyin saw these 2 words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. It was the first time she felt happy because of the words, "good night." She could even imagine the little guy's expression when he sent these 2 words. Laughing so happily. Tang's mother came over with a cup of water. She had never seen her daughter smile so much. Tang Xuyin reached out to take the water cup and took a sip. She didn't know if it was because the water was too hot or something else, but her face turned a little red. Mother Tang looked at her daughter with a loving face. "Xiaoshu is from the north, right?" Tang Xuyin looked up at her mother and nodded affirmatively, "Yes." "From Chizhou." "Okay, then you should go to bed early." After saying this, Tang's mother got up and left. "What do you mean?" Tang Xuyin curled up on the sofa, confused. "The taste in the north is a little different from ours. I have to pay attention to that." Mother Tang left this sentence and returned to her bedroom. There are indeed some differences in eating habits between the north and the south. The south prefers sweet food, while the north prefers salty food. A cup of soy milk could trigger a war between the north and the south. Tang Xuyin knew that she had fallen out of favor with her mother, and with the appearance of the little guy, she became her mother's only favorite. She didn't understand why. They just met briefly at noon. Is this little guy so charming? It seems that the two of them stayed together all day today. This is definitely unprecedented for her. Not only did I take him to his favorite places, I also took him to eat his favorite foods. The image of the little guy playing guitar appeared before my eyes. Those eyes can't lie. Tang Xuyin opened her phone and typed 2 words with a smile, "Good night." When Shuhan saw these 2 words, he felt that the air was sweet, sweeter than marshmallows. Chapter 30, Being able to eat is a blessing. When Shuhan woke up in the hotel, a drizzle was falling outside the window. Without time to think about it, he simply packed up and went out. "I'm going to my senior's house in the evening. Although I don't have much experience, I still have to have the most basic manners." He is going to the street to buy some gifts. But when I got to the street, I was completely at a loss and didn't know what to bring. After thinking about it, I could only ask Baidu for help, but the first thing that popped up was an advertisement. This is very much in line with his style. Looking at the endless recommendations, Shuhan silently turned off his phone and went to the nearest large supermarket. The young man stood in front of the shelf full of goods and looked at the shopping guide not far away. Their middle-aged aunt has a kind face and seems to be easy to talk to. Shuhan walked up to her, greeted her politely, and told her his needs. When the other party heard that the young man was going to his future girlfriend's house, she thought that she must have experience. This is my strength. Just like that, with the enthusiastic help of the shopping guide aunt, Shuhan left with a lot of gains and went straight to his senior sister's house. When he arrived at his destination, the sky began to clear up. Shuhan stood at the entrance of the alley where he parted with his senior yesterday and sent a message to Tang. It was my first time visiting a customer, and I was quite nervous. After all, I had no experience in this area. Just like getting married, no one should wait until they have experience before taking this course. This thing is not suitable for practicing. I wanted to ask my roommates, but they seem even less reliable. It seems that the only person around me who has experience is my uncle, but, for now, he cannot know about this. Tang Xuyin came out after receiving the news. Shuhan watched her walking towards him from afar. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and his heart beat faster. Just now it was because of nervousness, now it's because of excitement. Black wide leg pants, paired with a white shirt, with flowing long hair draped over her shoulders. The breeze blew by, ruffling her hair, and also nourished Shuhan's heart. Tang Xuyin has met Shuhan's and she reached out and lifted the hair in front of her eyes. Maybe I walked too fast just now, and my face turned slightly red. You want to open a supermarket? Tang Xuyin looked at Shuhan in surprise. He has so many bags in his hands that he is almost stuffing the little guy with all of them. Shuhan smiled innocently and looked at the things in his hand. I didn't know what auntie would like, so I bought a little bit of everything. Tang Xuyin was speechless and reached out to take the thing in his hand. It's not heavy, I can lift it. Shuhan dodged. Tang Xuyin glanced over and Shuhan let go obediently. Suddenly I felt like I was being controlled. It wasn't that I was afraid of the senior, but I respected her the most. I didn't want to make her angry, so I compromised. Tang Xuyin walked in front and Shuhan followed behind. For some reason, she felt like she was going back to her mother's home. No, these are all weird ideas. Shuhan shook his head. The two of them had already reached the door. In the yard, Tang's mother saw Shuhan and immediately came out to greet him. Xiaoshu is here. Looking at what he had in his hand, Tang's mother was stunned. This boy is so sensible. Come if you want, why do you need so many things? Mother Tang said as she took the things from Shuhan's hand and gave Tang Xuyin a reproachful look. You don't even know how to help Xiaoshu hold it. What if it gets crushed? Tang Xuyin rolled her eyes cutely. Does this mother really not know who her biological children are? Shuhan quickly came to the rescue of the senior sister, and looked at Tang's mother with a smile. Auntie, this little thing can't weigh me down. The senior sister wanted to help me get it, I didn't let her. Tang's mother said 3 good words in a row, and pulled Shuhan into their house. Come on, come in. Next time, don't bring anything with you. Auntie, I don't know what you like, so I just bought some. Shuhan looked at Tang's mother politely, smiling the whole time. Tell me what you like, and I'll bring it to you next time. You are so polite, we are family. Mother Tang was halfway through her words when she felt that her choice of words was not quite right, so she immediately changed her words. I don't lack anything. From now on, just come over often. I'll be happy to see you. She was speaking from her heart. From the first time she saw Shuhan, she felt that this kid was very compatible with her. Mainly because my daughter likes it. Sit down and take a rest. I'll make you something delicious. As Tang's mother said this, she handed the cup of water to Shuhan and turned to go to the kitchen. Tang Xuyin sat on the sofa beside them, pouting and looking at the two of them, as if they were real mother and son. Shuhan turned his head to look. It was the first time he saw the senior sister with such a cute expression. This is not a cold goddess at all, she is simply a cute goddess. Don't look. Tang Xuyin noticed Shuhan was looking at her, gave him a warning look, and immediately regained her calm expression. Shuhan smiled proudly. Just want to see what you can do to me. Xiaoshu. Do you want salty or sweet food? Tang Mar's voice came from the kitchen. Shuhan stood up and walked to the kitchen, whispering, Auntie, I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky about food. Mother Tang was wearing an apron and happily cutting vegetables. When she saw Shuhan come in, the smile on her face became even wider. Auntie, let me help you. Shuhan rolled up his sleeves and acted like he was ready to do something big. Tang's mother turned her head to look at him and smiled happily. You can also cook. No, but I want to learn. Shu Han looked very sincere, staring at the movements of Tang Ma's hands. Auntie, can you teach me? Love reading free novels updates the fastest, has no ads, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Tang's mother kept moving her hands and proudly replied, of course it's no problem. I tell you. Tang likes the dishes I cook the most. Yes, my senior said that your dishes are the best. Shu Han immediately offered his praise. Auntie, your level is better than that of a top chef. Shu Han's words made Tang's mother extremely happy, and she gave him an extra 10 points for her impression of him. Tang Shuyin was very curious when she saw Shu Han hadn't come out of the kitchen yet, so she quietly came over. As soon as I reached the door, I heard my mother's laughter. This dish needs less sugar. Yes, that's it. When I looked over, I saw Shu Han standing behind my mother, adding seasoning to the pot. My own mother has never been so patient with me. Tang's mother knew that Shu Han was coming, so she had made preparations in advance. After simple processing, the food was quickly served on the table. Looking at the sumptuous family dinner on the table, Shu Han felt embarrassed. Auntie, this is too much. It's okay, just eat more. As Tang's mother spoke, she added a piece of chicken with a serving chopstick and placed it in Shu Han's bowl. If you can't finish it, let Tang eat the rest. Tang Shuyin. The family's status plummeted in an instant. During the meal, Tang's mother kept putting food into Shu Han's bowl, and Shu Han also put food into his senior's bowl. When Tang's mother saw Shu Han eating, she couldn't stop smiling. This way of eating is a sign of good fortune. Chapter 31, Crowded Elevator. After dinner, Tang's mother brought some fruit and placed it in front of Shu Han, then sat opposite him and started chatting. Xiaoshu. What do your parents do for a living? Hearing her mother's question, Tang Shuyin next to her also sat up straight. She had looked at Shu Han's personal information, and in his file, there was nothing filled in the column for parents. Everyone has their own secrets, and Tang Shuyin knows her limits, so she never asked about this matter. My parents. Shu Han was stunned for a moment, and his movements paused for a moment, but he reacted quickly and replied softly. Auntie, I have never seen my parents. I have lived with my uncle since I was very young. Never met your parents? Tang's mother looked stunned and didn't understand what it meant for a moment. Was he abandoned by his parents when he was young? Still left by accident? She turned her eyes to her daughter. There was not much expression on Tang Shuyin's face, as if she had known all this. Shu Han saw the confusion in Tang's mother's eyes and continued to explain. When I was very young, my uncle told me that they went to a very far place, but they never came back to see me in all these years. In his opinion, the place that his uncle mentioned as being far away should be a place that he could never return to. However, my uncle is very good to me and treats me like his own son. I also have 2 sisters, and they are also very nice. Shu Han spoke about his family affairs in a calm tone, without much emotional fluctuation, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. As Mother Tang listened to Shu Han's story, her eyes became red and filled with heartache. As a mother myself, I naturally understand the pain of a child growing up alone without parental company. No matter how good the people around him are to him, it is not the love of his biological parents. Tang's mother thought of herself. She and Tang Shuyin's father divorced when Tang Shuyin was very young, and she raised her alone. Although my daughter did not receive the fatherly love she deserved, she received double the motherly love, and she grew up healthy. Tang Shuyin looked at Shu Han's profile and finally understood why he had a nightmare in broad daylight. The insecurity Shu Ruolan mentioned came from the fact that his parents were not around. When Shu Han left his senior's house, Tang Shuyin sent him to the intersection, watched him get in the car, and then returned home. Mother Tang sat on the sofa, staring at her daughter as she walked in, without saying a word. Tang Shuyin was a little scared when she was looked at. Mom, are you okay? Don't bully Xiaoshu anymore. Be nice to him, okay? Mother Tang suddenly spoke, stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Tang Shuyin looked at her mother's back and wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words back. It was obviously him who bullied me, okay? Suddenly I have an inexplicable feeling. After washing up, Tang Shuyin lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. What happened recently flashed through her mind like a movie. Ever since the little guy broke into her world, things seem to be a little different. Happy times are always short, like holidays, which are over before they even begin. On the 6th day of the holiday, the seminar was held as scheduled at Jiancheng Hotel. Shu Han was sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Tang Shuyin hadn't appeared yet, but Jiang Yanan appeared in his sight first. Little brother, you are here to attend the seminar too. Jiang Yanan saw Shu Han appear here and walked over with surprise on her face. Seeing this, Shu Han stood up slightly and greeted politely, "Senior Jiang, you are here too. Little brother, are you waiting for someone?" Jiang Yanan stood in front of Shu Han and looked at him with a smile. "Let me guess, are you waiting for me again?" Jiang Yanan chuckled. "Just kidding, you are waiting for Tang. That is your teacher Tang. I'm waiting for senior sister Tang." Shu Han replied. Was it my teacher Tang that Jiang Yanan was talking about just now? She must have made a slip of the tongue. Senior Jiang always likes to joke. Jiang Yanan carefully discovered that Shu Han began to call Tang Xiying senior sister instead of teacher. She looked at Shu Han with some doubt, trying to find some clues from his eyes. "Little brother, have you been alone these few days in Jiangcheng?" She felt that her junior brother had changed a little, but she couldn't tell exactly what was different. For a girl who likes to listen to gossip, this is a bit itchy. Xiaonan. The appearance of Tang Xiying interrupted their conversation. Shu Han breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had escaped a disaster. He didn't know how to answer Senior Jiang's question. He couldn't tell her that he was with Tang Xiying. But, it's okay to say it, right? They are friends, and Senior Jiang won't say anything at school. Jiang Yanan turned her head and saw actress Tang Xie. She rushed over to her and the two gave each other a big hug. Shu Han, who was watching from the side, was full of envy. When would he be able to give his senior a hug? Let's go up. Tang Xiying waved to Shu Han, and Jiang Yanan held her arm as they walked towards the elevator. Shu Han picked up his bag and took 2 quick steps to catch up. Maybe it's because of the holiday, there are still quite a lot of people attending the seminar. As soon as Shu Han and his friends walked into the elevator, a group of people squeezed in from behind. The elevator, which was spacious just now, suddenly became crowded. Tang Xiying frowned slightly. She was pushed to the back corner, and the people who came in later were still squeezing in. When she was at a loss, Shu Han suddenly appeared in front of her, supporting the box with both hands and protecting her in front of him. The two looked at each other. The breath exhaled by Shu Han hit Tang Xiying's forehead, making her dare not look at the boy in front of her. However, she could clearly hear the boy's heartbeat, which seemed to be getting faster and faster. Shu Han lowered his eyes and stared at Tang Xiying's hair. A faint floral scent came from her, which should be the smell of shampoo. For a moment, Shu Han wanted to reach out and touch the beautiful and smooth hair, but his hand moved and then retracted. Tang Xiying prayed that the elevator would arrive soon. She raised her head slightly, and felt something soft on her forehead. What is that? A blush appeared on Tang Xiying's face, and she felt a little shy. The forehead just touched Shu Han's lips. Was it kissed? No. It was an accident. Absolutely an accident. She swore that she just wanted to see which floor the elevator was at. Little guy, you shouldn't think too much about it, right? Shu Han stood there stiffly, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. It was over his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Jiang Yanan next to him looked at Shu Han's red ears, her face full of curiosity. Little brother, are you too hot? Your ears are so red. Yes. It is a bit hot. Shu Han tried hard to calm himself down and quickly looked away. Tang Xiying grasped the corner of her clothes tightly and dared not move again. It wasn't until the elevator door opened that she breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them quickly fled the elevator, one after the other, and no one dared to look at each other. Tang Xiying walked in front and touched her forehead without leaving any trace. Chapter 32, Xiao Liuli's work. Shu Han walked into the seminar. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Han Feifei, who was wearing a blue dress, spotted him. Why is he here? Han Feifei was able to attend this seminar because she spent a long time writing the best work. This work happened to be rated as one of the top 10 outstanding works on the internet, and as the author I was invited to the scene. What qualifications does Shu Han have to be here? Could it be that he spent a huge amount of money to buy the scalper relationship just to have a chance encounter with this school beauty? Han Feifei felt delighted when she thought of this possibility. The last time Shu Han rejected her in the classroom, he definitely wanted to play hard to get, just to make her notice him. She is very clear about the methods boys use to pursue girls. Create an encounter here and make the girls think that he is very capable and qualified to attend such a seminar, then the girls will admire him. Then go back to school together, and deepen your relationship along the way. Unconsciously, Han Feifei has already imagined a romantic TV series in her mind. Of course she must be the heroine. If Shu Han knew about her thoughts, he would definitely scold her. You are so self-indulgent. You deserve to be a screenwriter. In fact, Shuhan did not notice her presence, but was standing in the display area of outstanding works, flipping through the works on display. Any work that can be brought to a seminar for discussion must be excellent enough. When he opened a work signed by Xiaodioli, his brows furrowed tightly. Before her rebirth, Han Feifei finally told him that her pen name was Xiaodioli. The content of the work in front of him is exactly the same as what he posted on the forum. Was his idea plagiarized? In her previous life, Han Feifei added him on WeChat after the National Day holiday, using the pseudonym Yuin Sanren. On the forum, anyone who follows Han Sangayan will know that he only follows Yuin 3 people, and the two have a good relationship. This is no secret. What puzzled Shuhan was how Han Feifei knew that he was Han Sangayan. Maybe he can find the answer at this seminar. Isn't it well written? A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Shuhan turned around and found that it was Han Feifei standing next to him. Is it you? Shuhan put down the work in his hands and prepared to turn around and leave. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this woman. The script you just read was written by me. Han Feifei looked at Shuhan's hand as he retracted it, and said confidently, You also brought your work with you. She was not sure why Shuhan came to the seminar, and looked at him with some curiosity. Shuhan paused, and suddenly stared at Han Feifei with cold eyes. You said you wrote that, so I have a question for you. Plagiarizing other people's works and showing off in a high-sounding manner. Shuhan really admires such mental quality. Of course, no problem, just ask. Han Feifei was not afraid either. She had done her homework and knew all the contents by heart. Can you tell me who the prototype of the story is? Shuhan stared at her closely, knowing that she couldn't answer, but also having no intention of letting her go. Prototype? Not all scripts need prototypes. Han Feifei explained confidently, the stories are all fictional. You are also a screenwriter, don't you understand this? Shuhan showed sarcasm on his face. She was right. Not all works need to have prototypes. However, this script has a prototype. He did not refute Han Feifei, but nodded in agreement, turned and left. It's just a waste of time to argue with someone like her. Shuhan still has a lot of things that he hasn't figured out, and he doesn't plan to expose her for the time being. Not far away, Tang, who had been observing the two of them, frowned slightly. How come the two of them chatted for so long? Tang glanced at Shuhan, who was walking away, and walked to where he had just stood. He reached out and picked up the script that Shuhan had just put down, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. She deliberately glanced at the signature. Isn't it Han Sangayan? No one is more familiar with this short story than her except Han Shan Ji Yu Ying. This was her first work recorded on the audiobook platform. Thanks to its brilliance, it attracted its first batch of listeners. How could it be Xiaolioli? Tang Shuiying took the script and walked straight out the door. Shuhan sat calmly on a stool in the corner, scanning the scene, but did not find Tang Shuiying. He just flipped through the official materials prepared by himself. After a while, two staff members in suits walked in and came directly to Han Feifei. Hello, please come with us. Han Feifei was all smiles, thinking that she had received the attention of the organizers, so she followed the two people out of the hall contentedly. If I can receive the favor of the organizers at a seminar of this level, my future path will become wider and wider. If your work is noticed by some big shot, you can take off right away. The campus beauty of a certain university collaborates with a famous director and becomes the youngest screenwriter. Definitely number 1 on the hot search list. Then she can take the opportunity to transform herself and star in some hit dramas, and she will definitely be a new first-line actress. Han Feifei was invited into an independent meeting room. Her script was placed on the conference table, and sitting opposite her were 4 organizers with different expressions. Hello, please take a seat. The middle-aged man sitting in the middle spoke first. Don't be nervous, we want to know something from you about your script. Xiaolioli, that's your pen name, right? The seminar activities will proceed as usual. During this period, Shuhan played the role of a learner very well. Whether he was listening to the sharing of excellent people or the advice of bigwigs, he seemed very focused. Until the end of the seminar, he didn't see Han Feifei show up. At the hotel entrance, Shuhan found the car he had called in advance, looked at Tang Shiying and said, Senior, you go first. You're not leaving? Tang Shiying asked doubtfully. I've booked a ticket for the evening train back to school. Let's go together. As she spoke, Tang Shiying opened the car door and got in first. I'm going back to school too. Get in the car, little brother. Jiang Yanan saw him standing there in a daze and called out to him again. The group of three went straight to the station. Shu Han sat in the passenger seat and secretly glanced at Tang Xueying in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The slightly messy hair fell on her pretty face, her eyes were slightly narrowed, and her eyelashes were trembling. Jiang Yanan sat next to him and turned her head to look at the street scene whizzing past outside the window. The car window was half lowered, and the wind outside blew into the car, slightly blowing up Tang Xueying's long hair, and a faint fragrance fell on Shu Han. Tang Xueying reached out and touched the hair on her face, and Shu Han's heartstrings trembled. We're at the station. Is chapter 33 good? Do you want to read it again? Shu Han walked to the ticket office and changed his ticket to the same train as Tang Xueying. I deliberately changed seats with someone else in the car and sat next to her. Tang Xueying sat by the window and turned her head to look at the scenery whizzing past outside the window. Shu Han leaned back in the chair, tilted his head, and looked at the delicate profile. The light shone on her face, making it look exceptionally fair and tender, and you could even see the tiny hairs on her face. If you take a bite, it should taste good. She wore light lipstick on her lips and no makeup on her face, so no need to worry about foundation. The lights inside the car were bright, and the outside of the window had already fallen into darkness. The outlines of Shu Han's movements were all reflected on the glass. Tang Xueying suddenly turned around and blinked her beautiful eyes, and their eyes met. Shu Han withdrew his gaze in panic, feeling like a guilty thief. I have seen it before, why do I feel guilty this time? It is because. Have you seen enough? Tang Xueying looked at his silly look and asked in pretended anger. No. What? I haven't seen enough. Shu Han answered bluntly. Tang Xueying blushed. She was always teased by Shu Han. This time she wanted to tease the little guy. Then let you watch enough. Tang Xueying moved her body towards this side and stretched her entire face in front of Shu Han. Does it look good? A light and elegant smell came, and Shu Han's face turned red and hot, and his ears seemed to be scalded by boiling water. His Adam's apple rolled as he met Tang Xueying's gaze. If they moved a little closer, the two of them would definitely be stuck together. Those moist thin lips made him feel itchy. Shu Han immediately looked away and whispered back, "It looks good." Tang Xueying's expression was still relatively calm, but the little deer in her heart had already crashed into death. She clearly saw the little guy's soft lips move closer to her and then quickly move away. What if he really kisses me? I will definitely slap him in the face without any mercy. But why is there a glimmer of expectation? Tang Xueying turned her head to look out the window again, as if she felt something was wrong. She closed her eyes and leaned back in her seat. No matter how she tried to suppress her emotions, the look of the little guy just now could not be shaken off her mind. Shu Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The senior sister's actions just now were too bold, just like the last time in the cinema. He adjusted his posture, closed his eyes, and dared not think about it anymore. After an unknown amount of time, Shu Han tilted his head and leaned on Tang Xueying's shoulder unconsciously. Tang Xueying only felt something soft covering her shoulders, and a few strands of hair were prickling her face from time to time. Her expression changed slightly, and she playfully opened one eye and looked over. Is it the little guy's face? I was just peeking at my little one, but I don't know when he fell asleep. Tang Xueying turned her head slightly and looked around, but no boy dared to get close to her. Soon, her attention was attracted by Shu Han's quiet face, which had a healthy and clean complexion. The exposed ears, slightly red, looked particularly attractive. Tang Xueying couldn't help but reach out and touch the ear. She touched him gently, and seeing that Shu Han didn't react, she pinched his earlobe. Quite fun. Tang Xueying didn't notice that her little action made Shu Han's ears even redder, all the way down to his neck. The next stop is Haicheng. As the arrival signal sounded on the train, Shu Han gradually woke up from his daze. What's soft? He opened his eyes and saw strands of hair hanging in front of him. He suddenly woke up and sat up straight. What on earth did I do? Tang Xueying looked at him expressionlessly and was so frightened that she became incoherent in an instant. Senior, I'm sorry. I fell asleep. His face turned red with shame and he looked down at his feet. Only then did he realize that he was still holding Tang Xueying's hand. No wonder it feels so soft and comfortable to touch, it turns out to be the senior student's little hand. Do you still want to hold it? It's numb. Tang Xueying spoke in a light tone, without any intention of blaming anyone. After hearing this, Shu Han reluctantly let go of his hand. He actually wanted to continue holding it, but he had to get off the bus. However, the senior student did not blame him and said there would be another chance next time. Walk out of the station and take a taxi directly back to school. There is only one day left of the holiday and many students have already returned to campus. After returning to the dormitory to pack up, Shuhan lay on the bed. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, I saw the friend request, Yuying and his 3 friends. Shuhan frowned slightly. It's finally here. Han Feifei sent him a friend request under the name of the Moon Shadow Trio. Before he could make any move, another message came in the application information. The chat room account has been temporarily blocked. Please use WeChat to contact us from now on. Shuhan logged into his own forum and clicked on the profile of Yuying 3, and indeed saw the words, temporarily banned. He wanted to find out the truth about some things, so he decisively chose to agree. Even though they knew that the other party was a fake Moon Shadow Trio, they were not going to expose her for the time being. Seeing that he agreed to the friend request, the other party quickly sent a message, Hello, Han-san Gain, I am Yuying San Ren. Shuhan's mouth twitched. Same routine, familiar taste. After a few seconds of silence, he replied directly, How did you know my WeChat? This question has puzzled him for too long, and he urgently needs to know the answer. After the message was sent, the other party did not reply for a long time. Shuhan was not in a hurry. The other party would definitely find a reasonable reason to fool him, and it had to be convincing enough. While he was waiting for the other party to reply, Han Feifei's real friend request also came. Did you report me? Has it been reported? No wonder she was not seen in the later stage of the seminar. She was not attending a meeting, but was being interrogated. Shuhan replied helplessly, I don't understand what you are talking about. Who reported it? It could only be one person, and she was the only one present at the scene who knew that it was not Xiao Liuli's work. In the girls' dormitory, Han Feifei, who came back early, was lying on the bed with an angry face, 2 mobile phones in her hands, busy all the time. After she was brought into the conference room, she was criticized by 4 judges in turn, who eventually disqualified her from participating in the seminar and put her name on the blacklist. Because the original author was not at the scene, no one held her accountable, so she escaped. After she came out, she immediately called home and through her father's various connections, she was able to contact a relevant staff member of the forum development company. I spent a lot of money to buy the online address and registration information of Han-san Gain from this staff member. When Han Feifei looked at the information in her hand, she found to her surprise that the other party was actually her classmate, Shuhan. She knew that Han-san Lone Shadow and Yuying 3 had a close relationship, so she came up with the idea of using the other's identity. Chapter 34 A Chance Encounter in the Morning. Shuhan clicked on the reply sent by the fake Moon Shadow Trio and smiled bitterly. Fake Yuying and the other 2, didn't you tell me about WeChat? You forgot it now. As expected, all men are pigs. At the end, a cute emoticon was added, which looks like she is acting coquettishly. After seeing this message, Shuhan threw his phone aside. Out of sight, out of mind. People who treat others as fools are not that smart themselves. Since Han Feifei doesn't tell the truth, you have to find the answer yourself. Shuhan stayed in the hotel for the entire holiday, and slept very soundly when he returned to the dormitory. I woke up in the morning, checked the time, changed my clothes and went to the playground. Although there is still one day of holiday, there are already a lot of people coming for morning jogging. When Shuhan was standing in the corner warming up, he saw a familiar figure. She was wearing a blue sportswear and a brown baseball cap, and her long black ponytail swayed back and forth as she ran. Shuhan looked at her figure and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. When fate comes, it can't be stopped. It really adds some motivation to my morning jogging plan. She quickened her pace and chased after her. Instead of going forward to disturb her, she followed her silently. After running 3 laps, the figure in front began to slow down. Not running away anymore? When Shuhan was confused, she slowly stopped, covered her stomach and walked off the runway. Are you feeling unwell? He frowned slightly and chased after him with a worried look on his face. Tang Xuan's face turned pale. She took off her coat and tied it around her waist. When Shuhan saw this action, he roughly understood why she left suddenly. Girls always have those days when relatives come to visit without any warning. Senior. Shuhan appeared in front of Tang Xuan and took off his coat. Tang Xuan heard a familiar voice, looked up, and saw a young face in front of her. Before she could speak, Shuhan threw his clothes on the ground. Senior, please sit here and wait for me for a while, I will be back soon. Tang Xuyin watched the little guy run away, then looked at the clothes on the ground. Was he seen? Tang Xuyin's face turned slightly red, as if she had thought of a possibility. Was her embarrassing scene discovered by the little guy? She did calculate the date, but this time it seemed to come early and it was especially painful. Shuhan ran to the supermarket at the entrance as fast as he could and was stunned by the various types of large-sized band-aids on the shelves. ABC, what fei, all kinds of treasures. Which one to buy? I have no experience with this stuff. He turned his head to look at the boss and found it was an aunt, so he walked over with gritted teeth. Auntie, I want to buy, can you recommend something? The aunt in the store looked at his blushing face and smiled indifferently, with a kind of calmness that was not surprising. I'll get it for you. Shuhan looked at the aunt walking towards the shelf with gratitude and felt relieved. He doesn't mind buying these things, he just doesn't know which one to buy. Do you want a thermos and brown sugar? I have hot water. Auntie asked in a very business-like manner. Shuhan agreed without even thinking. Yes, I must. Thank you. Before leaving, the aunt did not forget to praise, young people nowadays really know how to care for others. At the entrance of the playground, Tang Xuyin was holding Shuhan's clothes and sitting on the bench next to her. After a while, she saw the little guy running towards her in a hurry. Her eyes fell on the little guy, watching him approach her step by step, her eyes full of tenderness. In a trance, she was actually a little obsessed. Senior. Shuhan stood in front of Tang Xuyin, took out a package from the shopping bag and stuffed it into her hand. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Tang Xuyin glanced at the thing in her hand, raised her eyes and stared into his eyes. She was obviously very embarrassed, but she pretended to be calm. This is really difficult for the little guy. She has also seen some videos where boys quarreled with girls because they were very bothered and unwilling to buy this for them. Apparently, the little guy is doing great. Shuhan was so panicked that he only squatted on the stool after watching his senior sister walk away. The way the senior sister looked at him just now was a little different. Did she think he was crazy for daring to buy things for girls? Probably not, the senior sister's gaze was still very gentle. When Tang Xuyin came back, Shuhan unscrewed the pink thermos cup in his hand and handed it to her. The temperature is just right. Tang Xuyin took the pink cup and looked inside in confusion. Brown sugar water. Who taught you that? Tang Xuyin picked up the cup and took a sip. The temperature and taste were just right, and I was secretly happy in my heart. Little guy, you are so attentive. Shuhan took the cup and whispered, Baidu. What else did he teach you? Tang Xuyin stared at him curiously, wanting to see what the little guy would do next. It also says that if you have a stomachache, just rub it and it will be fine. As he said that, Shuhan was about to reach out and touch Tang Xuyin's belly. Do you want me to rub it for you? Tang Xuyin glared at him and said, You dare. Shuhan shrank his neck, quickly retracted his hand that had crossed the line, turned around and bent down. Senior, let me carry you back. Do you want to mimize it? Tang Xuyin hesitated for a few seconds, and the scene of him carrying her back last time came to her mind. But it's daytime now. No, the little guy just wanted to touch my belly, I can't let him succeed. I'll go by myself. While Shuhan was still pouting, Tang Xuyin had already walked to the front. He quickly stood up, grabbed the shopping bag on the stool, and chased after him. Just after walking a dozen meters, Tang Xuyin squatted on the side of the road, holding her stomach, with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. The pink thermos cup was handed to him, and the little guy's gentle voice rang out, Drink it. There was a hint of dominance in his tone. After you finish drinking, I'll carry you back. Be obedient. Obedient? Who are you talking about? Who are you asking to obey? You are so brave, kid. Tang Xuyin did not refute this time. Although she really wanted to see the little girl's current expression, the pain in her stomach made her unwilling to look up. After drinking the water in the thermos, Shuhan bent down and squatted. A blush appeared on Tang Xuyin's pale face. She leaned lightly on his back, and a familiar touch came to her. That day at the party when I was car sick, he carried me back home in the same way. Feeling the warmth coming from behind, Shuhan lifted her legs with both hands and slowly carried her on his back. The two walked out of the school gate and headed towards the teacher's apartment. No one noticed that Jiang Yanan, who was across the street, was carrying breakfast and looking at the two of them in disbelief. At first she couldn't be sure that it was the junior who carried Tang Xuyin on his back. When she pulled out her phone and zoomed in on their faces with the camera, everything was exposed. Click, click. Jiang Yanan raised her phone and took a photo of the two of them from a distance. Tang, you bad guy, you were secretly with my junior and you didn't even tell me. Friendship is over, humph. Chapter 35, Teacher-Student Romance. What the hell? Shuhan carried Tang Shuing on his back and walked slowly on the road. He felt that she was in too much pain and was concerned about her. Senior, how about going to the hospital? I heard that girls will feel very painful when they have their period, and it seems like it's quite serious for my senior sister. It couldn't help but make him feel distressed. What if it was caused by other reasons? It's better to be careful. No need to go to the hospital, the doctor's prescription is very simple, drink more hot water. Tang Shuyin replied softly. Looks very experienced. Staring at his little red ears, he moved his fingers inexplicably. Looks like it feels good to touch. The most painful period has passed. I squatted on the side of the road, actually, I did it on purpose. If the little guy asked to carry her on his back and I agreed immediately, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Back at the apartment, Shuhan placed the breakfast he bought downstairs on the table, tofu pudding, steamed buns, tea eggs. Dinner is ready. Shuhan rubbed his hands. The beauty opposite him had already started eating. I just sat down and picked up the spoon, but suddenly I felt something was missing, so I turned around and went into the kitchen. He had been here many times and was familiar with the layout of the kitchen. He pulled out the kettle on the bottom floor and started to boil water. Tang Shuyin turned her head to look at the kitchen. The little guy had his back to her and looked flustered. It seems to feel good to be taken care of. Since she was a child, her mother has always told her to learn to be independent, which has cultivated her cold personality. She had never felt fatherly love, and she didn't like the occasional appearance of her father, which caused her to distrust boys and even resist them. The little guy's intrusion broke her defense. I don't mind his approach. After the two of them had breakfast, Tang Shuing returned to the bedroom to rest. Shuhan cleaned the room thoroughly. No one had lived in the room for the past few days, so there was still some dust. Standing in the middle of the living room, looking at the clean room, I nodded with satisfaction. It feels a bit like home. Having sex with my teacher secretly outside is exciting just to think about it. Shuhan looked at the time, changed his shoes and left the apartment. Tang Shuyin was slightly startled when she heard the sound of the door closing. The little guy is gone. He walked out of the bedroom slowly and glanced into the living room. He didn't see Shuhan, but the room was quite clean. Buzz. Her phone suddenly vibrated and she quickly clicked it to check. It's not news about the little guy. Jiang Yanen's name appears at the top of the chat interface. When she opened the dialog box, a picture suddenly appeared before her eyes. The picture shows Shuhan walking on the road with Tang Shuyin on his back. From this angle, the two of them seem very intimate. Jiang Yanen, picture. Jiang Yanen, are you still good friends? You're actually dating my junior, and so intimate. I need a reasonable explanation, quickly, or I'll get angry. Humph. At the end, there is a groaning expression, which seems very angry. Tang Shuyin blushed when she looked at the photo, and she seemed to have forgotten the explanation Jiang Yanen wanted. Are you trying to hook up with your junior? No, it was clearly the little guy who pounced on him, and the use of the word steal was also unreasonable. If I stole it, how could anyone see it? When she was about to put down her phone and not reply, Jiang Yanen called her directly. It seems there is no way to avoid it. Tang, are you forgetting your friends because of your love? Jiang Yanen's angry voice sounded a little cute. She is a very gentle girl. Naturally, she wishes the best for her best friend Tang Shuing and she would not be really angry. Since her best friend wants to date the younger boy, she will definitely agree with it wholeheartedly. I value beauty, but forget about friends. Tang Shuyin asked back, feeling guilty, where did you hear such lewd words? That's right, I'm talking about you. I saw it all, and you still don't admit it. Jiang Yanen snorted coldly. You and my junior come together, have you two kissed? How did it feel? Tang Shuyin rolled her eyes speechlessly, and her stomach started to hurt again from anger. Jiang Yanen did not intend to let her go, and said with a smile. Teacher-student romance, Tang. You are so unlucky, are you going to make such a big deal right away? But I like it. Even through the phone, Tang Shuyin could see Jiang Yanen's gossipy little face. I didn't say anything more to her and just hung up the phone. Teacher-student love. She never thought that the fictional stories in TV dramas could happen to her. Tang Shuyin picked up the pink thermos on the table and went back to the bedroom. When Shuhan returned to the apartment with his things, there was no sound in the bedroom. He must have fallen asleep. Shuhan walked into the kitchen quietly and sorted the purchased ingredients and stuffed them into the refrigerator. He planned to cook lunch for his senior sister himself, and just ran to the supermarket to buy a bunch of ingredients. Because I had no experience before, it took a long time. This was the result he achieved only after seeking external help. This foreign aide not only taught him how to select ingredients, but also sent him detailed production tutorials. And she promised that if she did as she said, the senior would definitely like the food. Shuhan believed the foreign aide's words 100%, rubbed his hands, and started his own big production. Prepare the ingredients, cut into pieces, turn on the fire, heat the meat. Everything went smoothly, but I had trouble controlling the size of the cuts. My knife skills were poor, and the pieces of meat were some big and some small. In the end, I had to process it 2 or 3 times before I was satisfied. The main thing is to avoid the small ones being stewed before the big ones are cooked. In the bedroom, Tang opened her eyes sleepily, and when she heard a rustling sound outside, her brows slightly frowned. A thief broke in. Considering this possibility, she woke up instantly and picked up the thermos cup on the desk and held it in her hand. Get out of bed barefoot, walk to the door, gently open a gap, and keep your eyes on the living room. No one. I slowly squatted down and widened the gap in the door, then I saw a figure swaying in the kitchen. That back figure looks familiar. The little guy is back. He is busy in the kitchen. He looks nervous and his movements are clumsy. After a while, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, the smell of beef stewed with tomatoes. Is he cooking? Wait, why does this smell familiar? Tang Shuyin raised the corners of her lips, blinked her big eyes, and revealed a look as gentle as water. She slowly closed the door, went back to bed and lay down, with an uncontrollable look of happiness on her face. I just want to see what the little guy is up to. Shuhan was in the kitchen, constantly looking at the time. He wrote down on his mobile phone how long it would take to cook each dish. Before putting each dish into the pot, I have to take a photo and send it to my external aide to seek help. Just like a primary school student who studies hard, he dares not deviate even a little bit. The steam from the pot slowly dissipates, and the rich smell of food rises from the kitchen, adding a bit of flavor to this little home. Chapter 36 Sold by my own mother. Shuhan glanced at the bedroom and saw that the door was closed. It seemed impolite to knock on his senior sister's door. Tang Shuyin's phone rang, and the little guy on it sent a message. Senior, are you awake? It's time to eat. His eyes moved towards the door, and it seemed as if he could see through the wooden door into the living room where the little guy was waiting for him. When I walked out of the bedroom, a strong fragrance wafted into my nose. It looked quite similar to that. I looked towards the kitchen and luckily there was no explosion. It was obvious that it had been cleaned up. Did you make this? Tang Shuyin sat on the stool and took the chopsticks handed to her by Shuhan. Shuhan nodded expectantly. It's my first time making this, I wonder if it tastes good. He lifted the lid of the casserole, hot steam came out, he picked up a piece of beef, blew on it, and put it into Tang Shuyin's small bowl. It's a little hot. When Tang Shuyin saw him pouting his lips and blowing hot air, her face felt hot. Do you think of yourself as a child? But, it was quite cute just now. His eyes fell on the casserole in front of him and his brows furrowed. There was no casserole at home. Was this bought specially for the little one? Shuhan stared at the movements of her hands with wide eyes, waiting for official approval. Tang Shuyin calmly picked up the beef, put it into her mouth, slightly opened her red lips, and the beef was rolled into her smooth tongue. Shuhan swallowed his saliva, not knowing whether he wanted to eat beef or something else. At this moment he was a little envious of the piece of beef. It tastes good. Tang Shuyin raised her eyes and looked at him, but who taught you to do this? She already had the answer in her mind, and she wanted to hear Shuhan's answer to verify her guess. Shuhan smiled. This was his first time cooking and he got recognition from his senior. He must be a little proud. As for who taught him, there is no need to hide it. The senior sister will know it as soon as she eats it. Shuhan picked up some stir-fried yam and put it into the senior's bowl, whispering, Auntie taught me this. My mom. Tang Shuyin lowered her head while eating, not surprised. When did you two get in touch? Shuhan did not hide it, and he could not hide it. When I went to your house, I added Auntie's contact information. Tang Shuyin nodded silently. She is really my own mother, she sold her own daughter like this. Which mother would teach other boys to chase her own girl? However, the little guy's dish was pretty good. Although the color wasn't very good, the taste was still good. She must have inherited the true teachings from her biological mother. Seeing how seriously she was eating, Shuhan took a photo and sent it to her aunt. Tang's mother replied immediately, "Great job." There is also a thumbs up emoticon at the end. After being praised by Tang's mother, Shuhan felt so happy that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. With the strongest foreign aid, the road ahead will become wider and wider. After finishing the meal, Tang Xin did not return to the bedroom. Instead, she sat on the sofa and turned on the TV, her eyes fixed on the kitchen. The little guy is washing dishes in the kitchen, twisting and turning, and seems to be in a good mood. After a while, Shuhan came out with the cut fruits. He put the fruit on the table and pushed it in front of Tang Xin. Tang Xin noticed that there was a large red patch on the back of his hand. "Are you allergic?" Thinking about the yams they eat, the little one might be allergic to it. Shuhan himself didn't know why this happened, but he suddenly felt a little itchy on his hands. He had only eaten yam before and had never processed it himself, so he didn't know he was allergic to it. "It's a bit itchy. Wash it with clean water." Tang Xin stood up and went to the bedroom to get the family medicine box. She found the anti-itching ointment inside and called Shuhan, who was taking a shower in the kitchen, back. "Turn your hand up." Tang Xin sat on the sofa, Shuhan sat on the small stool in front of her, stretched out his hand obediently, raised his head slightly, and stared at her eagerly. She squeezed the milky white ointment on the back of Shuhan's hand, took a cotton swab and wiped it gently. "Don't mess with yams next time, remember." Shuhan looked at the beautiful sister in front of him in a daze. It's natural to say, "next time." Tang Xin's hair fell on his face. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, his hand was pulled back. "Don't move." Tang Xin grabbed Shuhan's hand and placed it on her leg and continued to apply medicine. The senior sister was wearing silk pajamas, which were very smooth. Shuhan could clearly feel the body temperature coming from her palms. He shrank his fingers and dared not move. "Senior, you are so gentle." Tang Xin stopped moving, a hint of shyness appeared on her face, but it disappeared in an instant. A layer of ointment was applied on Shuhan's hands. After Tang Xin packed up the medicine box, she put it back in the bedroom and breathed a sigh of relief. She touched her heart. The look in the little guy's eyes just now made her heart flutter. Maybe she herself didn't realize that since when, the relationship between them has become closer and closer. When Shuhan returned to the dormitory, Zhao Leffen was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. It seems that this trip to Delhi was quite tiring for him. Those who choose to travel during the holidays are all tough people. It's absolutely crowded and you don't know whether to go out to see the people or the scenery. However, there is no other way. Everyone is gathered together on holiday. If I don't go out now, it seems that there will be no chance at other times. Second knock on the door, "Why don't you come and welcome me?" Wang Ziheng kicked the door open and walked in with a lot of bags. Zhao Leffen, who was sleeping soundly, jumped up with a start. "My sister." "Squad leader, you have to compensate my sister. We held hands in this dream, but you woke me up. You and I cannot coexist. Your dad brought you some delicious food, why don't you come and lick their licks?" Wang Ziheng placed 3 incubators on the ground, and a salty and fishy smell hit him in the face. When the lid is opened, all kinds of seafood come into view: mantis shrimp, clams, abalone. Zhao Leffen widened his eyes and looked at Wang Ziheng exaggeratedly. "Squad leader, are you planning to engage in aquatic product wholesale?" "Bullshit. I think you are too weak, I will give you some supplements." Wang Ziheng picked up the oysters and shook them in front of Zhao Leffen. "It's a waste to give them to you." He turned to look at Shuhan. "This is for Xiaohan." "Damn. What's that smell? Who's defecating in there?" As soon as Lin Jinghao entered the door, he was rushed out by the pungent smell. Wang Ziheng stepped forward, pulled him in, and pointed at the seafood on the ground. "Tonight, let's find a place to get them drunk. We won't leave until we're drunk." Wang Ziheng's hometown Qinggang is a coastal city, and his family runs a seafood business. In his words, this thing is like cabbage in his house and he has long been tired of eating it. In the evening, they found a restaurant near the school and asked the owner to help them process the ingredients. In addition to the 4 people in dormitory 520, Wang Ziheng also invited his current girlfriend, LV Shanqing. Lu Shanqing also brought one of her roommates, Han Feifei. Chapter 37: Teacher Tang's Concern. Shuhan sat the farthest away from Han Feifei. Apart from eating and looking at his phone, he didn't even look at her. Han Feifei's eyes were always on him, and Shuhan didn't say much. After all, her eyes are on other people, so it is her freedom to look wherever she wants. "Miss Han, please add me as your contact." Zhao Lefen came close to Han Feifei with a flattering smile on his face. If you need help in the future, just come to me. I'll be on call for you 24 hours a day. He had added Han Feifei as a friend in the group before, but was rejected. Zhao Lefen, who originally had no hope, did not expect to have the opportunity to have dinner with the freshman campus beauty. He must use his shameless talent to win the favor of the beautiful schoolgirl Han. Han Feifei was annoyed by Zhao Lefen's nagging. If Shuhan wasn't here, she wouldn't have come. Just add me in the group, I'll approve it in a moment. Han Feifei said perfunctorily and looked at Shuhan at the end of the table again. When Zhao Lefen heard this, he seemed to have received an imperial decree from the Buddha, and quickly started searching in the group. I added you, please approve it. He shook his phone, raised his glass and invited everyone to have a go. Shuhan put down his wine glass and continued looking at his phone. Lin Jinghao beside him came over curiously. How's it going? He had long discovered that something was wrong with Shuhan. Unlike Wang Ziheng and Zhao Lefen, Lin Jinghao is a very meticulous person. Shuhan turned his head to look at him, pretending not to understand and asked, what's the progress? Until there is a result, he will not let anyone know that he is pursuing Tang Xiying. Lin Jinghao smiled slightly. If you don't want to talk, forget it, but if you need help, just say it. He knows that everyone has their own secrets, and mutual respect is also a tacit understanding among friends. After the dinner, Wang Ziheng and Lu Shangqing left first. The young couple needs some time alone. It's normal to walk around the campus and pass by a small forest while being nourished by alcohol. Han Feifei stood at the door of the restaurant, turned to look at Shuhan, and said calmly, Student Shu, can you take me back to the dormitory? No. Shuhan answered without any suspense. Zhao Lefen next to him found the right time and rushed forward. His chance to show off had come. Miss Han, let me take you back. Let's talk about life on the way. I love talking about ideals with others the most. Student Han, what is your dream? Han Feifei didn't even look at him, her eyes still on Shuhan, who was unmoved and turned away. He just received a message from Tang Xiying, asking him to go to the apartment. The beautiful sister took the initiative to find him, so he had to put everything aside and run forward happily. Han Feifei watched Shuhan leave unwittingly, and ignored Zhao Lefen's request to send her off, and walked in another direction. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to have a private chat with Shuhan, as she had a lot to say. However, Shuhan didn't give her any chance at all. He rejected her WeChat and blocked her phone number directly. After all, she is also the new generation school beauty. How could a boy dare to treat her like this? As long as she makes a pinky promise, other boys would want to kneel down in front of her. Just like the suitor Liu Yuhang who appeared recently, he surrounds her every day, handsome and rich. But he couldn't muster any interest in him. Instead, he couldn't forget Shuhan, who always argued with him. Things that cannot be obtained are always good and make people cherish them more. However, things that are easily obtained are not respected. Zhao Lefen looked at Lin Jinghao for help. Do you want to lick it? Do you want to lick me? I'm not a licker anyway. After Lin Jinghao finished speaking, he didn't care about Zhao Lefen's reaction and left directly. You won't lick it. I'll lick it. Zhao Lefen seemed to have suddenly realized something, and chased after Han Feifei. Beautiful Han, here I come. Shuhan knocked on the door of room 1101 in the teacher's apartment. When he went to buy groceries at noon today, he took the key that Tang Xiying had left on the table in the living room. When he left in the afternoon, he had put it back. After a few seconds, the door opened. Tang Xiying motioned for him to come in and walked into the living room first. Drinking. A little bit. On their way here, Shuhan was afraid of being disliked by his senior schoolmate, so he chewed 2 pieces of gum to suppress the smell. If he knew that the senior was looking for him, he would never drink. You're allergic, and you still drink. Tang Xiying stared at him, worry hidden in her indifference. Then he reached out and handed over a round box. Apply the ointment inside before going to bed, and you will be fine tomorrow. When he said the last sentence, his voice was very soft. This is a special medicine that she found after asking her doctor friend. However, I got a little angry when I saw the little guy drinking alcohol even though he had an allergy. Shuhan took the ointment with a smile, feeling warm in his heart, knowing that his senior was worried about him. Thank you, senpai. Seeing his silly smile, Tang Xiying was no longer angry. Little guy, you can still laugh. Shuhan looked down and found a broken badminton racket on the table in the living room. It looked a little special. Senior, do you like playing badminton? Tang Shuyin glanced at the broken racket and said with some regret, I play sometimes. Shu Han put the ointment into his pocket and picked up the racket. There was a line of small words printed on it, gold medal of the first badminton competition of Haicheng University. It turns out this is a prize, no wonder it's so special. A very meaningful racket. No matter how meaningful it is, it's broken. A trace of loneliness flashed across Tang Shuyin's eyes. Although it disappeared quickly, Shu Han still caught it sharply. It seems that the senior likes this racket very much. Maybe I can do something about it. Tang Shuyin did not continue the topic and said softly. You bought the food in the refrigerator, right? Come over for lunch tomorrow and I'll cook for you. Shu Han blinked in surprise, and instantly felt that it was dawn. I must have heard it right. The senior asked me to come for dinner tomorrow and she would cook for me herself. Who are you trying to envy to death? You don't want to. Seeing Shu Han didn't respond, Tang Shuyin asked in a low voice. I am willing. How could I not want that? Only a fool would not want that. Shu Han hurriedly explained. Tang Shuyin laughed secretly in her heart, aren't you just a little fool? Senior, I'm going back first. See you tomorrow? Shu Han ran out the door as he spoke, fearing that Tang Shuyin would regret it the next second and take back what she had just said. Senior, you should go to bed early. No need to see me off, good night. Looking at Shu Han running away in panic, Tang Shuyin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little guy, why are you so excited? This is just the beginning. Shu Han left the teacher's apartment and walked towards the boys' dormitory building humming a little tune. I met the funny guy Zhao Leffen downstairs. Xiao Han, let me tell you something. I sent Miss An back to the dormitory, and she said a few words to me on the way. Chapter 38, Unrequited Love, Thank You. Shu Han looked at his brother in front of him with a wonderful expression. He was very curious about what Han Feifei had said to him that made him so excited. What did you say? Zhao Leffen put his arm around Shu Han's shoulders and spoke mysteriously. I asked her to have dinner alone, and she said to me, thank you. I asked her when, and she said, get lost. Listen, Han Die Sheshuor is very polite. He even said thank you to me. I feel like I have a role to play. Shu Han looked at him like a fool and asked, which corn did you see that? Beating is love, scolding is care. Brother. Do you understand? Zhao Leffen looked as if he had everything planned out. She didn't tell you to get out, nor did she tell anyone else to get out, right? She just said this word to me. Doesn't that explain the problem? She has fallen deeply in love with my looks and cannot extricate herself. Shu Han listened to his circuitous logic of there were no ancients before and no successors after, and silently raised a thumbs up. Brother, it's you who's to blame. Even the wall doesn't obey you, only you do. Zhao Leffen sighed deeply, looking very regretful. However, I plan to reject her. After all, I won't give up the entire ocean for her. Seeing that they had reached the dormitory door, Shu Han spoke in a low voice. Now that we're home, are you still blowing? What the hell, just go to bed after taking a shower, you can have anything in your dreams. Zhao Leffen was the first to open the door, climbed onto the bed, and continued his dream. Lin Jinghao glanced at him curiously, then looked at Shu Han. What's wrong with him? Broken heart. Shu Han smiled indifferently. Who is he in love with? I'm in love with the word get lost. Har har. The two looked at each other and smiled. Han Feifei's arrogance comes from the inside out, no matter how she tries to hide it, it will be exposed. Zhao Leffen is not a fool, what he said was just a joke. But under the influence of alcohol, he seemed particularly sincere. The morning sun shines through the glass onto the balcony. Xiao Han, let's go jogging together in the morning. Wang Ziheng, wearing sports gear, looked at Shu Han who had just gotten up and extended an invitation. Shu Han refused, he didn't want to be a big light bulb. Wang Ziheng and Lu Shangqing are in the passionate period of love and will definitely run together. You're standing between two people, delaying their work. You go first, I'll be late. Okay. See you on the playground. Shu Han watched Wang Ziheng go out and changed into sports equipment himself. He did not lie, but planned to deliver breakfast to Tang Shuyin before going to the playground. Tang Shuyin also has the habit of jogging in the morning. If it were a normal day, the two might meet on the playground. But, I definitely want to see it today. Shu Han put breakfast at the door of the apartment, sent a message to Tang Shuyin, and went straight to the playground. He didn't knock on the door, mainly because he thought that the senior sister might not have gotten up yet, so it would be good to let her sleep a little longer. After seeing the message, Tang Xiying opened the door and brought in breakfast, which was the kind she usually ate. The little guy is very careful. He remembered it so quickly. Looking at the breakfast on the table, a warm smile appeared on his calm face. She had no classes in the morning, and she said the little one would come for lunch, so she tied it up a little and started preparing the ingredients. We don't know what the little guy likes to eat yet, but he has said that he likes whatever he likes. Shu Han has 2 big classes in the morning. Those who have experienced the morning class know that when the body arrives in the classroom, the soul has already drifted far away. Zhao Lefen was sitting next to Shu Han, snoring loudly. If he hadn't been woken up in time, the classroom would have collapsed. Is get out of class over? Zhao Lefen raised his head in a daze, his eyes revealing clear stupidity. Fuck you. Wang Ziheng moved to the other side unhappily. Your drool is all over my side. Girl, where is the girl? Zhao Lefen was startled, woke up instantly, and stood up directly. Teacher Li Jiang, who was giving a lecture on the stage, was stunned when he saw him stand up. He also came from the student days, and when he saw Zhao Lefen's sleepy expression, he knew what had happened. Following the teacher's gaze, all the students' eyes turned to the 4 people in dormitory 520. Except for Zhao Lefen, who stood up, the other 3 wanted to bury their heads under the table. Large-scale social death scene. Shu Han pulled Zhao Lefen's arm and asked him to sit down quickly. Then this student, please answer this question. Teacher Li Jiang pointed to a piece of text on the screen, looked at Zhao Lefen and asked. Zhao Lefen touched his chin pretending to be calm and nodded knowingly. The key to this problem is to find the key problem and then solve it. Good. Very good. He has really figured out this nonsense literature. Teacher Li Jiang looked at him as if he had discovered a treasure, and gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Awesome Kozler. When Zhao Lefen noticed that other students were looking at him, he deliberately straightened his back. At this moment, he felt like a hero. Fortunately, the bell for the end of get out of class rang in time and saved this brave warrior. I heard that the second cafeteria is full of girls, let's go try it. I won't go, you guys go. Shu Han said, and was about to leave first. But Zhao Lefen grabbed her neck. Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao also looked at him with complicated eyes. You are the number 1 eater, isn't that a bit abnormal? There's something very wrong. Facing the trial of Howde, Shu Han's mind was working rapidly. The counselor wants to see me and asked me to go to her office. As he said this, he took the opportunity to take down Zhao Lefen's arm that was on his shoulder and quickly slipped away. Love to read free novels app with the fastest update, no ads, and Chinyan Laoshichun customer service to help you find the books you want to read. He would never tell his 3 older sons that he was going to the counselor's house for dinner. Or it's their goddess who cooks for them herself. 2 people had lunch together, and their mouths were already sweet before they even started eating. Lin Jinghao looked at Shu Han's back, smiling with his mouth corners raised. The counselor's office is on the 3rd floor, why would he run downstairs? Only Zhao Lefen believed this reason. On their way to the teacher's apartment, Shu Han received a friendly visit from his roommates. Lin Jinghao at Shu Han, do you want me to bring you some food? Wang Ziheng, my insoles are still fresh. Shu Han took a quick look, thanked them for their kindness, and then turned his phone to silent mode. He doesn't want to be disturbed when he is with his senior. I passed by a milk tea shop, bought 2 cups of fruit tea, and went straight to the apartment. Standing at the door, looking at the drink in my hand, I suddenly hesitated. I seemed to have forgotten that my senior sister's relatives were coming to visit, and this thing seemed not drinkable. When he was thinking about what to do, the door opened and Tang Xiying's beautiful face appeared before him. Come in. Shu Han closed the door and walked into the room. After spending some time together, he no longer felt the initial nervousness when facing Tang Xiying. The room was filled with the aroma of food, and it smelled delicious. Chapter 39 Washing Hands and Eating. Shu Han's eyes fell on the dining table. The tableware was prepared for 2 people, and there were also spare ribs. Smells so good. Wash your hands and eat. Tang Xiying said coldly. Shu Han put the fruit tea on the table and ran to wash his hands. The water flowed through his fingertips, and for a moment, he suddenly felt like he was living at home. Someone at home has prepared food and is waiting for you to come back to eat together. Perhaps this is the meaning of life. Shu Han sat opposite Tang Xiying, lowering his head to eat the food made by his senior. That must be delicious. It tastes better than any delicious food I have ever eaten. Even eating 2 big bowls of rice is not a problem. Of course, he couldn't let his second sister know these words, otherwise she would come to settle the score with him again. My second sister loves to cook when she is at home. Although her cooking is average, you will never hear her say that the food is not tasty. Otherwise, the next meal would be a complete dark dish, and I would have to stare wide-eyed and watch Shuhan eat it all. Senior, your cooking skills are even better than that chef at the Thai restaurant. Shuhan couldn't help but give a thumbs up as he spoke. Amazing. Tang Xuyin looked at his mouth full of food and smiled calmly. It's delicious, just eat more. As he said that, he picked up the small bowl and filled it with soup for him. Looking at his mouth full like a little squirrel, Tang Xuyin felt very satisfied. When eating by yourself, you can just make do with whatever you want, and you don't have much appetite. Now this little guy will come to eat with me, and I don't have to worry about not being able to finish the food I cook. Senior, you eat too. Shuhan picked up a piece of lean meat and put it into Tang Xuyin's bowl. Tang's mother said that the senior likes to eat lean meat and less fat. During the meal, neither of them said much. Shuhan just focused on eating because the food was so delicious. Tang Xuyin's gaze fell on Shuhan intentionally or unintentionally. After dinner, Shuhan took the initiative to wash the dishes. As he came to the apartment more and more often, his dishwashing skills improved. Tang Xuyin curled up her legs and huddled on the sofa. A movie was playing on the TV in front of her, but her eyes were on the kitchen. She seems to be getting more and more used to getting along with the little guy. I picked up the fruit tea on the table and took a look. Blueberry. Little guy, you know so much. He seems to know my preferences very clearly. You can't drink. Shuhan's voice suddenly came. Tang Xuyin looked over in confusion. I can't drink it. Didn't you buy it for me? She put down the fruit tea in her hand expressionlessly, but she was very angry in her heart. The little guy was bought for someone else, and I am not allowed to drink it. Humph. Did you buy it for another girl? Shuhan placed a cup of hot water in front of Tang Xuyin and moved the fruit tea in front of her away. Seeing this scene, Tang Xuyin's face turned cold again. Well, you are not feeling well and can't drink milk tea. Shuhan said hesitantly. When Tang Xuyin heard this, her two pink and tender little feet moved back and forth, looking a little cute. So that's how it is. The anger just now disappeared, his face was still calm, and he picked up the fruit tea and continued drinking. Senior. Shuhan pinched his waist, like an angry little dumpling, looking at her straight. It seems to be saying, you are disobedient, very disobedient. Tang Xuyin looked at his silly look and couldn't help but want to laugh. Little guy, you are too cute. You can drink fruit tea, but you can't drink milk tea. Tang Xuyin explained in a normal tone. Shuhan frowned slightly and took out his cell phone. He didn't understand this either, he just saw somewhere that girls can't drink milk tea during their special period. Tang Xuyin didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. The little guy must have gone to ask Baidu again. Sure enough, after a while, Shuhan put down his phone and seemed to have found the answer he wanted. Well, you can and can't drink too much. Drink more hot water. Tang Xuyin raised her chin slightly, with a gentle look in her eyes, and looked at the little guy with some pride. Look. I won. Tang Xuyin had to go to a meeting in the afternoon, so Shuhan didn't stay long. He went back to the dormitory to take a nap, and then went to class with his 3 older sons. When I walked downstairs to the teaching building, many people were gathered in front of the bulletin board. Shuhan took a look inside. Haicheng University, badminton competition. After taking a quick look at these words, Shuhan took out his cell phone and took a picture of the entire poster. Wang Ziheng stood beside him and asked in a low voice, how is it? Are you interested? It's okay for fun, but if it comes to competition, I'm afraid there's no chance. Shuhan followed the crowd and walked up the stairs. It's all just for fun. Do you think there will be professional players competing? Wang Ziheng explained very clearly, this kind of competition is prepared for amateur players. Shuhan changed his mind and agreed with what he said. The competitions organized by the school itself are to liven up the atmosphere and enrich everyone's extracurricular life. Students don't care too much about winning or losing, what matters is participation. After finding an empty seat in the classroom, Shuhan opened his phone and scanned the QR code to find the registration form for the badminton competition. He carefully entered his relevant information and submitted it decisively. Sign one up for me too. Wang Ziheng suddenly leaned over and stared at the registration interface on his mobile phone. Shuhan looked up at him and said, aren't you a track and field athlete? You can play badminton, too. Listen to what you are saying. Wang Ziheng touched the back of Shuhan's head and said, brother, you are an all-round player. He was right. People with well-developed sports abilities seem to be able to quickly get started no matter what project they are faced with. It's the same principle as people who are sensitive to words can not only write stories, but also compose copy and create advertising slogans. Similar industries have their commonalities. Now that you've signed up, you should take it seriously. It doesn't hurt to practice with your roommates. Shuhan's top priority is to get a racket. After searching online for a while and not finding what I was looking for, I decided to go to the physical store when I have time. As long as it is not a class taught by the counselor, students are relatively relaxed and time passes exceptionally quickly. The bell rang and everyone rushed out impatiently. As soon as Shuhan stood up, Han Feifei blocked his way. "Shuhan, can I talk to you?" "Whatever you want to talk about, just say it here." Shuhan replied impatiently, "I'm quite busy." Han Feifei pursed her lips pitifully, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Xiaohan, we're waiting for you outside." Seeing this situation, Lin Jinghao pulled Zhao Lefen out. Wang Ziheng was also taken out by Lu Shanqing. Shuhan didn't say anything, but looked at Han Feifei with a cold expression. He himself didn't know why Han Feifei was so obsessed with him. Before his rebirth, he was just being a slut. In this life, he didn't provoke her. And deliberately stay away from her. Chapter 40 Love Triangle? Han Feifei was about to speak when there was a noise in the corridor and it stopped at the back door of their classroom. Turning around, she saw a boy wearing luxury brands walking towards her with a smile on his face. The boy was holding a bunch of bright red roses, and the nameplate on his wrist was particularly eye-catching. Seeing this situation, Shuhan quickly stepped back and put some distance between himself and Han Feifei. This was obviously aimed at Han Feifei, and she didn't want to be dragged into the mess. The boy was Liu Yuhang, who had been pursuing Han Feifei madly recently. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of passing students. They all stopped and looked towards the classroom of screenwriting class 2. Under the gaze of everyone, Liu Yuhang walked up to Han Feifei handsomely, handed the rose in his hand to her, and said with a bright smile on his face, "Feifei, be my girlfriend." Han Feifei frowned slightly and looked at him expressionlessly. After thinking about it for a long time, he came to Shuhan to explain it to him. But now he was completely interrupted by this sudden scene. Seeing that she didn't respond, Liu Yuhang pushed the flowers forward and spoke again. "Be my girlfriend, I will definitely treat you well and buy you whatever you want. Promise him. Promise him." At the door, the crowd of onlookers who were watching the fun started to make a fuss. Han Feifei was already in a bad mood, and she became even more agitated after being disturbed. "Are you sick?" After saying that, she walked out regardless of everyone's gazes. Liu Yuhang didn't seem to be planning to give up and chased him directly into the corridor. The onlookers quickly made way and prepared to witness the next plot development up close. Shuhan took the opportunity to blend into the crowd and prepared to slip away. As he passed by, he glanced at the man and woman at the center of the storm. At the stairs, Tang, who was about to go home after a meeting, heard the voice and looked over here. Just then I saw Shuhan's cold gaze falling on Liu Yuhang. Is he angry? Because someone is proposing to Han Feifei, doesn't that mean he doesn't like her? Shuhan had no idea what he was thinking. He just walked out through the crowd and accidentally discovered Tang Shiying. Tang Shiying just took a notebook from Cher Song and said something to him with a smile. Shuhan frowned slightly. Did he accept Cher Song's gift? Why do you look like you are quite happy? He strode up to Tang Shiying and glanced at Cher Song coldly. You are blocking my way. Cher Song was stunned for a moment, and looked at Shuhan in confusion. Are you trying to pick a fight on purpose? Turning around and seeing Tang Shiying still beside him, his burning anger quickly subsided. He glared at Shuhan, then walked away. Tang Shiying looked at the little guy's abnormal behavior and motioned for him to go with her. Wang Yi, who was standing at the classroom door, had already noticed Tang Shiying's appearance. He just watched Tang Shiying and Shuhan go downstairs one after another. What are you looking at? The girl next to Wang Yi asked in a low voice. Wang Yi retracted his gaze and looked at the girl. Is it your business? The girl's eyes widened and she grabbed his sleeve. I don't care about you, can you let me be your girlfriend? Wang Yi shook her hand off angrily. You are too short, I don't like it. After saying that, he turned his head and looked in the direction Tang Shiying left. Why did she want to go with Shuhan? Is there really something between the two of them that is unknown to others? On the road, Shuhan followed Tang Shiying, walking silently. He had a blank expression on his face, his eyes were a little gloomy, and he didn't take the initiative to talk to the senior. Tang Shiying felt that something was wrong with the little guy. Maybe he was unhappy because he saw someone confessing his love to Han Feifei, so she didn't say anything. Not far behind, Zhao Lefen pulled Lin Jinghao, pointed to the front, and said curiously, "Look, isn't that Xiao Han? Who is that beautiful lady in front of him? She looks so cool just from the back, but she looks a little familiar." Zhao Lefen couldn't see it, but Lin Jinghao recognized it in 1 second. Walking in front of Shu Han was their cool and beautiful female instructor. At this moment, he suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. It turns out that this kid has been doing great things quietly. He inadvertently revealed a gratified smile of an old father. "My son, you are brave enough." Shu Han followed Tang Shuying at a distance of 20 meters and watched her walk into the teacher's apartment before walking back to the dormitory. Shu Han sat on the stool in a daze and couldn't help but sigh. Was it my fault? She doesn't hate Xie Song. It was because she was too young and she didn't like him, but Xie Song was a scum no matter how you looked at him. What was so good about him? A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. I don't know what she is thinking. But, obviously. Did I understand it wrongly? Shu Han stood up irritably, ran to the balcony, and took a deep breath. Inside the apartment, Tang Shuying curled up on the sofa, maintaining this posture since she came back, without moving at all, with a cold face. The mirror placed in the opposite corner reflected her figure. Looking at myself in the mirror, my figure, my body lines, my long legs, are they thin where they should be, and curvy where they should be? Am I too cold? Xu Ruolan said that he likes the one I have. No, Tang Shuying was suddenly stunned. What was she thinking just now? Why are you still afraid that the little one doesn't like you? She moved her body, picked up her cell phone and took a look, but there was no news from the little guy. Continuing to read, I gently clicked on Xu Ruolan's dialogue box and glanced at the time. It was still night time there, so I gave up the idea of sending her a message. Boom boom boom. Tang Tang, here I come. There was a knock on the door, accompanied by Jiang Yanin shouting, coming from outside the door. Tang Shuying stood up and opened the door. Jiang Yanin rushed into the room excitedly and sat down on the sofa. Come and see, this girl who was confessed to is from your class, right? She raised her cell phone and put it in front of Tang Shuying. The content on the school's confession wall is exactly the scene where Liu Yuhang confesses his love to Han Feifei. I heard that this girl wanted to confess her love to my junior, but was intercepted by this boy. Jiang Yanin narrated with a gossipy look on her face, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. Junior brother. It's Shu Han. You said that Han Feifei wants to confess her love to Shu Han. Tang Shuying asked coldly. Yeah. That's what the comments above say. As she spoke, Jiang Yanin considerately opened the comments and pointed them to Tang Shuying. She usually doesn't read these things because the news is just following the trend and there are very few real facts. But, as for Shu Han, she wanted to take a look. The content of the comments is similar to what Jiang Yanin said. An insider revealed, Campus Belle Han likes Shu Han from their class. When she was about to confess her love to him, the second-generation rich Liu Yuhang appeared and confessed his love to the Campus Belle. The plot exploded the brothers. Tang Shuying frowned slightly. No wonder Shu Han looked at the boy with such cold eyes. Jiang Yanin looked at her straight, and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Tang Tang, you still said you have nothing to do with your junior brother. Chapter 41 Fried Eggs. What's the meaning? Tang Shuying's face was cold and she returned the phone to Jiang Yanin. She was feeling a little depressed and felt that the little guy was unhappy because of Han Feifei. In other words, Shu Han likes Han Feifei, and he will definitely be unhappy when he sees another boy confessing his love to the girl he likes. Jiang Yanin sighed and spoke in a gentle voice. The expression you showed just now shows that you care a lot about me, your junior brother. Why would I care? Tang Shuying turned her head away, not looking at her best friend. He is a student in my class, it's normal for him to pay attention to him. Is it normal? Jiang Yanin smiled wickedly. Why didn't you have that expression when I mentioned Han Feifei? She is also a student in your class. She knows her best friend too well. Anyone who can make her show such a little expression must be someone she cares about very much. If she didn't care, she wouldn't even look at it twice. How is Han Feifei? Tang Shuying asked perfunctorily, as if trying to hide her concern for Shu Han. Jiang Yanin picked up the cup skillfully and poured herself a glass of water. She definitely didn't agree. It was all in the video just now. Han Feifei threw the roses away and left angrily. It seems that the second generation of rich people is not as charming as the younger brother. When she said the last sentence, she even looked into Tang Shuying's eyes. Seeing that she didn't react, he sat down next to her. You really have no feelings for my junior brother. Tang Xuyin looked out the window and didn't answer. Are you interested? He seems to like another girl. Maybe their meeting is just a coincidence. If not, why do you feel uncomfortable? She has never been in love and doesn't know what it feels like to be in love, so she can't give an answer. Throughout the entire night, Tang Xuyin kept picking up her phone and putting it down again and again, but she still didn't see the message she wanted. Later, I opened the forum again and found that my account had been banned for 7 days and I couldn't use it for the time being. In the men's dormitory, Shuhan huddled in the quilt like a frightened rabbit. The two villains in his heart were fighting with each other the whole time. Tangled. Confused. When he stared at the two panda eyes and waited until the sun appeared, he seemed to have the answer. Get up, wash up, and go straight to the teacher's apartment. There's a knock on the door. Tang Xuyin just stepped into the kitchen and wanted to make breakfast, but she looked towards the door in confusion. The only ones who dare to come here at this time are the little ones. She turned and walked out of the kitchen and opened the door. Shuhan stood at the door, holding breakfast in his hand, with his signature silly smile, and the dark circles under his eyes were particularly obvious. Senior, let's have breakfast together. He raised his arm and held up the breakfast in his hand. We have the freshest soy milk. Tang Xuyin looked away from the two dark circles under her eyes and took the breakfast from his hand. Come in. Shuhan was pleasantly surprised. He walked into the room and closed the door. Tang Xuyin put breakfast on the table and took tableware from the kitchen. You don't have to buy breakfast, I can make it myself. You mean I can come and eat the breakfast you made? Shuhan tilted his head, looked at Tang Xuyin's bare face, and waited for her answer. Tang Xuyin blushed slightly, and her mood was not so bad. Okay. Shuhan smiled, peeled the tea egg, and placed it in front of Tang Xuyin. Senior, I want to eat a fried egg. Tang Xuyin looked up at him. The little guy actually took the initiative to make a request. Okay. Wait for me for a moment. Having said that, she turned and walked into the kitchen. I want to. Shuhan held his head with both hands, looked at her back, and showed a sly smile as if his conspiracy had succeeded. The senior sister did not reject him. Tang Xuyin took the eggs out of the refrigerator, beat them, heated up the oil in a pan, and the aroma of fried eggs filled the air. She put the fried eggs on a plate and brought it to Shuhan. You can eat it. You eat too. Shuhan picked up the fried egg and was about to put it into Tang Xuyin's bowl. Too greasy. Tang Xuyin said, looking at the peeled tea eggs in the bowl. I'll eat this. Shuhan quickly finished his breakfast, his eyes fixed on the beautiful sister opposite him. He could never see enough of her and wanted to see her every day. Tang Xuyin felt a little uneasy when he looked at her. I didn't even wash my face when I woke up in the morning, and the little guy was staring at me blankly. Don't you have any dignity? She finished eating quickly and was about to clean up the dishes when Shuhan stretched out his hand in front of her. Let me clean up. Tang Xuyin paused but did not refuse. While he was washing the dishes, Tang Xuyin quickly went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, Shuhan was boiling hot water. Senior sister, are you free? Shuhan suddenly asked. Tang Xuyin thought he needed her help with something, so she walked to the kitchen door and asked, What's wrong? Shuhan heard the senior appear behind him, slowly turned around and looked at her. I want to go shopping, can you go with me? Tang Xuyin met his gentle eyes and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. My face seemed to be a little hot, and I looked away first. I'm going to change my clothes, I'll go with you. Okay, thank you, senior. Shuhan looked at her beautiful back as she walked towards the bedroom, wondering what was going on in his mind. She didn't seem to be rejecting herself. Shuhan poured the boiled hot water into the thermos cup. After a while, Tang Xuyin, who had changed her clothes, also came out. The jacquard shirt paired with side-strap trousers fully shows off her tall figure. When she reached the door, Tang Xuyin wanted to wear high heels, but Shuhan decisively refused. No, it's dangerous. Seeing how serious he was, Tang Xuyin thought about the last time she sprained her ankle due to high heels, and decided to listen to him. I don't know why, the little guy asked a lot of her today, but she couldn't bear to refuse. In the elevator, Shuhan blocked her behind himself, and the young people who came up halfway always looked at Tang Xuyin unintentionally. Her face is attractive enough, and with this outfit, she will get a lot of attention when she walks on the street. Senior, you are a little too pretty. Shuhan looked at her straight and expressed his praise bluntly. Tang Xuyin blinked her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled. She deliberately took a step closer to the little guy without saying a word. The next second, she saw Shu Han's ears were frighteningly red. The two took a taxi to a sports goods store. I Read Free Novels app has the fastest update, no ads, and the old bookworm customer service can help you find the books you want to read. Tang Shuying asked curiously, "You want to buy sports equipment? Badminton racket?" Shu Han took Tang Shuying straight to the badminton area. Tang Shuying glanced at him and seemed to think of a possibility. "You want to participate in the badminton competition?" "I want to try it." Shu Han stood in front of the badminton racket display stand, looking around, but couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. "Do you think I can do it?" He suddenly turned around and met Tang Shuying's face. Their eyes met, and Tang Shuying nodded firmly. "I believe you can do it." "Then, help me pick a racket." Chapter 42, A Cold and Beautiful Goddess Secretly Meets a Young Hunk. Tang Shuying picked up the racket on the display stand and selected it carefully, looking very professional. To Shu Han, they are all the same, because he knows nothing about them. "I just feel that bringing my senior along is absolutely the right choice." He didn't quite understand some of the terms that Tang Shuying and the store clerk were using, but he just listened quietly. Like a humble and eager to learn student. "What do you think of this?" Tang Shuying picked up a yellow racket and shook it in front of Shu Han, asking for his opinion. After all, it is the little guy who will use it himself, so it is up to him to decide whether to use it or not. Shu Han nodded without hesitation. "Okay, that's it. Whatever my senior student picked for me, it must be the best and unique. Please pack it for me," Tang Shuying said politely to the staff. The staff member took the racket with both hands, turned around to leave, but was stopped by Shu Han. "I want 2 more in other colors, together." "Okay, wait a moment." The staff smiled happily. This kind of racket is the best they have. It is expensive, but their commission is also high. If a customer buys 3 directly, that must be considered a big order, and I will naturally be happy. I couldn't help but want to look at Shu Han a few more times. Gosh, he's quite handsome. Tang Shuying looked at Shu Han in confusion but didn't ask any more questions. Maybe he wanted to keep it as a backup. The two of them walked around the store for a while, bought some other things, and then walked to the service counter together to check out. "Let me do it, I'll give it to you." Tang Shuying stopped Shu Han's hand and said calmly. Shu Han knew that the senior was worried that he didn't have enough money as a student. But he did not take his hand back and let the staff scan the payment code on his mobile phone. Tang Shuying looked at him expressionlessly, with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. After leaving the store, Shu Han took 2 quick steps and walked side by side with her, smiling and saying, "I don't want you to give me a racket. I want some other reward. Is that okay?" Tang Shuying, who was walking quickly with her long legs, suddenly stopped and shook Shu Han. Seeing the little guy taking a step forward and then taking it back in a funny way, Tang Shuying was no longer angry. "The little guy is waiting for me here, saying that something is not right today. If you win a place in the competition, you can consider it." It is not easy to win a place in the competition. Those who can participate in the competition are either senior enthusiasts or have studied it specifically. Shu Han is a newbie who just bought a tennis racket, and it's the newest one that can't be any newer. He just played basketball casually before. What tactics and techniques were different? If we want to catch up quickly in more than 20 days, we need to exercise. It is precisely because of the challenges that what we encounter is so precious. Only with an unforgettable process can the result seem particularly meaningful. Tang Shuying looked at the little guy's serious expression and couldn't help but touch his hair. This made Shu Han stunned for a moment. What was going on? Was he dreaming? Senior just now. He put his hand on his heart, which was beating very fast. He looked back in disbelief and saw a girl not far behind him holding a cell phone and pointing it at them. When the girl saw Shu Han looking at her, she put down her phone embarrassedly and pretended nothing had happened. "Let's go back," Tang Shuying said, walked to the roadside and called a taxi. She felt that her previous action was a bit inappropriate, and her hand touched it as if possessed by a ghost. "That's not what I meant. I just think the little guy is kind of cute." The car stopped on the side of the road, and she opened the door and got in first. Before getting on the car, Shu Han looked back and saw the girl was still standing there. Could it be that she is a student of their school? If he took a picture of her. Is there anyone I know? Tang Shuying looked at Shu Han calmly and glanced curiously at the back of the car. No. Shu Han shook his head and drove towards the school. Why did you buy so many rackets? Tang Shuying asked the question in her mind. Shu Han glanced at the racket and pointed at the black one. This is for my roommate, he has also signed up. He pointed at the red one and looked at Tang Shuying, I'll put this one in your hands. You won't mind, will you? I don't mind. Tang Shuyin replied in a low voice. The apartment was originally rented by her and Shu Ruolan, so it made sense for her brother to put some things there. Shu Han took out a pink thermos from his backpack, carefully unscrewed the lid, and handed it to Tang Shuyin. Tang Shuyin was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take it. Or brown sugar ginger tea. Tang Shuyin took a sip and found the temperature to be just right. No wonder he was so popular with girls. It's quite warm. Suddenly, she thought of Han Feifei again, and she felt inexplicably unhappy. Do you think Han Feifei is beautiful? After Tang Shuyin finished speaking, she looked at Shu Han, who hadn't reacted. Shu Han just felt puzzled and bewildered. Why did he suddenly mention Han Feifei? Did you know something, senior? Whether she is beautiful or not has nothing to do with me. Shu Han replied with a somewhat cold expression. The car stopped outside the teacher's apartment, and the two walked into the community one after the other. They don't know yet. At this moment, a photo was hanging on the school's confession wall, and its popularity soared to the top. The person who uploaded the photo was the girl Shu Han saw before getting on the bus. She took a photo of Tang Shuyin touching Shu Han's hair. Although it was a blurry view from the back, the girl was a sophomore at Haicheng University, and she knew Tang Shuyin. A cold and beautiful goddess secretly meets a young man, and the actions are intimate. It's over, my youth is over. Damn, the pendants on their backpacks are all couples, it's confirmed. I'm heartbroken. Whoever steals my goddess will be my mortal enemy. The original poster, the boy is very handsome and looks like a student from our school. Welcome to add more. Jiang Yanin read the comments and smiled unconsciously. Tang. Let's see if you can still make excuses now. Take a screenshot and send it. After waiting for a few minutes and getting no reply, she directly dialed the video call. As soon as Tang Shuyin stepped into the apartment, she heard her cell phone ringing. Explain. Tang, where are you? Jiang Yanin pretended to know nothing and teased, I heard that you kidnapped your junior brother. Hearing this, Tang Shuyin wanted to reach through the screen and cover her best friend's mouth. At this time, Shu Han was right behind her. How embarrassed she would be if he heard it. Tang Shuyin turned her head and glanced at Shu Han. He was still changing his shoes, so he probably didn't hear it. She quickly typed and sent it to Jiang Yanin, don't talk nonsense. At the same time, she also found the pictures sent by the other party. After zooming in and taking a look, I saw that Shu Han's face was not there, so it doesn't matter. Chapter 43 Getting the Apartment Key. Shu Han came out of the kitchen with hot water. When he put the cup on the table, he saw the notebook. It seems that the senior likes this notebook very much. Because it was given by Chiao Song, does it have special meaning? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing him bending over with his eyes fixed on the table and his face not looking very good, Tang Shuyin became a little nervous. Shu Han paused, looked up at Tang Shuyin, and after struggling for a moment, he decided to ask his doubts. Do you like this book very much? Tang Shuyin frowned slightly, not understanding what Shu Han meant. I don't like it very much, I just use it to take meeting notes. There are some important contents in it. I forgot it in the meeting room yesterday, and someone helped me return it. Did Chiao Song return it to you? Shu Han's eyes flashed with surprise, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was him, what did you think? Tang Shuyin looked at his suddenly relaxed expression and raised the corners of her lips. I thought he gave it to me. Shu Han nodded, met Tang Shuyin's gaze with a silly smile, and the dark clouds above his head dissipated instantly. He was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was his roommate calling. Xiao Han, class is about to start. Do you want me to help you check it out? Wang Ziheng's heroic voice sounded, and every word was heard by Teacher Tang. Tang Shuyin folded her arms across her chest and looked at him calmly. Who gave you the courage to skip class in front of your counselor? Shut up, I don't want to know you. Shu Han glanced at Tang Shuyin awkwardly. His teacher was standing right in front of him and the class monitor even called him. If he wanted to cheat, wouldn't that be walking into trouble? I'll be right there. After Shu Han finished speaking, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Tang, senior sister, I still have classes, I'm leaving first. He rushed into the classroom with sparks and lightning, and finally sat down next to the three big kids just 1 second before the teacher came in. Wang Ziheng looked at his embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but become curious. You are pretty fast. Did you go there to fool around without telling the old men? Shu Han took off his backpack and stuffed it in front of Wang Ziheng unhappily. Give me, big boy, go buy a tennis racket. When he heard the word racket, Wang Ziheng's eyes lit up and he quickly took the backpack from Shu Han. As soon as I entered the door, I noticed that the bag he was carrying was different. It turned out to be a tennis racket. Wang Ziheng couldn't wait to open the box to inspect the goods. There are two colors, black and yellow. The black is his favorite color, so it must be his. It feels good and light to the touch. Wang Ziheng immersed in his new racket. Zhao Leffen stared at the screen of his mobile phone with his eyes wide open, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. Look at the confession wall, the counselor is on the trending search, so exciting. When Shu Han heard that it was about Tang Xiying, he quickly opened the confession wall and started reading. The first thing that catches my eye is the photo of Tang Xiying touching his hair. Sure enough, she was photographed by that girl. Although it was only her back, she knew Tang Xiying. Shu Han read the comments with a slightly frowned brow. This might have an impact on the senior student. After all, she is a teacher. Lin Jinghao, who was standing next to him, saw the photo and glanced at Shu Han with an indifferent expression, as if he had known about it for a long time. Shu Han's backpack and Tang Xiying's shoulder bag have the same little rabbit pendant, which he noticed last time. Lin Jinghao looked at Zhao Leffen's face full of question marks, and he felt inexplicably happy. It was like the pleasure of watching a TV series and ordering it in advance. I'd better not spoil the story. Judging from Shu Han's expression, he doesn't want to let others know. Shu Han came out of the teaching building and went straight to the teacher's apartment. Tang Xiying saw him standing at the door, sweating profusely, and her heart skipped a beat. What happened? Shu Han opened his mouth, said nothing, and smiled. He was so worried that he forgot to organize his words. Are you planning to just stand outside the door? Tang Xiying asked in a low voice when she saw that he had no intention of coming in. Shu Han was stunned for a moment, then he walked in and spoke tentatively. Senior, have you seen the confession wall at school? Tang Xiying sat back on the sofa and poured Shu Han a glass of warm water. Are you worried that other people will know that the boy is you? Do you want me to explain it to you? Her face was cold and she thought something serious had happened, which made her worried. Now it seems that he is worried about what others think and doesn't want Han Feifei to know. Shu Han walked to the sofa, picked up the cup and started drinking. He had run all the way here and was really thirsty. I'm fine. I'm just worried that it will have a bad impact on you. If you're a teacher and people misunderstand you, it will cause unnecessary trouble. I'm fine. Tang Xiying smiled faintly and looked at the little guy with gentle eyes. It turned out that she was afraid that she would be affected. Don't you care what other girls think? It will make her unhappy. Other girls. Shu Han was slightly stunned, his eyes widened. Who is she? For example, Han Feifei, I heard that she likes you very much. Tang Xiying stared at Shu Han with straight eyes. Why should I care about her? Shu Han directly retorted, I don't like her anyway. Don't you like it? Why did you feel so depressed when she was confessed that day? You even glared at that boy. Tang Xiying asked the question she had been hiding with a calm expression. That was Han Feifei who stopped me in the classroom and said she had something to tell me. I don't like her at all. Shu Han explained, I came out and saw Chiao Song gave you a notebook, and you. You even smiled at him, and I felt a little angry. Shu Han lowered his voice and didn't even say the last sentence. Tang Xiying's eyes fell on his face. Although she knew the answer, she didn't want to let him go. What else can I say? Shu Han met those beautiful eyes and encouraged himself. You were still talking and laughing with him. Tang Xiying was sure that the little guy was just jealous. No wonder his behavior today was a little abnormal. First he asked her to fry eggs, and then he asked her to go shopping with him, to see if she would refuse. While they were talking, Tang Xiying's cell phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, she started packing her things. It's urgent. I have to go to a meeting out of town. How many days will you be gone? Shu Han asked with concern. Tang Xiying packed up her things and walked out. I don't know. The other teacher who was originally scheduled suddenly had something to do, so he asked me to fill in the vacancy. As she spoke, she took out a key and handed it to Shu Han. Remember to clean up for me. Shu Han took the key and looked at it in disbelief, as if he had obtained a rare treasure. Progress is just around the corner. I'll take you downstairs. Shu Han took the luggage from Tang Xiying's hand. Tang Xiying did not refuse and let him carry the luggage and walk towards the elevator. Senior. Remember to message me back. Tang Xiying did not respond and walked into the elevator first. No skipping classes. Chapter 44. Suddenly very shy. Xu Han sat alone on the sofa in the apartment and suddenly felt empty. Without the presence of his senior schoolmate, the air no longer felt sweet. When they returned to the dormitory, Wang Ziheng was just about to go to the badminton hall, so he directly pulled Xu Han to go with him. "I found you a coach," Wang Ziheng said mysteriously. "She's a beauty. Are you sure you are looking for it for me?" Xu Han looked at him suspiciously. Wang Ziheng put on his bag seriously and refuted righteously. "I have a girlfriend, and she is the only one in my heart." Xu Han smiled and said nothing. "You have her in your heart, but he may not have you in his heart, brother. Wherever there are beauties, I want to go too." Zhao Leffen suddenly jumped off the bed, chased the two people who had just arrived at the door, and ran out. "Damn, your ears are sharper than a dog's nose." Wang Ziheng looked at Zhao Leffen speechlessly, and touched his back as if he was comforting his son. Zhao Leffen didn't care, but turned to look at Lin Jinghao. "Do you want to come with me? I'm worried about leaving you alone in the empty room." 3 seconds, get out of my sight." Lin Jinghao replied unhappily. Compared to going out, he prefers to stay in the dormitory and watch videos and read forums. It's not that he is a homebody, it's mainly because he attracts too much attention from girls and easily attracts onlookers. Xu Han and the other two arrived at the stadium. Perhaps because of the badminton match, there were indeed quite a lot of people in the venue. Wang Ziheng looked around and finally set his sights on a piece of land in the corner. "Let's go over there." Xu Han followed him and walked in the direction he pointed. On that court, two girls were doing basic warm-up swings. When Xu Han approached, he found that one of them was his fellow villager, Yi Xiaowen. She was wearing a pink sportswear and had neat short hair, looking very girlish. Yi Xiaowen smiled sweetly when she saw Xu Han. "Xu Han, are you here to play basketball too?" Xu Han responded politely. "I didn't expect you to be here too." "Yes. I signed up for the badminton tournament." Yi Xiaowen stopped and walked in front of Xu Han and the other two, looking at Wang Ziheng from time to time. They are in the same class and know each other, so they are not shy when meeting each other, and Yi Xiaowen is also very lively. "Let me introduce you to it." Wang Ziheng looked at another girl. Xie Yujie, a sophomore, is from my hometown. She is very good at badminton and has won awards. "Hello everyone, I was just playing for fun, it's all in the past." Xie Yujie greeted everyone very humbly. She is about 1.7 meters tall, looks a bit strong, and has a very kind face. "Hello, senior sister." Xu Han greeted politely. If someone is trying to teach you how to play basketball, you must be polite to them, as they are also your coaches. Wang Ziheng looked at Zhao Leffen, his face full of confusion. That's not right. It's not his style to not be excited when seeing beautiful women. Xu Han seemed to realize that something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Leffen. His face was actually a little red at this time. Seeing the four people looking at him, he raised his head and greeted Xie Yujie in a low voice. "Hello, senior sister." Xu Han and Wang Ziheng looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on? Isn't he always particularly excited when he sees a beautiful woman? Yes, he has known Yi Xiaowen for a long time. It's normal for him not to be excited. But when he saw the senior, he didn't even take the initiative to ask for her contact information. Are you scared? Impossible, he's not picky about anything, as long as she's a girl. The two men frowned in confusion and glanced at Zhao Leffen from time to time. Warm up first, then I'll teach you some basic skills. Xie Yujie waved the racket and directed the three people to start the activity. Zhao Leffen stood on the sidelines, stealing glances at Xie Yujie from time to time. He himself didn't know why, but he, who had a thicker skin than a city wall, felt that he was no longer able to hold on from the moment he saw Xie Yujie. I didn't dare to look her in the eye, and even felt a little nervous. All my bad thoughts disappeared. I have lost interest in my favorite skill of casting a net. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Xu Han swung the racket and glanced at Zhao Leffen out of the corner of his eye. Brother, it's up to you to decide what to do next. After basic warm-up exercises, they also started learning simple techniques. Xu Han had played badminton before, but at a purely amateur level. Fortunately, he had good physical fitness. Especially after starting the morning jogging plan, my reaction ability and physical strength have improved significantly. While they were playing on the court, Zhao Leffen turned into a caddy, and every ball he picked up was handed to Xie Yujie personally. 4 people stood on the court, forming a doubles team. Xu Han and Yi Xiaowen represented the red team, Xie Yujie and Wang Ziheng represented the blue team. They learned through practice. Pay attention to your opponent's hitting style and judge where the ball will land. Xie Yujie kept explaining, occasionally using professional terms. Seeing that Shu Han and the others didn't understand, she would patiently explain. For this ball, you have to hit the net and hit the next shot before the opponent can stabilize his position after receiving the smash. Watch his ball path, and be careful to press the ball down. Zhao Lefen, who was standing on the periphery, was so excited that he also felt the urge to learn badminton. It must be Xie Yujie who teaches him, and teaches him step by step, that would be best. After more than an hour of practice, they were completely refreshed. While they were resting, Zhao Lefen once again played his role as butler and prepared water for everyone. Senior, would you like to drink Black Bull? He handed a kind of functional drink to Xie Yujie and asked with a smile. Xie Yujie looked up at him and waved her hand. Thank you, I'll just drink mineral water. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lefen handed over the farmer bandit in his other hand. Then, he handed the water to Shu Han, Wang Ziheng, and of course Yi Xiaowen. They are all classmates, so he naturally wanted to treat them differently. You idiot, why don't you buy me a black cow? Wang Ziheng asked jokingly. Zhao Lefen glanced at him and said, you don't deserve it. Wang Ziheng was not angry either, he showed a wicked smile. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't grasp it. Zhao Lefen was stunned, his expression changed quickly, he hugged Wang Ziheng, and then he lay on him and muttered. I was wrong. Let alone the black bull, I'll get you the old yellow bull. Give me the senior sister's contact information. Why don't you go and get it yourself this time? Wang Ziheng looked at him with a smile. Is your fishing net leaking? Zhao Lefen's face turned red, which was rare. I feel shy all of a sudden. Har har. His words made Shu Han and Wang Ziheng laugh so hard that they almost fell down. I've never seen anything that can make you shy. Hasn't you seen it? Zhao Lefen did not forget to glance at Xie Yujie. With her body shape, she can definitely carry Zhao Lefen. It is also a fashion for a woman to hug a man. Come to my bed tonight and I'll give you the contact information of my senior sister. Wang Ziheng teased in a low voice. Zhao Lefen subconsciously tightened his grip. Chapter 45 Time Undetermined. Senior, let's go eat together. Wang Ziheng packed his equipment and invited Xie Yujie. In one afternoon, Xie Yujie taught them a lot of skills. Inviting someone to dinner is the most basic courtesy. I have something else to do, let's wait for another chance. Xie Yujie refused. She got along well with the four of them, but she did have something to do. However, there will be opportunities in the future. Seeing that she insisted, Shu Han and the others did not force her anymore. After saying goodbye, they left the stadium. Wang Ziheng looked at Yi Xiaowen who was following behind him and asked curiously, how do you know Senior Xie? She is the president of our club. Yi Xiaowen said, where are you going next? Cooked rice. Without waiting for Wang Ziheng to answer, Zhao Lefen spoke first, do you want to join us? Is it okay? Yi Xiaowen looked at Wang Ziheng with an inquiring look. Of course. After getting a positive answer, Yi Xiaowen's face was also very excited. She has a lively personality, but she doesn't get along well with her roommates and is often ostracized by them. She usually eats alone, but she seems extra comfortable being with these boys. They won't fight over trivial matters and are happy to have others join their circle. Zhao Lefen walked in front, no longer shy as he was in the gym, and went straight to the second cafeteria. Xiao Han, where did you buy your racket? I want to learn how to play badminton, too. Sitting at the dining table, Zhao Lefen showed unprecedented seriousness and put one hand on Shu Han's shoulder. Shu Han swallowed the food in his mouth and turned to look at him. I'll send you the location. Registration is over, what are you going to learn? Wang Ziheng said deliberately. Zhao Lefen refuted confidently. I am happy with it. If I don't compete, I can't learn. Who made that rule? In fact, everyone knows his intention. Learning badminton is a cover, and dating senior girls is the right thing to do. Shu Han buried his head in his food, didn't say a word, and listened quietly to the two people's verbal battle. Facts have proved that boys who have a goal will act quickly. According to the address Shu Han gave him, Zhao Lefen quickly bought the same badminton racket and appeared in the badminton hall. From then on, Zhao Lefen, who was not participating in the competition, became more enthusiastic about practicing than Shu Han and the others. Whenever he has time, he would take Shu Han and Wang Ziheng to the gym. In the blink of an eye, Tang has been on a business trip for a week. Shu Han would abide by the agreement every day and go to the teacher's apartment to clean. He cleared out all the things in the refrigerator and prepared to replace them with fresh ones before Tang Xuyin came back. Shuhan walked out of the teacher's apartment carrying the garbage and sent a message to Tang Xuyin. "Senior, when will you be back?" Tang Xuyin received the message and wanted to reply, "Today." However, the actual situation did not allow him to make such a response, and it was estimated that it would take another 2 or 3 days for the meeting to end. "Can this meeting be finished tomorrow?" She looked at Jiang Yanin beside her and couldn't help asking. Jiang Yanin tilted her head and looked at her, curiously speaking. "You're usually not in a hurry when you go out for meetings, but this time you seem to want to go back quickly." Seeing that Tang Xuyin didn't say anything, she continued, "It will probably take another 2 days. Tang Xuyin's face was calm. She knew the answer in her heart, but she asked unwillingly. She replied helplessly, "In a few days, the time is undecided." Shuhan looked at the message, threw the garbage he brought out of the apartment into the trash can, and sighed. "Time not yet determined." Staring at these 4 words, his eyes were full of loneliness. "I haven't seen my senior for a week and I always feel empty inside." He walked towards the dormitory, lowered his head and replied. "Come back and tell me in advance." Tang Xuyin sat in the lounge staring at her phone, while Jiang Yanin beside her turned her head and looked at her. "I have never seen my cool and beautiful best friend show such an expression." Jiang Yanin looked at it for a while, but couldn't help but speak. Tang, you have also become a person controlled by the phone. To be more precise, you are being controlled by the person on the other side of the phone." "What?" Tang Xuyin said calmly, "I was just replying to a message." After saying that, she tapped her phone a few times and turned it off. "That's all." Jiang Yanin stared into her eyes with a wicked smile, not intending to let her go easily. "Before, you responded to messages randomly, whenever you saw it. Now you look back at your phone every once in a while, don't you notice?" Tang Xuyin's heart paused. She just realized that she was looking at her phone more and more frequently, and she wanted to take a look at it whenever she had nothing to do. "There are things to deal with in class, so I must reply to the message." Jiang Yanin knew her best friend's personality, so she just smiled and said nothing. "You just keep talking tough." On the other side, as soon as Shuhan returned to the dormitory, he was dragged to the badminton hall by Zhao Lefen. Wang Ziheng went out on a date, and he was too embarrassed to go directly to Xie Yujie, so when he saw Shuhan, he felt like he had seen a savior. When they arrived at the familiar venue, they didn't see Xie Yujie, so Zhao Lefen acted as a sparring partner. He waved the racket in his hand, but his eyes kept glancing towards the door, looking absent-minded. "Did you call me to play ball or to wait for someone?" Shuhan looked at him speechlessly. All the balls he hit just now hit Zhao Lefen, but he didn't react at all. Zhao Lefen picked up the ball, threw it to Shuhan, and said perfunctorily, "Of course I'm waiting, to play basketball. Here it comes." Shuhan suddenly looked towards the door. "So, where is it?" Zhao Lefen immediately became excited, adjusted his expression, and looked towards the door with a smile. When he saw that it was Yi Xiaowen walking towards them, his smile stopped abruptly. Yi Xiaowen saw his expression change and rolled her eyes. "What's that expression on your face? Am I that scary?" She glanced around and didn't see Wang Ziheng, so she walked straight to Shuhan. "Didn't the monitor come with you?" "No, he has something to do." Shuhan replied. He certainly wouldn't tell his fellow villager that the class monitor was going on a date, otherwise she would definitely be sad. After Yi Xiaowen arrived, Zhao Lefen lost his status as a tool, and consciously stepped aside, staring intently at every person who came in through the door. "Who is he waiting for?" Yi Xiaowen asked puzzledly. Shuhan smiled calmly and hit the badminton over. "Wait for him to get what he wants." "What you said is the same as if you didn't say anything." Yi Xiaowen responded directly. She has a very good personality and speaks her mind, so she likes to hang out with the boys in Shuhan's dormitory. Of course, there is another important reason. After Zhao Lefen stared at the door for more than 10 minutes, the person he had been thinking about finally appeared. The originally lazy posture immediately became energetic. Chapter 46: Being an Agent? After Xie Yujie and Shuhan greeted each other, they conducted one-on-one training with Zhao Lefen in the nearby venue. Zhao Lefen threw a coquettish glance at Shuhan. "Look at my charm, I must win you over." Shuhan smiled indifferently and said, "I'll see if you can hold on for 10 minutes. Next, Zhao Lefen became the busiest figure on the court. Facing Xie Yujie's attack, he only had the chance to run back and forth and pick up the ball. However, he smiled particularly happily. Senior, you hit the ball really well. Zhao Lefen praised across the net. Tell me, when can I play at your level? Xie Yujie wiped the sweat off her face and whispered back, practice hard, you can do it too. Zhao Lefen saw her wiping her sweat, and carefully took out a new towel from his bag and handed it to her. Senior, use this. Xie Yujie was stunned when she saw the pink towel he handed over. Deathly Barbie pink, the color is great, I want it next time. Thank you. She took it without refusing. Zhao Lefen smiled brightly. It seemed like there was a chance. At least he wasn't hated. Aren't you going to call me to play now? Wang Ziheng walked over with a swagger. He was originally shopping in the mall with Lu Shangqing. But when Lu Shangqing brought Han Feifei with him, his good mood instantly plummeted. In a world of two people, suddenly there is one more person, standing in the middle, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Shangqing explained that Han Feifei was her good friend and she came along because she was bored in the dormitory. Wang Ziheng learned in the dormitory group that Xu Han and the others were playing basketball, so he brought them along. It's never awkward when a group of people get together to play. Yi Xiaowen looked unhappy when she saw her two roommates appear. Especially seeing the two of them appear with Wang Ziheng. Seeing Lu Shangqing sticking close to Wang Ziheng, she had already thought of a possibility. She turned around and looked at Xu Han, wanting to get an answer from him. Xu Han looked at her with complicated eyes. My dear fellow, it's not that I don't want to help you. The squad leader also needs to grow, and it won't do you any harm. Yi Xiaowen frowned and suddenly served the badminton, which flew towards Xu Han's face. Xu Han smiled helplessly. It was over. He was going to be a punching bag. The two ignored other people's opinions and kept fighting back and forth. Yi Xiaowen seemed to use all her strength in every shot, and two of the badminton shuttlecocks were broken. Xu Han stood opposite her, trying his best to catch every ball she hit and then pass it back to her, allowing her to vent her resentment. It's not right that she is heartbroken, after all, she has never been in love before. She likes Wang Ziheng, but Wang Ziheng doesn't know. The term, unrequited love, seems to be more appropriate. The most important thing is that Wang Ziheng was still with her crappy roommate. No one knows better than her what kind of person her roommate is. She is a sea queen and a green tea. Is he blind? Yi Xiaowen couldn't help but whisper. Others didn't know what she meant, but Xu Han knew who she was talking about. Xu Han's face was calm. You have to be blind once to tell the truth from the false. Even when he said this to Yi Xiaowen, he was actually talking to himself. In my previous life, wasn't I also blind? I was cheated out of nothing. Han Feifei stood outside the court, watching Xu Han and Yi Xiaowen playing ball and communicating in a low voice with a serious look. No wonder Xu Han didn't want to pay attention to me, it turns out he likes Yi Xiaowen. How is she better than me? Her breasts are not as big as mine, her legs are not as long, and her personality is like that of a tomboy. Because she can play badminton. Han Feifei saw the badminton fallen at her feet and bent down to pick it up. Xu Han walked up to her, stretched out his hand, and said politely, "Thank you." Han Feifei stared at him with eyes wide open. "Can you teach me how to play? I learn very quickly." She smiled and pointed at the racket. "We can play together in the future." Xu Han shook his head and turned to look at Zhao Lefen. "Give me a new ball." Han Feifei was stunned. She looked at Xu Han's reluctant expression and then looked at Yi Xiaowen. I disliked this girl even more in my heart, and a flash of anger flashed across my face. Yi Xiaowen naturally didn't know what she was thinking. Anyway, she didn't have a good impression of her two roommates. He still listened to what Xu Han said just now, and his mood was not so bad anymore. This is her personality. Her mood can change from good to bad in just a moment, and she can even switch freely. I'm hungry. I don't want to fight anymore. Yi Xiaowen walked to the sidelines, picked up a bottle of mineral water and threw it to Xu Han, then she opened the bottle in her hand and drank it in big gulps. Xu Han took the water and took a sip, then carefully put the racket into his bag. This tacit scene made Han Feifei's face turn pale. During the last basketball game, Xu Han didn't drink the water she handed to him, but Yi Xiaowen gave it to him and he drank it. It seems that my guess was correct, the relationship between the two of them is definitely not ordinary. Han Feifei walked up to Xu Han and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to go eat?" Xu Han packed his things by himself, not understanding why she did that. She is the freshman campus beauty. There are people in the whole school who like her. If you pick a boy on the street, he will like her. Why stick it on yourself? Seeing Shuhan didn't speak, she continued. Are you going to have dinner with Yi Xiaowen? It's because of her that you ignored me, right? Shuhan's head was full of question marks. What does this have to do with Yi Xiaowen? He raised his head speechlessly. Yi Xiaowen and I are from the same hometown. We are not in the relationship you think. I have someone I like, but it's not her. Who do you like? Han Feifei immediately asked. What type of girls do you like? Shuhan sighed and didn't want to continue this topic. Tang Shuyin is someone he needs to protect, so it is impossible for him to tell Han Feifei. He picked up the backpack and put it on his shoulder, then looked at Yi Xiaowen. Let's go. Turning to look at Zhao Lefen and Xie Yujie, they were having a great time with the addition of Wang Ziheng and Lu Shanqing. After saying hello to them, I left early. After leaving the gym, Yi Xiaowen looked at Shuhan with a smile. Han Feifei is so beautiful, don't you like her? Do you like it? Shuhan asked back. Yi Xiaowen shook her head repeatedly. I don't like it, but don't you guys all like good-looking ones? Boys like pretty girls, but they are not stupid. There are so many pretty girls, how can they like them all? Shuhan felt that this young fellow was a little naive, perhaps because he had never experienced love. Yi Xiaowen suddenly looked at him eagerly. My dear fellow, I'll treat you to a meal. How about you do me a favor? Shuhan smiled. He probably guessed what kind of help he would need, but he still pretended to know nothing. What help? Help me keep an eye on the squad leader. If he breaks up, you must tell me. Being a secret agent. Chapter 47, The Flower Language of Baby's Breath. Yi Xiaowen rolled her eyes and looked at Shuhan seriously. I'll leave half of my happiness to you. Shuhan was stunned. Why did these words sound wrong? What does it mean, leave half of her happiness to me? This thing is easy to be misunderstood. 2 days later, Shuhan received a message from Tang Shiying. I'll be back tomorrow. Looking at the message in the dialogue box, he almost jumped up with joy. If it weren't for the ceiling blocking him, he could have flown into the sky. His fingers flashed quickly on his phone. I recently learned a new dish. I'll go back and try it. Tang Shiying raised the corners of her mouth and tapped on her phone with a gentle look on her face. Jiang Yanan looked at her in disbelief, her voice full of doubt. Are you sending a message to your junior? Tang Shiying glanced at her and turned off her phone. No, I was just dealing with something in class. Jiang Yanan was half believing and half doubting. You don't think I'm a fool, do you? Who would smile so happily while handling work? Did you get your year-end bonus? Is the old man very bad? Tang was hiding something from her, and it was definitely related to a boy. The scene of the junior carrying Tang Shiying on his back last time appeared in Jiang Yanan's mind. There was also talk on the forum about Tang Shiying secretly meeting a young hunk, and that guy was obviously her junior. Jiang Yanan looked at Tang Shiying unwillingly. She couldn't sleep until she got a result. How far have you and junior brother developed? Tang Shiying did not answer immediately. This time she remained silent for a long time. What stage has it reached? It seems that they are not together. However, during my recent business trip, I kept thinking about the little guy. I saw strangers' backs on the road several times, and they all looked a bit like him. Tang Shiying stood up and looked at Jiang Yanan calmly. We are still teacher and student, but... However, the future may be a different relationship. Of course, she didn't say the latter part of this sentence. This made Jiang Yanan scratch her head. But what? Have you ever considered our feelings, you who speak half-heartedly? Tang Shiying ignored her hysteria and went into the bathroom to take a shower. I can go back to see the little guy tomorrow. He said that he recently learned a new dish and wanted to cook it for himself. Although I know those dishes, they were all taught by my own mother. But I'm still a little looking forward to it. Jiang Yanan sat there innocently, smiling knowingly. Someone is going to fall. However, the junior brother is really good and she had thought about it before, but now it seems that there is no hope. Tang Shiying stood in the bathroom, slowly took off her clothes, looked at herself in the mirror, and brushed her palm across her flat belly. Before evil thoughts took over his mind, he looked away. The sound of running water could be heard and white steam filled the bathroom, taking away all the busyness. Tang Shiying and her friends boarded the bus back to Haicheng University early the next morning. Shuhan was not idle at school either. Taking advantage of the fact that he had no classes in the morning, he got up early and disappeared into the dormitory. When the roommates woke up, they looked at the empty beds and didn't have much emotion. They have become accustomed to this mysterious operation that can't be seen from the beginning or the end. Shu-han carried the shopping bags and skillfully opened the door of the teacher's apartment. He also went to the flower shop and bought a bunch of baby's breath, which represents longing. In less than 10 days, he felt like a century had passed. Shu-han put the baby's breath in a vase, placed it on the table in the living room, and looked it up and down with satisfaction. After cleaning the room, he returned to the kitchen and started processing the purchased ingredients. He remembered not to buy yams. If it wasn't for the special ointment my senior sister gave me last time, I don't know how many days I would have been itchy. It feels very uncomfortable. If you scratch your skin hard, it will easily break. If you don't scratch it, it will be very itchy. After stewing the chicken soup, he picked up his phone and took a look. Most of the messages were from his roommates. The main thing was to ask him where he had been. The 3 older sons didn't want to go downstairs to eat and wanted him to bring the food back. Shu-han smiled and sighed. There was nothing he could do to help. Reply: I have something important to do, so I'll just slam the door and let it die. In order to express his apology, he even posted an animated picture saying, "Come and hit me." The butt was twisted quite wildly. The next second, the dormitory group exploded like a pot, and launched endless criticism against him. To murder my own father. It's better not to have a son like this. Kick out of dormitory 520 and never hire again. Shu-han took a look, threw the phone aside and did not reply. The sound of a door opening was heard. Shu-han, who was cutting vegetables, put down the knife and walked out. Tang appeared at the door with her luggage. The first thing I saw was the little one in her pink apron. For a moment, she felt like it was an illusion. Someone had prepared the food and was waiting for her to go home and eat. Shu-han walked forward with a smile and reached out to take the luggage from her hand. "You're back." Their fingertips touched, and a familiar voice rang in her ears. She was sure that this was real. The little guy was standing right in front of her, looking at her with tenderness in his eyes. Tang handed the luggage to Shu-han, and all the fatigue she had felt along the way disappeared. This feeling made her feel comfortable and at ease. "Take a rest. Dinner will be served soon." As Shu-han said this, he put his luggage at the door of Tang Xin's bedroom and turned to go to the kitchen. The aroma of food spread throughout the room. Tang Xin stood in the living room, her eyes quickly falling on the bouquet of flowers on the table. It was beautiful, but not gaudy, which was her favorite style. "I have never bought flowers before, but the little one is really thoughtful." He glanced towards the kitchen and saw Shu-han coming out with a cup of water. "The temperature is just right." Tang Xin took the cup of water and took a sip. "Did you buy the flowers?" This was also Shu-han's first time buying flowers. He had no experience and his face turned red. "Baby's breath, I saw it on the way to buy groceries and it looked pretty, so I bought it." Tang Xin glanced at him calmly. She had been buying vegetables for so long and had never seen a flower shop on the road. The nearest flower shop is 2 kilometers away. Judging from the freshness of the flowers, they must be the newest in the morning. Knowing that she was coming back, the little guy prepared flowers in advance, cooked her favorite dishes, and welcomed her into their house. Is this still the relationship between students and teachers? Friends wouldn't go to so much trouble to prepare, right? "I'll go cook, it'll be ready soon." Shu-han hurried back to the kitchen. Tang Xin walked to the sofa and sat down, took out her mobile phone and typed in the search bar, "What is the flower language of baby's breath?" "Missing, pure." A smile appeared on her lips and she looked at the little guys back in the kitchen. Shu-han's expression was relatively calm, but his heart was beating extremely fast. He didn't know how the senior would react when she saw their bouquet of flowers. He was so nervous that he forgot to distinguish between sugar and salt. Chapter 48: Too much sugar. Shu-han brought the food to the table, and Tang Xin changed her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Tang Xin glanced at the tableware that had been set out and looked up at Shu-han. "You know what, with the pink apron on, it looks quite realistic. He looks pink and chubby all over, which makes him inexplicably cute." Shu-han looked over with gentle eyes. "Dinner is ready." Tang Xin hummed, walked to the dining table and sat down. A bowl of fresh chicken soup was presented in front of her. "You also had chicken soup. I wonder how it tastes." Shu-han looked at her expectantly. "It shouldn't be hot anymore." Tang Xin reached out and picked up the spoon, took a sip, and nodded in approval. "Delicious." After receiving the praise, Shuhan couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and take a sip himself. The taste is a bit bland, but the texture is still okay and there is room for improvement. After he took a bite of the fish-flavored eggplant, he couldn't help but put the dish in front of himself. If you put too much sugar, it will be difficult to swallow. Thinking back to the process just now, I must have added sugar twice, but no salt. Tang Xueying noticed his little action but didn't point it out. However, this aroused her curiosity, and she couldn't help but stretch out her chopsticks to pick up the fish-flavored eggplant. By the time Shuhan noticed it, she had already handed the dish to her mouth. Don't eat it. Shuhan opened his mouth and looked at her, and hurriedly stopped her from taking any further action. That doesn't taste good. Tang Xueying opened her red lips and stuffed the food directly into her mouth. Sure enough, the little guy didn't lie, it really didn't taste good. Seeing her frown, Shuhan picked up the cup of water in front of him and said, "Spit it out." He put his left hand next to Tang Xueying's mouth, motioning her to spit it out, and handed the cup of water to her with his right hand. Tang Xueying didn't spit it out, but swallowed it directly. Looking at Shuhan's somewhat nervous movements, her face turned red. Was the little one trying to take the food from her mouth with her hands just now? This action is a bit too intimate. Tang Xueying raised her water glass and took a sip, trying to hide her embarrassment. She soon discovered that her water cup was still on the table, so what was the cup in her hand? The water the little guy gave her was the water that Shuhan had drunk. She looked up at Shuhan, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and neither of them was willing to leave, but they then separated. Is this what they call an indirect kiss on TV? Shuhan took the water cup gently. I was in a hurry and took the wrong one just now. He heard the sound of his own heartbeat and was extremely nervous, like a child who had made a mistake. Fortunately, Tang Xueying didn't say much. She continued to eat with her head down, and didn't mean to blame him. Shuhan placed his hand on his heart, trying to slow down its beating. His eyes fell on the cup in front of him, and there seemed to be a faint lip print. He licked his lips, cursed himself for being crazy, and lowered his head to continue eating. During the meal, he wanted to drink the glass of water many times, but finally held back. As for the taste of the food, he didn't know whether it was salty or sweet in the later stage. Shuhan's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Tang Xueying opened the door before him. Why are you here? Tang Xueying asked calmly. You didn't even take a break after just coming back. I miss you now, don't I? Jiang Yanan said as she walked into the room, come and have a meal. She didn't finish her words before her eyes widened and she froze in place. Shuhan looked at her with a smile and greeted her politely, Senior Jiang, you're here. Jiang Yanan's incredulous gaze fell on Shuhan, then turned to Tang Xueying. Can anyone tell me what is going on? There is actually a man in my best friend's house. It seems that the two are still eating face to face. Is this still the cold and beautiful goddess Tang Xueying? The key point is that the food looks very rich, and she wants to eat it too. Senior Jiang, do you want to eat? I'll get you some tableware. As he spoke, Shuhan walked into the kitchen very skillfully. Jiang Yanan looked at the junior as if he were a monster, and watched him go into the kitchen. Why does he feel more familiar to you than to me? He walked up to Tang Xueying and looked at her with curiosity. Overnight, it seemed as if I didn't recognize this best friend anymore. Won't you explain? Tang Xueying didn't even look at her and continued eating. Sit down if you want to eat. Jiang Yanan wanted to say she didn't want to eat it, but it would be a waste if she didn't eat it. He pulled out a stool and sat next to Tang Xueying. Are you two living together? Tang Xueying paused, and almost choked on the rice she had just put into her mouth. Living together? This is such an outrageous thing to say, but... Senior Jiang. Shuhan placed the tableware and rice in front of Jiang Yanan and returned to his seat. Jiang Yanan's scrutinizing gaze fell on the younger brother. Little guy, I was wondering why you were always asking me about Tang when you were chatting with me. It turns out you had other intentions. Senior Jiang, drink your soup. Shuhan felt a little frightened by her gaze and quickly made her a bowl of soup. Jiang Yanan looked down and said, Where's the chicken soup? Tang, you've been back for more than an hour and you've already made chicken soup. After taking a sip, she denied her own words. This was not made by Tang Xueying, and the taste was different. He picked up a piece of fish-flavored eggplant with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Don't. Shuhan quickly stopped him. Jiang Yanan snorted coldly, You don't want me to eat yet? You're so stingy. Watching her eat the fish-flavored eggplant, Shuhan lowered his head and covered his face. Don't say I didn't remind you, it was you who insisted on eating it. As expected, Jiang Yanin quickly showed a painful expression. Give me some water, how much sugar did you put in it? She picked up the water and drank it in one gulp, then looked at Tang Xing unhappily. Your candy doesn't cost money. Shuhan poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Jiang Yanin. Senior Jiang, blame me for this. I did it. You did it. Jiang Yanin opened her mouth slightly, her face full of surprise. Did you cook all these dishes? Shuhan did not deny. Is it not to your taste? You too, are you living a good life now? Jiang Yanin looked at Shuhan with a smile. Tang Xing suddenly stood up, looked at Shuhan and said, don't you still have classes? Oh. Shuhan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Yes, I still have classes, I'm leaving now. After saying that, he walked out the door. I took out my phone and took a look. It was already past 12 o'clock and my class wasn't until 2 o'clock. Shuhan walked out of the teacher's apartment and breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't hold out for long against senior sister Jiang's determined attitude of getting to the bottom of things. After the little guy left, Tang Xing returned to the table, but she had lost her appetite. She lowered her eyes and looked at Jiang Yanin. Is it delicious? Well, it's not bad. I didn't expect that my junior brother has this skill. Jiang Yanin said this proudly, but her hands did not stop moving. He knew you were coming back, so he made it especially for you. He likes you very much. Her eyes suddenly met Tang Xing's. What about you? Chapter 49. You treat him differently. Tang Xing looked normal and asked, what's wrong with me? Don't you realize that you treat him differently? Jiang Yanin put down her bowl and chopsticks and spoke seriously. When other boys approach you, you stay away from them and even show disgust. But you treat your junior brother differently. He has contact with you, you don't feel disgusted, you even allow him to come to your house. Does anyone know where you live besides me? That's senior sister Shu who also rents here. It's normal for her brother to come over. Tang Xing replied calmly, senior sister Shu asked me to take care of him. Jiang Yanin believed it and nodded, then said with a smile. If that is the case, then I'm going to go after my junior. I will also rent a house outside to see if he will cook for me. When Tang Xing heard this, she looked at her with wide eyes. Jiang Yanin acted as if she didn't see anything and walked to the sofa in the living room. Where are the flowers? I'll take them away later. Tang Xing looked at her coldly. Go wash the dishes. I hadn't originally planned to let Jiang Yanin clean up the dishes, but what she said just now made me unhappy, so I had to punish her. It can be considered as a lesson for her. She still wants her own flowers. What is she dreaming of? Jiang Yanin was about to refuse, but Tang Xing added. If you don't wash, you will not be welcome in the future. Jiang Yanin smiled secretly in her heart. It seemed that her words had offended her best friend, who was just being stubborn. In order to continue to eat for free, she had no choice but to get up from the sofa and go to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Tang Xing looked at the flowers on the table and had an urge to hide them. She was really worried about being taken away by Jiang Yanin. That was something the little guy prepared carefully for her. After Shuhan finished his afternoon class, he and his roommates went straight to the badminton hall. As the game date approaches, more and more people come to practice. Fortunately, Xiao Jie was familiar with the stadium management and had reserved a venue for them in advance. Otherwise you can only watch others fight. Xiao Han, how about a fight? Wang Ziheng took out his racket, shook his wrist, and looked at Shu Han. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Shu Han smiled calmly and was no longer afraid. After practicing for this period of time, he is still very confident in his skills. Who is afraid of who? I'll be the referee. Zhao Lefen participated very actively. Looking at the expressions of the two of them, he knew that something good was going to happen. Yi Xiaowen smiled and waved. I'll cheer for you. She has completely penetrated the inner circle of the 520 boys' dormitory and often participates in activities with them. This time, Lin Jinghao did not return to the dormitory and came to the stadium with them. He mainly wanted to see senior sister Xie, whom Zhao Lefen had been thinking about day and night. However, Xiao Jie has classes in the afternoon and will come later. Shu Han and Wang Ziheng stood on the court, glaring at each other across the net. All that was missing was a special effect. Just like in TV dramas, when masters duel and their eyes collide, sparks fly, and even shock the people around them. Childish. Are you still going to play? Are you two still cross-eyed when playing ball? Zhao Lefen couldn't bear to watch it anymore and quickly reminded him. Wang Ziheng moved his body and gave Shu Han a middle finger in a friendly manner. Shu Han also responded, "It's a friendly visit." Wang Ziheng served first. After Shu Han blocked it, he smashed it directly with great force and scored the first point. What do you think? Can you block this ball with 20 years of skills? Wang Ziheng laughed proudly. Shu Han looked at him speechlessly. Did you at the 10 months when you were a fetus? The two men fought back and forth, neither willing to give in. There are many such situations in the stadium, and no one will pay special attention to this side. There are long legs and a beautiful sister wearing sports shorts. Who would pay attention to a crazy old man? At this moment, no one noticed that someone walked in through the door. A graceful figure wearing a baseball cap and carrying equipment walked into the stadium quietly. Tang Shuyin walked straight to a field. A female teacher who looked to be around 40 years old was already waiting for her. Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm late. Tang Shuyin greeted politely. Zhang Liping smiled kindly, without any intention of blaming him. I came early. As he spoke, he swung the racket twice. You came back at noon. I arrived at school at noon. Tang Shuyin took out her racket and walked into the court. Zhang Liping walked to the front of the net and whispered, "It says on the love confession wall at school that you are in a relationship." Tang Shuyin was shocked. No. Teacher Zhang smiled as if to say, "I understand everything," and asked softly, "Is he a student in your class?" When Tang Shuyin heard this, her eyes became evasive, and Shu Han's face inexplicably flashed through her mind. However, her expression was still calm and she smiled calmly. How could that be? You believe this too? It's just nonsense spread by students. Internet rumors are deadly. It takes two mouths to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. I think that's the truth. It's time for you to have a relationship. There's nothing wrong with a teacher-student relationship, and the school doesn't have any rules against it. Zhang Liping said this and retreated to the backcourt, ready to kick off. Tang Shuyin blinked, looked at the red racket in her hand, and walked to the backcourt. After a while, a familiar figure came over with a racket in his hand. The person who came was Chiao Song, who was Zhang Liping's student. He originally went to the office to find teacher Zhang. When I heard that she was at the court, I borrowed a racket and went directly to the venue to find her. He didn't expect that the person playing basketball with teacher Zhang was Tang Shuyin, the girl he had always pursued, which made him particularly excited. Senior Tang, you are here too. Chiao Song narrowed his eyes and said, I heard you went out for a meeting. Are you back just now? Tang Shuyin was too lazy to pay attention to him and just gave a perfunctory hum as a response. Chiao Song sensed her indifference and did not intend to back down. Senior Tang, you deleted me as a friend. I still want to ask you something. Tang Shuyin looked calm. You can ask teacher Zhang. She knows more than me. I am limited in my ability and cannot teach you. I'll ask teacher Zhang. Chiao Song insisted, I also want to discuss this with you. After all, you are also my senior sister, right? Zhang Liping looked at the two of them without saying anything. After all, this is a matter between young people, and as a teacher, it is not convenient for me to say more. She had also heard about Chiao Song pursuing Tang Shuyin. It's normal that Tang Shuyin has a cold personality and doesn't want to pay attention to Chiao Song. Chiao Song smiled wryly and turned the badminton racket in his hand. Senior Tang, you are so good at badminton. I want to learn from you and play with teacher Zhang in the future. Tang Shuyin was a little annoyed by his harassment. She didn't catch the badminton that Zhang Liping hit her and it fell to the ground. Chiao Song picked it up first and handed it to her. Think about it. Chapter 50 Double Standard Scene. Tang Shuyin subconsciously took a step back, distanced herself from Chiao Song, and did not take the badminton from his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Liping hurried forward. She knew that Tang Shuyin didn't like interacting with boys and wanted to stop her. Sudden. A badminton flew over and hit the back of Chiao Song's hand, although it didn't hurt very much. I instinctively retracted my hand. At the same time, he turned his head to look in the direction where the ball was coming from. I told you to stay away from her. Shu Han's voice rang out, and he stared at Chiao Song with cold eyes, walking towards him step by step. When Chiao Song saw the person coming, his face looked unhappy, and he also noticed that the corner of Tang Shuyin's lips twitched. This made him even more angry. Could he be so happy just by hearing the sound? Zhang Libang glanced at Tang Xueying, then looked at Shu Han, who was walking over, as if she had discovered some secret. She noticed Tang Xueying's abnormality. This was a scene of double standards. Tang Xueying seemed particularly indifferent towards Xiao Song. However, when the little boy's voice appeared, the surprise that flashed across her face did not escape Zhang Liping's eyes. Love to read free novels up updates the fastest, without ads, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Tang Xueying looked in the direction of their voice and saw the two of them staring at each other across half the court. The little guy looked at her with eyes full of tenderness, and he smiled innocently unconsciously. How does it feel to like someone? Anyway, I will smile when I see her, and feel happy from the bottom of my heart. Shu Han stood beside Tang Xueying, looking at Xiao Song in front of him, without saying a word. Wang Ziheng and the others also followed over and recognized at a glance that this was the guy who had fought with Shu Han last time. Looking at him unkindly. Seeing that there were so many of them, Xiao Song straightened his back and said, "What are you doing?" "I just want to ask senior sister Tang to teach me how to play basketball. We didn't intend to do anything." Shu Han looked at him innocently. "We are here to play basketball with teacher Tang as well. She is our counselor. It is normal for us to look for her, right?" Xiao Song's mouth twitched. What he said made sense and there seemed to be no loophole to be found. He still stared at Shu Han unwillingly. "Every time I talk to Tang Xueying, he appears. He is simply my nemesis." Tang Xueying saw that they were on edge and looked like they were about to fight at any moment. "Okay, it's okay, go back and play ball." This gave Xiao Song a way out, and he took the opportunity to turn around and leave. He didn't leave any harsh words like last time. With Shu Han as his little follower, he would have to be careful next time he gets close to Tang Xueying. Shu Han watched Xiao Song leave the venue before returning to their venue with his roommates. Lin Jinghao sat next to Shu Han and handed him a bottle of water. Does this guy like Teacher Tang? There should be a lot of people who like Teacher Tang. Shu Han took a sip of water and smiled indifferently. Do you like it? Lin Jinghao looked at him with a smile. Shu Han turned his head to look at him, smiled but said nothing. This guy is trying to trick me. I want to tell you. Shu Han. When he suddenly appeared behind him and called his name. Shu Han and Lin Jinghao looked back at the same time. Apart from the last time they played basketball together, they had basically no interaction. I don't know what the other party wants from him. Shu Han frowned and looked at Wang Yi. What's the matter? Wang Yi put one hand in his pocket, his face calm. I have something to ask you. Shu Han and Lin Jinghao looked at each other, both of them were full of confusion. If you have anything to say, just say it here. Wang Ziheng stood up and said, Is there anything shameful? Shu Han was also a little speechless. What had he done to offend anyone? Was it so difficult to just play basketball honestly? He and Wang Yi are not familiar with each other. The number of times they have spoken since the beginning of school is less than 10 times. Could this be the legendary being shot in the face? Wang Yi ignored Wang Ziheng. His eyes were still on Shu Han. Just 2 sentences, don't worry, I won fight. Zhao Lefen was about to retort to him when Shu Han pulled him back, signaling that it was okay. Tang Xueying, who was 2 venues away, also noticed Wang Yi standing in front of Shu Han and didn't know what was going on. Shu Han just pulled Zhao Lefen, and then he followed Wang Yi out. Shu Han didn't want to bother with Wang Yi. But what happened just now had already attracted attention once, and he didn't want to draw attention again. If they really did it in public, it would easily implicate his roommates, which was not what he wanted to see. Boss, do you want to go over and take a look? Zhao Lefen asked Lin Jinghao. The latter shook his head. It's okay, Wang Yi is not a reckless man, he won't do anything if there is any problem. He has good grades, but he still wants to be evaluated for excellence. He is not stupid. Wang Ziheng added, and returned to the court. Xiao Wen, serve. Shu Han followed Wang Yi to a staircase and stopped. What's the matter? Tell me here. He had just received a message from Tang Xueying and had not had time to reply. Wang Yi glanced at him, as if he had made a great decision. Are you in a relationship with Director Tang? Shu Han was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Wang Yi to be so straightforward, but he liked it very much. We are not in love. You don't dare to admit it. Before Shu Han could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Yi. Tang Xueying, who had followed out at this time, stood at the corner outside the stairs. She came out to check out the situation because she was worried that Shuhan and Wang Yi might get into a fight, and ended up hearing their conversation. She really didn't mean it. It seemed like it wasn't the right time to go out now. After hearing Shuhan's words, she didn't want to go out anymore. It's true that I like Teacher Tang, but we're not in a relationship. Shuhan said seriously, I hope you don't say anything nonsense. This will have a bad influence on Teacher Tang. Wang Yi's eyes were stiff. He was not surprised to know that Shuhan liked Teacher Tang. What he didn't expect was that Shuhan was always protecting Tang Xiying and didn't want her to be affected. Based on this point, he may have won over a large number of people. Many boys regard pursuing girls as a way to show off, especially beautiful girls. Wang Yi took a step closer to Shuhan, provocatively. I am going to officially start pursuing Teacher Tang. That's your right. Shuhan replied casually. But why did you tell me? There seemed to be a lot of people who liked Teacher Tang. He felt that Wang Yi was a little puzzled. If you want to chase her, just chase her. Her legs are on you, why did you tell me? Teacher Tang treats you differently. Wang Yi whispered, I saw everything that happened just now. She looks at you differently than she looks at others. When Shuhan heard this, he felt a little happy. There may be some truth in the saying that a bystander sees more clearly. What's the difference? Wang Yi was about to speak when he felt something was wrong and closed his mouth again. I told you anyway, let's play fair. After saying that, he turned around and left. Etc.